HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth C. Pope Zaza Payne. Hello, sir.
Seth C. Jose Altuve is going to be the best left fielder since Ted Williams.
I'm out.
That's my firm resolution. Ted Williams is going to look like a stupid schmuck after all this. He'll have to lean on his war record to gain any kind of notoriety or prominence in history. Yeah,
dude, yeah, that was I would say that was as significant a spring training game just in terms of two occurrences as we've had in a long, long time. Lance McCullers pitching a scoreless first yesterday. Wasn't dominant or anything like that, but a scoreless inning. That was good.
As an homage to his home city of Tampa, he was an opener. He was an opening pitcher.
That's
the
right.
Same way the Rays like to use.
That's right.
Yes.
He pitched one inning, and then Spencer Arrighetti came in for. It's funny when you bring in Lance McCullers or you start him and he pitches one inning. Then Spencer Arrighetti comes in and pitches like 4 innings in a spring training game. It feels like he pitched like a 10 inning game in March. You know what I mean?
It feels like Lance did, or
no, it feels like Spencer Arrighetti. After you get a 1 inning opener, like Spencer Arrighetti throws like the next 3 or 4, and you're like, God, this guy's a whore.
You know what? Maybe since Lance really doesn't like the notion of being a closer or a reliever, maybe they can fool him into being an opener. You know, and just tell him, hey, this is how we're going to start you off. Nice and slow and easy, and we'll work into it. Don't worry. And then when he asks about it in a few weeks, don't worry, we got a plan.
September rolls around, he's still throwing 2 innings to open games. Yeah, don't worry about it, man. You're good. The Altuve thing that you alluded to, I want to start there. This was Jose Altuve. What?
I don't want to start my day off on this.
Well, we're gonna get to it in this segment. Yeah,
we are compelled to.
Yes, yeah.
For those of you who missed it, it's another instance in a very small sample size of Jose Altuve playing left field.
Playing left field like a little leaguer. Like and he had made a nice catch earlier in the game. And I'm like, well, that was pretty good. It was a running catch. It wasn't like a diving, sliding catch. It was like a running catch into the alley. That was a nice major league play. I don't know how many stars you get. I'll leave that to Callis and Blum to tell us how many stars you get for this sort of catch.
What was the catch probability?
Yeah, and I love Callis and Blum, but I hate the a 5-star catch. Yes,
and all that. Yeah.
I hate that. But then mere innings later, Jose Altuve with a runner on third, getting ready to tag up, gets a ball hit to him in left field, and here we go.
Altuve is going to have his arm tested, but before he can make the throw, he drops that fly ball. So they were going to tag up on Altuve, and we were going to get a chance at home. Instead, he dropped the fly ball. That'll be the Astros' second error of the inning. And with the pitch count building on Spencer Arrighetti, he might not stay in this game very long. I think that's Josh Miller or Joe Espada.
We got what we need, Ben. We got what we need out of that.
The commissioner's happy with plays like that because it speeds the game along. You know,
sure.
Throwing home and everything, especially with his arm, that might take a while.
Might take forever. Yeah. To say that he dropped it is actually like an insult to people who actually drop fly balls. It like bounced off of him, it bounced off his glove and rolled into foul territory.
Yeah. It was.
I'm out on this, Seth. I am out on Altuve in left field.
Sean, let me tell you a little story about a fellow named Scott Hatteberg. For those of you who've seen Moneyball, the catcher that they moved to first base because they wanted his bat. It was all the rage in Oakland those days to just say, hey, whatever we can get out of this guy, obviously. And Scott Hatteberg was a miserable mess at first base for pretty much the whole first half season that he was in there. Over time, he figured it out. So I guess the difference would be that back then, Oakland was a retching mess of a franchise that had no designs on winning the World Series, just wanted to be a competitive baseball team. for as little money as possible. And they made do with Scott Hatteberg as a horrendous first baseman.
We're a good team.
But I don't know if a team that's got championship aspirations can. I don't know if I have it in me to handle. Really, once a week now, he's making an egregious error. And left.
Yes, and whether it's listed as an error or you watch and you go, a major leaguer should make that play. That was an error yesterday. The other one from this weekend was just he mistimes his jump, it bounces off the wall, and then he stands there and just doesn't do anything. It's
that was the part about that one where Altuve and his mental gaffes on the base paths as a runner. It's like often they're very bad, but we excuse him because he's so good as a hitter. But in left field, and when all you have to do is pick up the ball and throw it in and you don't do it, that's the kind of stuff that'll lose you a game. That in that instance, it put a couple runners in scoring position, if I remember correctly. That I don't know how long our patience is going to be for this if he continues to make these mistakes. That one from a couple weeks ago, it might not have been an error because it was windy that day and what have you, but he missed it so badly. The wind didn't matter when it comes to the timing of the jump.
Yeah.
The wind matters with the location of the ball and where you jump. He jumped a full quarter second too early. He was descending as the ball hit the wall.
Yeah, I don't, whatever the weather report is or whatever the scorekeeper says, whether it's an error or not, I'm just watching some of these things. I'm going, this guy does not look even close to he doesn't look like a minor league left fielder. You know what I mean? He looks like somebody who's never played it before. And I don't know, like is Jose Altuve a freak enough athlete to where you're like, well, we just got to let him learn. Cam Smith is more of a guy I've got the stomach to let him learn it because that dude is freaky. You know what I mean? He's 6'4" and he's an athletic freak. Jose Altuve's 35 years old, and whatever he was doing at second compared to other major league second basemen, it didn't look like this has looked in the outfield here in spring training. I don't know. Maybe it's something he works it out. There have been other plays where you go, okay, maybe he's starting to get it out there. But some of these errors he's making out there, these are the errors that lose you games. You know, when you mistime a jump and a guy winds up on third who wouldn't have otherwise been on base, that loses you a game. When you got a guy tagging up at third, and not only do you have a weak arm that probably wouldn't throw him out anyways, but it's bouncing off your glove and rolling into foul territory. And now not only are you not getting outs, but you're putting other guys on base. You're allowing guys to score. The errors that get made in the outfield are massive variance errors. You know what I mean?
I guess that's the part with Cam Smith, though, too, that you can't get fooled by his physique. He looks like Andre Johnson, but he does not have nearly Andre Johnson's speed. And he's still been working on things like his running mechanics and stuff like that. Yeah. So there's a part of him in right field where I don't think that's going to be nearly as simple as you want to believe based on just looking at the guy and how physically impressive he is. So the outfield, I mean, we knew the outfield was going to be a mess offensively if it remained as is. Mm-hmm. Now it could end up being a mess defensively. And before you go saying, hey, left fielders don't get that many balls hit to them, or how bad could you be in right field? When you compound it and you're making really bad errors, that adds up to losses once or twice a week if you're making errors this bad from both the left and right corner field.
Oh yeah, those are errors that add runs to games out there, man. Like directly. It's good. 13 pitches. He did hit a batter. He hit 93 miles an hour on the gun, so everybody seems real happy. Lance did an interview from the dugout after in the second or third inning, and he was asked how to feel to be back out there.
What's up, guys? No, good. Obviously had my fair share of backfield lives, so trying to get over the nerves a little bit, seeing hitters. But yeah, being into the stadium kind of the first time, no favors with the night game. Was wide awake 5:30 this morning, so I've had to wait a long day, but really great to just kind of be back out here with the guys as a actual player.
All right. You can only watch Braveheart so many times during the day to get ready for your game. You gotta mix in. You gotta alternate Braveheart and Gladiator, and then throw maybe 300 in there.
Maybe,
but at some point you got to try to get your mind off the game.
One of the Rocky movies, maybe. Yeah.
That's a good point. I don't think Rocky is that. You know why? I don't think Rocky is as popular a movie for getting ready for a football game or a baseball. I look at Lance like a football player a little bit because there's not as much constant fighting.
Yeah, you're
Gladiator, Braveheart, and everything, every 10 minutes or so you get a good battle. Yeah,
there's a battle. I think just splice out the training montages for Rocky, maybe like the last couple rounds of each fight, that sort of thing. Maybe just to splice together.
That's a pet peeve of mine, by the way.
Yeah.
It's very important that we get to this, Sean. In any kind of TV show or movie, when somebody all of a sudden finds out they're going to be in a fight and they have to train for it, and they find out, they meant a 12-hour day training regimen. It's like, no, what are you doing? No, there's nothing you can do to really improve. You're just going to fatigue yourself.
Rocky.
You gotta work on technique more than anything else at this point.
Rocky, horrible.
Come on, Hollywood, get it together.
Horrible load manager, Rocky Balboa.
Rocky was all right. It just made me think of other ones where they try to do a Rocky-type routine or regimen. It's just like, no, you're not going to build up the endurance marathon in the course of 3 days.
I'm glad we had this talk.
This is very important that we get to this.
That was very highly important.
Been keeping it in for 10 years now.
Here's Lance McCullers. Basically asked to assess, what did you see out there from yourself?
Honestly, man, the only thing I didn't want to happen was have to get pulled because I threw like too many pitches. So I started 3-0, and I was like, oh, no. But, overall, I was just kind of looking to get back into it, and kind of have an overall clean outing. Had some soft contact on the ground. Didn't get any strikeouts, so I'll have to wait for the next one. But overall, really happy just with everything and kind of the way my body felt. Was really happy with the warm-up, too, in the bullpen, and we timed it out well. So that big win for me today.
I like that cut, Seth, because you asked me yesterday, what do I want to see from Lance McCullers? And one of the things I said was efficiency.
And Lance is a guy that pretty routinely gets himself into pickles early on and then battles his way out. So that one inning was a little bit of a microcosm of Lance when he's pitching really well.
When he went
Run up a 3-0 count, work your way out of it. There we go. Okay.
On the very first hitter, he goes 3-0. I was out watching it with Amy yesterday. We were out watching the game, and he goes 3-0 on the first hitter. I'm like, this is not efficient. But he bounced back, man. 13 pitch, first inning, hit a guy, not optimal, but he kind of weaseled his way out of that, got a force play at second base, and then got out of the inning. So that was good. I'm curious what people think about that. The reaction that I generally saw to Lance McCullers, and it makes me a little bit sad to see it, is there's a lot of people, and granted, it's the reaction I'm seeing is on Twitter, so that it's skews negative. Yes. But the reaction was, why are people getting excited about this? He's just going to get hurt at some point anyways. And I'm like, why can't you allow yourself to at least enjoy the ride a little bit?
Yeah, you're the guy that's like, oh, you lost a couple pounds, huh? Well, you're just going to gain it back anyway.
Correct.
You fat SOB.
That's that person.
People hate you for a reason, okay? If you're that guy.
Yep.
All right?
That's why.
This is Sports Radio. We're all about positivity.
Yeah, what am I saying? I've got so much pettiness in the rundown today, and I'm like, why can't y'all be more positive?
Why can't people only be negative when I'm negative and positive when I'm positive?
Yeah. To that point, coming up next, it seems like people are bailing on the Texans a little bit right now.
What the hell? Why can they not be positive?
Not locally, although some are locally, but nationally, I think there's a lot of people that are downgrading the Houston Texans based on the last week or so. I'll tell you why I feel pretty good about that, and we'll do that coming up next.
Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. You know what? If you don't want to be on the Texans bandwagon, national media, screw you. Don't be on the bandwagon. Power rankings on NFL.com came out, and the headline, the gall of these people. The headline, as soon as it comes up here, my slow browser is hurting me in this moment.
The actual headline included Texans tumble.
Yes, it says Bears-Niners rise after early moves, Texans tumble. And they tumbled, Seth, all the way to 14th in these NFL.com rankings.
I am enjoying this too, if only because, as we knew last year, you always got to be a little bit nervous when you get a lot of credit for winning free agency, because more times than not, winning free agency doesn't actually pay off in the regular season. You know and recognize, and we knew that. And even as we would say it, people would annoyingly point out, hey, I could say, listen, winning free agency doesn't usually pay out. And then we'd get 7 texts. Well, Seth, winning free agency doesn't really prove anything. I know, I get it.
Said that, yes, exactly.
And yet, it's hard not to get excited and wrapped up in the promise of these 3 incredible wide receivers you're going to have on the field at one time, in the addition of Joe Mixon. And, of course, C.J. Stroud will build on his rookie year. Sophomore slump, that's a myth.
Yeah.
And then the Texans go and have one of the worst offensive line performances really in the history of mankind. Ever since they started playing American football in ancient Greece, there's never been a performance as bad as that offensive line performance.
As far as I'm concerned, you're 100% right on that. And that's the ironic thing about last year is I would submit that they did win free agency. Compared to how free agency normally goes, if we're going to throw Mixon and Diggs into that same stew of moves, I know they technically weren't free agents, but they were big moves made. Like the Danielle Hunter move was amazing. Azeez Al-Shaair, when he was on the field, was really good. Joe Mixon was excellent. He was really I would say hits and misses.
Without that free agency, there's a very good chance the Texans miss the postseason.
Yes,
because Joe Mixon alone would, every time he had a 100-plus yard game, it was almost all Joe Mixon with very little assistance from the offensive line. Yeah,
free agency in the offseason I thought were a net positive last year for the Texans. Now I don't know what it's going to look like this year because they still haven't made the ultimate moves to, I think, is exactly what they want it to look like. I think it's going to be better even without Laramie Tunsil because it couldn't be worse than it was last year.
Well, and I think the 2 teams that I'm a little bit jealous of in being short-sighted and wanting to win free agency are the Vikings and the Bears, who had the exact offseason that Texans fans would have wanted. Mm-hmm. Wow, offensive line was an issue. Let's just go out and get some bona fide dudes that we can plug in immediately. Yeah. And the Vikings and the Bears were very aggressive in that regard. I would expect at least one of those situations to not work out.
Sure.
And it's most likely the Bears. There's just still too much that it was. You could point to the quarterback himself as being a problem in pass protection, as well as the offensive line. I think for the Vikings, there's a good chance it works out.
The math almost doesn't allow both of them to work out because they're in the same division, and the other 2 teams are the Packers and the Lions, who are both good. It's just it's one of those teams is going to be disappointed with how the whole thing ends up. So the Texans are 14th in this NFL.com power rankings. Here's the thing: this is the ultimate insulation for the Texans. Because normally, I think they might have been 8th or whatever after the season because they were one of the last 8 teams standing. So they tumble, air quotes, 6 spots in this subjective power ranking. The ultimate insulation for the Texans from a complete collapse of any sort, at least right now. Famous last words, right? But this is how I feel. Colts 23, Jags 30, Titans 32. The other 3 teams in the division are in the... Well, 2 of them are in the bottom quartile, and then the Colts are in the bottom quartile.
I look at the AFC South as my old and trusty sidearm. That's what's going to bail me out. When my machine gun fails me, when I've lost my knife, I've got my old Colt 45s. Never misfired on me once. Yeah.
Seth spinning the shaft there.
The shiny bullets in each chamber.
Hop along Payne. So the AFC South does not do well. The best team is 14th, and the other 3 are 23 or lower in these rankings. And I'm being serious about this after last year. I'm kind of cool it's not maybe what's best for business, and it's not maybe what's best for buzz around training camp. But I kind of like the Texans lurking a little bit more this year going into the season than being the belle of the ball.
You know what? I think with some of the younger players on the team, and I think C.J. Stroud would include himself in this. They needed to be taught a lesson about exactly what it is to win in the NFL and how hard it is. Because C.J. said it at the end of the season, that he thought he knew, but he didn't know about what it really took to be a franchise quarterback. Mm-hmm. So I think there will be a hard-earned humility and an understanding of exactly how hard it is to be average. And it's not that your goals or aspirations are to be average, but you talk to any great NFL coach after they win a Super Bowl like Andy Reid or Bill Belichick, they would say this constantly. You don't get to just pick right up where you left off. Mm-hmm. You got to build and first and foremost get to be competent with the simple stuff, and then you can start to work on the highfalutin, high-flying air show and all that. So I think it's going to be good for a lot of those guys. When it comes to how people are looking at the Texans, I think that the Laramie Tunsil trade was huge for the perception of the Texans right now because so many people, and it makes sense. I concede that it makes sense. You take a team that was really bad at pass protection, you get rid of by far your best pass protector, and they're wondering how on earth could you expect them to be any different this year? And the difference would be that you actually get, yes, you get a minus in pass protection from Laramie Tunsil, but if you can just get competent play out of 5 offensive linemen in both the run and pass game, so that's 10. That's 5 in the pass game, 5 in the run game.
Right.
Last year on the offensive line, out of those 10 possible improvement points, you had one of those 10 things working. Yep. And it was that Laramie Tunsil was good as a pass protector.
Yep.
Not above average as a run blocker. I just want to get 5 competent performances in both the run and the pass, and they can be better. They can be a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially with CJ with one more year under his belt. No question. All right, so which of these teams, Seth, if the Texans were, say, the 8th best team at the end of the season last year, they were, considered, I would guess they were considered among the losers in the divisional round. They were considered probably the least or second least of those. Yeah. Baltimore teams 9 through 13 in front of the Texans. Which one offends you the most as a Texan fan?
The Chargers by far.
Okay,
the Chargers who got just destroyed and shellacked.
Let me lay out who the teams are for the audience so they can hear. Maybe they play along. 9th, Tampa Bay. 10th, the Rams. 11th, the Bengals, who might not have a defense this year. 12, the Denver Broncos. And yes, as you point out, Seth, 13th, and a 32-12 loser to the Texans. I believe that was the score.
I'm mildly offended by the Bucs being as high as they are just because Chris Godwin is coming off yet another injury. And I love Chris Godwin. I love what they got brewing. But Baker Mayfield somehow has the glow of a young quarterback with promise at this point in his career, and he's done it. He's done it with a couple of stud wide receivers in a weak division. So I'm offended that they're as high as they are.
Baker is in his 8th season now.
Yeah, he's a young guy, Sean, he's finally figured it out.
Coming up on
with the help of a couple of really awesome wide receivers. Yes.
Yeah.
They lose Liam Cohen, too. I don't know how everybody gushes about Liam Cohen and yet acts like, oh, no big deal, Liam Cohen's gone.
That's true.
But then the Chargers continually in all of these rankings are above the Texans. And Jim Harbaugh is getting a little bit of the treatment of, hey, this young football coach seems to really know what he's doing, and he's going to extract the maximum out of Justin Herbert. I don't know. I saw an entire season of Jim Harbaugh with Justin Herbert, and sure, it looks promising. Justin Herbert looked like Justin Herbert at the end of the game, end of the year.
Yeah.
Got destroyed by bah humbug to you putting them above the Texans.
I'm with you on that. Yes.
They lost sneaky, too. They lost Poona Ford, the defensive tackle, who was maybe one of the only good things that they had going versus the Texans. Poona Ford's been kind of up and down, and you never know quite what to figure out about him, but I just love his name so much, and I'll acknowledge that, hey, he was one of the few good players versus the Texans, and they lost him. So that's extra insult.
Everybody loves Poona. Poona Ford, yes.
Oh, can't get enough Poona.
Can't get enough Poona. Actually, I'm looking here. So the Texans were actually 10th in these power rankings the last iteration. So
last time.
Yeah,
okay.
last time. So they dropped 4 since trading Laramie Tunsil. Yeah, here's what they say about the Texans in here. The trade of Tunsil to Washington was not something I anticipated, considering C.J. Stroud took 52 sacks last year.
I'll give them a ding for the good points they made.
Yep. Right now, the plan would appear to be kicking Titus Howard out to left tackle and playing Blake Fisher at right tackle. The Texans could also flip those two, and there's still
when they mentioned the flipping of it, that's valid.
And there's still the draft left with which to add a potential tackle starter.
Or guard.
Though picking 25th makes the chore tougher. Or guard, right. Houston could move up 6 or 7 spots in round 1 by potentially dealing its extra third-round pick that it got in the Tunsil trade. Then again, the Texans are a bit lean on draft picks overall. Big picture, even taking into account Christian Kirk and C.J. Gardner-Johnson coming in, this offseason has been a bit of a come-down after last year's spending spree. And, yeah, like in terms of the – we sitting in the chairs we do, this has not been nearly as buzzworthy a session of free agency or trades as last year was. And we didn't expect it to be. They didn't have $70 million or whatever they had in cap space last year. The bigger buzz moves have been trading Tunsil and extending Derek Stingley Jr. So do I look at the Texans and say, man, I feel like they're 4 or 5 spots in the NFL worse than they were last year? I don't right now because I know they're not done yet. There's more moves to be made. I'm
100%. I 100% get. There was an annoyingly large number of dings in there.
Yeah.
But they did exclude a few things. I think one of which is that they could easily add another guard at some point via trade or a tackle via trade.
I
was listening to John Harris last night, and he pointed out how unexpected and kind of out of nowhere the Stephon Diggs trade was.
Yeah.
And that's the type of move that I wouldn't be surprised by is if they trade for an offensive lineman at some point between now and training camp. And, Jonathan Alexander had tweeted out, and I'd give him a ding for this. He says that it's unlikely the Texans will sign another starter in free agency. A person with knowledge of the Texans' thinking said, as Houston believes it can fill important needs in the draft.
Yes.
I give him a ding for that.
Good job,
but
Jonathan.
I would also add, in free agency, probably not. There are still a couple of viable guards out there. But I think after the draft, when teams assess their situation, they might be ready to let go of a veteran offensive lineman.
Yeah. Again, the Stephon Diggs trade was executed with an extra second-round pick they had picked up. They've got an extra second-round pick next year from the Tunsil trade. I mean, they've got draft capital to go do things that could qualify, I think, as, like you said, the Diggs trade kind of came out of nowhere. They've got the draft capital to make a deal like that if they want to. Text messages about this on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Good morning, guys. Wow. Sounds like national media is still blinded by the Tunsil trade, which we think is a very good deal for the Texans. Now, there's some out there that don't think it's a great deal, like the very next texter. Our offense is worse, that's for damn sure, and we aren't getting 3 starting quality O-linemen in the draft. It's honestly stupid.
Stupid.
The S word. Ooh.
Save his number. So we need to either, at the end of midway through the season, we either have to congratulate him for having the accurate take or totally destroy him for saying it was stupid because it's stupid.
Yeah.
Because remember, this is the part that we're prisoners of the moment. We don't know exactly what the offensive line is going to look like come September. There's still the draft. At this point, I'd be almost surprised if they don't take an offensive lineman in the first round.
Yes, I know. Too.
I do think they're going to try to take best player available, but we know with Nick, he can maneuver himself to where he feels like, all right, we've got a shot at the best player available being an offensive lineman at this point.
Yep.
And then, again, they could trade for a veteran at some point. The huge X factor is Nick Caley a good offensive coordinator?
Right.
That's what's gone unmentioned in a lot of these offseason assessments is that Nick's attached to him as an offensive coordinator. We don't have a clue about whether or not he's going to be good.
Yep.
And that's when I tell you, if they could just get 5 average offensive line performances out of 5 guys, they will be light years ahead of where they were last year with Laramie Tunsil as their left tackle, especially in the run game where Laramie Tunsil is not impressive in the run game. So that's all on Nick Caley, really. It's whatever moves that Caserio makes. But Slowick just didn't know what he was doing in the run game.
All right, as of today, I am starting a document that is merely entitled receipts. And
Okay.
I'm going to take some of the texts. It's got to be pretty heavy to get onto the doc. This guy saying it's stupid is
Right,
what got
yeah.
him on here.
And we'll be honest about this.
Yeah.
You guys know us. Sean and I are very transparent typically. We'll admit when we were wrong, et cetera, et cetera. I've admitted I was wrong and given credit to guys who, the one guy who hated me because I felt like I wasn't giving Jarrett Patterson enough credit during last year's training camp. I've apologized to him multiple times.
Right.
I don't know. I don't have his number though because we didn't have a Google Doc at that point.
So I'm going to put together a doc here, Seth, where we have the people's numbers and we have their takes.
Yeah.
But if it's bad for you. We're coming back after you, just so you know. We're showing up on your front door with the receipt saying, "Sir, we'd like to return this here."
We're not going to dox you. We're not going to put we're not going to put your number out there to the masses.
No,
unless you insult me personally.
We will not do that. Right. Unless you dox us first. Already. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. So the receipts document is open, and I'm transcribing your texts, good sir. Headlines coming up next. We talked about the Astros. We'll talk about them again. Big day for Lance McCullers yesterday. Texans make the Stingley deal official. Rockets in Orlando tonight. Vanessa Richardson is going to join us at 9 o'clock on the show today. Yes, Rockets sideline.
She's a breath of fresh air. I'm tired of talking to you.
Friend of the show. I know. She's pleasant to talk to. We'll talk to her at 9 a.m. today. We'll talk some Rockets basketball with Vanessa Richardson later on. Headlines coming up next.
Kirk Holmes. Boy.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. The Astros yesterday, I think they lost. I don't really care about the final score of that game. The big story from the game was Lance McCullers back on the mound for the first time since Game 3 of the 2022 World Series, where he was basically out there like a pitching machine set at Little League levels.
Which he was, and he was doing for the good of the team. In other situations, they would have pulled him, but he gave up his performance for the sake of just preserving everybody else.
Yes.
And that really from that moment on, it was probably one of the more encouraging and pivotal awful performances because you knew that the Phillies didn't stack up pitching wise after that.
Yeah.
The Astros were able to just mow through them with their pitchers.
Javier
so
went
good
out,
job sucking in the World Series.
He made them over Javier, no hit them. Well, Javier and a handful of other guys. So good job in 2022. Good job yesterday too in spring training. Lance McCullers for what he was asked to do. He pitched 1 inning. He started the game, pitched a scoreless inning, threw 13 pitches, so he got in and out of there pretty quick. No strikeouts or anything. He did hit a batter. He hit 93 on the gun. I would imagine, and Lance himself said, a lot of nerves here. In fact, as McCullers, how did it feel to be back out there?
Good. Obviously had my fair share of backfield lives, so trying to get over the nerves a little bit, seeing hitters. But yeah, get into the stadium kind of the first time. No favors with the night game. Was wide awake 5:30 this morning, so I've had to wait a long day, but really great to just kind of be back out here with the guys as a actual player.
So that was good to see yesterday.
Yeah, no, I know you had wanted to see an efficient performance, which that was, especially starting off with a 3-0 count.
Yes.
But then you also wanted to see him hit 95 on the gun.
He didn't hit 95. He only hit 93. But I'm willing to overlook that because he just he looked okay. He looked good.
And I'd actually be more nervous if he came out throwing 95 right off the bat.
Yeah.
Let's ease our way into this like an old man getting into a sauna. Let's just no, easy as she does it, Lance. We don't have to win the Cy Young in your first performance, okay?
Old man getting into a sauna.
Yeah.
Lance leaves the mound and he comes back out to the dugout with a white towel wrapped around his waist. Blow drying all the hair on the various parts of his body. I know.
They're just like, screw it.
Yeah.
Yeah, say, what I got.
Dugout? Yeah. So that was good to see. Hey, Luis Garcia throwing a live BP on Thursday this week. He's a little behind Lance.
Yep.
But Luis Garcia kind of working his way under the radar also here.
It's got to be. I know this isn't the way things work, and yet I choose to believe that it will. Last year you had just such a ridiculous rash of injuries, pitchers included, and that wasn't the excuse. Remember, health wasn't an issue early in the season for the pitchers. The real issue was that they just sucked.
Yeah.
The boomerang effect will be nothing but glistening health the entire season long for the pitchers.
Yes, we have to debate, do we have an 8-man rotation or
I'm
not?
tired of this 8-man rotation.
Yeah.
Why have the baseball gods forsaken us?
Why have they given us so many good pitchers that we have to discuss the 8-man rotation? The Texans make it official. Derek Stingley Jr. signs his deal. He is now he has the highest contract extension in the history of the sport for a cornerback, for any defensive back. 3 years, $90 million. Press conference today, Seth, at 12:30.
Well, that takes care of my YouTube planning. Okay.
Giddy up. Yeah.
Watching the press conference. That's the easiest and the most fun, and the thing that I probably get the most success out of is just watching and reacting to press conferences.
Do you get the and you get the list? You get the viewership that's pretty good. You get a good viewership pop on those.
Yeah. Which, by the way, you know what I did yesterday that I'm going to start doing more of? I was in the comments during In the Loop, and
they were talking about that yesterday.
Were they?
Yes.
Yeah, and who follows the draft pretty closely has some questions for him. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to try to do a better job of monitoring the YouTube chat.
Okay,
Sebastian
good.
Just now, before I even clicked on the link, says, "Appreciate the show, fellas. By the way, I've been listening for a long time. I just never comment."
Well, thank
and
you,
the
Sebastian.
first comment I see is Sebastian's, who never
loves
comments.
Us. Yeah, and he loves us. Thank you, Sebastian. We appreciate that very much. Yeah, they were talking about that at the end of the show yesterday, how Reggie was talking. We had a surprise birthday party for a coworker up here yesterday, Aaron Kapner, who's the MVP of the cluster here. And Reggie said that he felt like you being in the chat. He said he felt like there was like the teacher is watching him do his work, kind of. Like he said, he's a little intimidated, I think, that you were in the chat yesterday during their show.
Oh, Reggie said that?
Reggie was like, man, I kind of felt like the teacher's watching. I forget what his analogy was, but it was definitely an analogy where he felt like, Seth is watching us do our show.
And you know what? I figured that's what was going on because I recognized the same the same look on Reggie's face that I know you see on my face sometimes, which was he got distracted by something. This is why I don't monitor the text line or the YouTube chat as closely as Sean does, because I get too distracted. And I felt bad that I might have been knocking him off his game a little bit.
I couldn't tell. I was listening to the show while you were in there. They sounded fine. But it was just fun. Reggie's funny, man. All right, so Stingley deal official 12:30 press conference today. Good luck with your YouTube video, Seth. What's your normal length of a YouTube video? Because whatever it is, I would say lop 50% off of that because it's Stingley doing the press conference.
It's one of those, you know the old saying, I'm sorry I wrote you. I didn't have time to write a short one. It's because it's the editing and everything. You've never heard that?
No,
yeah,
I love it, though.
It was probably Mark Twain. It's like, okay, the shorter something is, you tend to spend more time because you're trying to make it concise. I'm trying to do 15 minutes and shorter.
Yeah.
But that takes planning and kind of editing up some stuff beforehand to show.
Yep.
So with press conferences, I can go 3 hours easy.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to click on that.
No,
okay?
no.
So I'm trying to keep it to less than 15 minutes. Derek Stingley, the sound bites I get from Derek Stingley, I think will be conducive to that.
He will accommodate you for sure. Rockets in Orlando tonight to face the Magic. 6 o'clock tip-off. Vanessa Richardson is going to join us at 9 o'clock on the show today. Rockets sideline reporter. She does a great job on Space City Home Network. Hey, update on Tracy Morgan, Seth. He is okay. According to reports, it was just some food poisoning that had him projectile vomiting at midcourt of the Knicks game a couple of nights ago.
I feel bad. I feel really bad because yesterday, without a lot of foresight or planning, when first hearing about this, I thought, okay, I hope it's not something lingering from his health issues that he had a few years ago.
He was on death's door a few years ago.
So it was either that or he was really drunk and he threw up. And the claim is that it's food poisoning.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Isn't that the current Michael Jordan conspiracy theory that the flu game was food poisoning?
A little bit,
I don't know, Tracy. I think Tracy's old enough now that even if it was because he was drunk, he's probably like, all right, well, maybe it's a bad look. And also, if I can't hold my liquor, that's not a good look either.
Yeah.
So it's not a good look as a role model of food poisoning.
I think, from what I could tell, from the picture that was in the People magazine story about this, or people.com, I guess, the picture of Tracy Morgan in his hospital bed with all the electrodes attached to his bare chest.
Yeah.
By the look on his face, it would appear, and this is as a look on face diagnosis doctor, that's what my specialty. I don't think it's anything that's related to the long-term health issues or the health issues that he had before. He's either coming back from a hangover with a smile on his face or he did have food poisoning.
It was probably something within the arena, the formerly Staples Arena, I'm guessing. Yeah.
He's at MSG. He was at Madison Square Garden.
That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
I just got 3,000 miles wrong.
I don't know if that changes the nature of the take or anything, but he was at Madison Square Garden, yeah.
That there's a good chance that he ate something from a food stand on the way in.
Yeah. That in New York, that would probably be, just, I got to get me a hot dog on the way into Madison Square Garden. Give me a gyro, man. All right, 713-572-4610. That's the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Oh, this is interesting. You guys have a completely different take on the Texans than Show and Clint do. Would love a debate. Now, we actually have the audio from something Clint was saying yesterday, right?
We have the audio of Clint, I think, calling you and I out.
Really?
I think basically calling it. I think he doesn't say our names.
Okay.
But I think he's addressing folks like us.
Okay.
And I almost felt like Clint was calling us just idiots. Yeah.
Do we need to discuss this?
That's how I took it.
Do we need to?
We should.
In the next segment, okay. So we'll text her. You got what you want. We'll play the audio from the drive yesterday and discuss their view on it and our view on where the Texans are going. Sounds like offensive line problem. I'm guessing a big part of that. And also, in light of the Stingley extension, who are the future second contract guys on this team right now? Like, who are the likely ones? Who are the locks? We'll take a look at that here in the 7 o'clock hour as well. Nice long segment coming up next. Stay there. First, though, Beck's Prime. It's been beautiful.
KILT FM HD2 contest, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 7 o'clock hour we go. I'll go back to the text that we had from a listener earlier. You guys have a completely different take on the Texans, and I think what he's referring to is the offensive line and kind of how things are going on that side of the ball. Then that we have a different take than the afternoon show, than Ron the Show Hughley and Clint Stoerner.
And to kind of recap, I think what you and I both feel, Sean, tell me if I mischaracterize this, is that there are a lot of unknowns right now on the offensive line. I do see an avenue where there could be a much better offensive line without Laramie Tunsil, just because 5 competent performances across the board is way better than one good pass protector whose average is a run blocker plus 4 substandard performances.
Yes.
It's as simple as that to me. So the huge X factor is whether Nick Caley is actually a good offensive coordinator or not. We just will not know that at the very least until September, October or so.
I would throw Cole Popovich in there too. I think there's a part of this transformation of the offensive line. Definitely a bet on Nick Caley for sure, to your point. And I think I'll throw Cole Popovich in there as like a second wager that's being made. There's a lot of betting on coaching going on. But I think overall, if we were to capture the mood, I think generally listeners think you and I are optimistic about this and that Ron and Clint seem pessimistic about this right now.
That's about right.
Is that fair? I think and that's fine. It's
real. I guess I'm optimistic that they can do it.
Yes.
I'm not. Caley and Popovich are huge X factors.
Huge X factors. Yeah. Hopeful. So to that end, the texter said would love a debate. We'll debate via our show, responding to their audio, I guess, for now. But you had pointed this out on the rundown. So Clint he was on a heater about this yesterday, huh?
Oh yeah. It sounded to me, as I was listening, I was like, is he talking about Sean and I?
Right.
I think he's probably responding to a texter who said something like, hey, why are you guys so negative all the time, or something like that.
Yeah.
And nothing triggers a radio host more than that.
That's true. That's true. And nothing
there.
Right.
Yeah.
Climbing inside your brain and telling you what you think.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. All right, so here was Clint yesterday talking about the text. The title of this cut that Tyler put on the rundown, because the afternoon show send out audio of their show to the other shows. Like, yeah, if you want to use this, is Clint Stoerner's brutal honesty about the Texans.
You watch this organization spend as much, if not more money than anybody and draft capital on the offensive line, and it was one of the worst in the league. Now they've gotten rid of one of the best pass protectors in the game, recouped a bunch of money, spent that money elsewhere, brought in a bunch of bargain guys on the offensive line, shuffled the deck a little bit of guys that struggled last year. Where in the hell do you find optimism in that? They brought in the assistant offensive line coach for one of the worst offensive lines in the league last year. They brought in a tight end coach that's never called plays. How can you be hopeful and confident to any degree that's going to, like, the history, the moves that were made on the offensive side of the football by Nick Caserio going into last year? What, how do you want somebody to sit here and lie to you about being confident? It's just, it may work out, guys. It may work out. I hope it does. But the reality of it is bringing optimism to every Texans conversation is exhausting.
Okay, I can't speak to bringing optimism to every I don't think you and I bring optimism to every Texans conversation for sure.
Yeah.
There were plenty of pessimistic conversations last year, many of them centered around the offensive line, which is currently getting dismantled and rebuilt.
I was one of the skeptics going into last year. I would say I was more skeptical than most about
Definitely
Bobby Slowick
you were, yes.
and the offense in general, is because people would want to talk about whether or not they could have 3,000-yard receivers, and I was more concerned about, can they actually competently run the football?
You were a big pump the brakes guy on the whole offensive explosion thing. Yes, definitely. So I was jotting down some notes as we were listening to Clint there, and Clint makes some good points. The biggest thing, I guess, is he asked the question, where do you find optimism in this?
Okay, if somebody's going to be optimistic, I'm optimistic that it's going to be better than it was last year.
As am I,
only
yes.
because Caley is wired differently as an offensive coordinator. I think Caley has actually been very much involved in the nuts and bolts. Whereas Bobby Slowick was much more of a whiteboard wonder type of dude. He just hasn't had that same experience that Nick Caley has, which on the sum total of it doesn't mean that Nick Caley's going to be a good offensive coordinator, but I do think that when it comes to the fundamentals and putting guys in position to have a chance, I think he's going to be a lot better at that. And the other side of it is simply that, yes, Laramie Tunsil is one of the best pass protectors in the NFL, but he's not a good run blocker. He's a very average run blocker, and his penalties also were drive killers. Yeah. As much as people want to minimize all of that, it's when Laramie Tunsil commits a penalty on 3rd and 4 and it turns it into 3rd and 9, or 3rd and 6 turns into 3rd and 11, Laramie Tunsil can still have a good pass protection rep on that next play. But the other 4 guys who aren't as good as him, it screws all of those 4 guys. Mm-hmm. When Laramie Tunsil doesn't really do much in the run game on first down, it screws all of those guys. So the fact that the offensive line can very achievably be better than last year doesn't mean they're even going to be a good offensive line.
High bar
they were one
clear.
of the worst offensive lines in the league last year. Just by sheer competence, average level play from 4 or 5 of those guys, you're a better offensive line than you were last year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really, really simple math. If you take 5 guys run blocking, 5 guys pass blocking, there's 10 possible points there that you could be good at last year. They were good at 1 or 2, and both of them would be Tunsil in pass protection and Titus Howard in pass. It was garbage. So just give me 6 or 7 of those 10 points with average play, and they're going to be better than they were last year.
My specific counterpoints to things Clint said, and if he were sitting here, I would say this to him, and I've done plenty of post-game shows with him where we've gone back and forth or shared the same opinion on things, where he says, you got rid of your best pass rusher, ... I don't think anybody pass protector. Sorry, yes, you got rid of your best pass protector. Thank you. ... I don't know that anybody's been more vocal at this station about moving on from Laramie Tunsil and the ethos of Laramie Tunsil than Clint. I mean, Clint would get more upset than anybody over veteran rest days for Laramie Tunsil because of how bad this offensive line was, the necessity of practicing. And if I'm mischaracterizing Clint's feeling on the offensive line, but I don't think I am. I listen to their show, and Clint and I talk offline about this stuff, is that he wanted the offensive line room blown up the way it's getting blown up right now. It's just not rebuilt yet. He seems to want solutions quicker than the Texans are going and getting them, which I think there's a lot of people, when looking at the text page, a lot of people share the same view as Clint about the direction of this thing. That's number one. Number two, I think it's a little unfair to just label Nick Caley. You got a tight ends coach who's never called plays before, and that's something. It's true. That's what he is. He also seems pretty highly regarded around the league, and also to your point, Seth, he does seem like a coach who's way more focused on teaching and fundamentals than his predecessor, Bobby Slowick. I expect this to be a smarter, and then the very last one, and then I'll let you respond to all this, the label of confident, how can you be confident about this? I don't think you or I are confident in terms of the sheer definition of confident. Confident means you think this is definitely going to work.
It's a huge unknown.
I'm hopeful.
It's a huge unknown. Now, this is the one big thing where I always get curious because, you don't know what you're going to get in Nick Caley. There's no stats attached to it. Yeah. But every great offensive coordinator in the league at one point was a first-time offensive coordinator. Yeah. So you just by him not having any experience, okay, did we want to bring in Brian Schottenheimer? He's got a boatload of experience. Yeah. Would that have been the answer? I don't know. So even like Chip Kelly, I was an advocate of Chip Kelly for a while, but Chip Kelly would have been a huge unknown by virtue of some of his previous experience in the NFL.
Yes.
So I guess the question is, does coaching matter? Like, why? If there's no avenue for the Texans to improve by better coaching, then why even bother? Why don't we just get have 12 dudes, 12-year-olds? Let's have 12-year-olds go out and coach the offensive line and the offense, and that'll be your coaching staff. Because apparently it doesn't matter at all, and you can't improve via coaching.
Right.
Which is just, that's where Kaylee is 100% the biggest X factor. There were things they were doing last year offensively that were just so stupid, fundamentally unsound in the way they operated. And one of those is included, like Slowick not realizing that defensive coordinators were just baiting him, just showing him a look that would be called based on that look, and then they would blitz accordingly. And Slowick was so slow to adapt and respond. And in situations where it should have been easy for a bunch of slack-jawed idiot offensive linemen to run the ball because you were seeing so much cover two, they couldn't do it. So Kaylee, just by being a middling offensive coordinator, I think, could end up being a big improvement.
Yep.
The other part of it is I don't think people grasp the severity of this situation, that they were very much one of the worst offensive lines in the league last year. So there's the avenue for improvement or being better than last year. It's really not a long road.
Yeah.
It's not. I'm not asking them to be the 1990s Cowboys offensive line. Now, when it comes to being championship caliber, that is a huge question mark.
Yeah.
I can't possibly have confidence that Nick Caley is that guy.
Yep.
But I have a lot of confidence that there have been boatloads of situations just like this with similar personnel on the offensive line, and we'll see what happens with the draft or via trade, that teams have competent offensive line play.
Yeah, there's several texts here saying, you go, Clint, keep it real. There are a lot of people supporting Clint. There's a lot of people on the other side of this as well, both going after some of Clint's previous takes about Nico Collins, and now that Nico will never be a number one. Now he's a number one. That's neither here nor there. We all have wrong. We're all wrong on something. This is the one though that I think captures how, like, if I were to take the other side of what we just heard.
Yeah.
This text on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line captures it for me. Optimism comes from the willingness to change something that's not working if they have left everything the same. And that's when I listen to that cut from Clint, especially knowing what Clint's opinion has been about the offensive line for the last couple of years, especially last year in particular, is that, okay, what if they had just still had the same offensive line at this point? What would your opinion be? I would imagine it would be, why haven't they done anything? So they've done something. Obviously they've not completed. This is not their vision of what the offensive line is going to or is supposed to look like. I feel pretty confident in that.
I think one of the one bona fide improvement, I think, and it's not, again, an exciting improvement, is that at the very least, Laken Tomlinson at the left guard position is going to be better than the 5 or 6 guys that have played left guard there over the last several years.
Yes.
It's over the last couple of years. And Laken Tomlinson is past his prime. He's a steady player, but he's not ideally who you want in there, but he's going to be an improvement. In the run game, there's multiple offensive tackles out there that can be better than Laramie Tunsil. I mean, and the biggest thing about Laramie Tunsil is that if you're trying to mold this offense in the image of D'Amico Ryans, Laramie Tunsil's the opposite of D'Amico when it comes to that. He's not a blue-collar, violent dude the way D'Amico was as a player. And he's a brilliant pass protector, but there's a grittiness that's not there. He is a finesse player. And I don't know what part of D'Amico's demeanor has anybody confused about whether Laramie Tunsil is the kind of guy that looks like he should, like that's who you want as your bell cow Lions football team. I do. And on the offensive line especially. He's a finesse player.
Yes. And this, you and I talked about this off the air before this segment. I do feel like D'Amico now being really integrated into the evaluation process of things here, where he and Nick are working hand in hand. There's some things that Nick has a really, really good eye for. I'm just basing it on the evidence of how this roster looks now. If we're going to get angry about the way Nick Caserio evaluates offensive linemen, if we're going to put that all on his plate, then we got to feel giddy about the way he evaluates defensive backs. So there's that. But I think D'Amico being in that room, looking at evaluating the young guys, or even some of the free agents that they're going. I mean, he spent time with Laken Tomlinson. He knows a little something about how the guy's wired, but particularly with the guys that they're going to be drafting, I feel like D'Amico, that his demeanor, that he knows what he's made of, and that's what he's looking for in the guys that he's looking to bring in. You look at the guys that they're shedding right now. Like, D'Amico wasn't here for Laramie Tunsil getting brought in or extended into this contract. D'Amico was not here when Kenyon Green was drafted back in 2022. D'Amico was barely in the building when they extended Titus Howard and brought in Shaq Mason. Now that we're heading into year 3 of D'Amico Ryans, and he's, I would imagine, working hand in hand with Nick, interviewing and talking about and discussing how these offensive linemen that they're looking at in the draft are wired, I feel really good that D'Amico Ryans' involvement is going to be a big part of this next wave of guys that come in.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the sum total. The difference would be optimism versus pessimism is always a little bit of a false dichotomy there. Sorry to use that term, because there's degrees to it. There's a continuum there. I'm optimistic that this plan can work out and improve on last year's offensive line. A huge X factor in it is whether they draft the right offensive lineman, if that's where they go, or if they trade. There's certainly room for an infusion of talent, but it might be a 2-year process. But I was just so disgusted by that offensive line last year that there's almost nothing where I feel like, wow, with the moves they've made, they're going to be even worse than last year. Because a lot of that, just look at the way they operated. They fired Bobby Slowick. That was the big move. Like, and if you don't think that coaching matters, then I don't even care. I don't know why you don't care. If you don't think that they can improve by coaching, then why even worry about whether Nick Caley is good or not?
Right.
Why even bother firing Bobby Slowick?
Yeah.
They should just, the flat-out fact of the matter is good coaching makes coaches. I got better. I've told you this story before, Sean. I was an okay player when I was in Jacksonville the first 5 years of my career. I got here in playing for Vic Fangio. I turned into a much better football player because I had better coaching and it was a better scheme, better suited to me.
Yeah.
So with offensive line, it's even more so because that's a position that's so technique heavy that, guys, you get better play out of guys with better offensive coordinators and better offensive line coaches. As far as Cole Popovich being the assistant offensive line coach, I'm almost getting offended now when I hear that as an argument because it speaks to a dynamic that doesn't exist in the NFL, that somehow the assistant position coach is supposed to be the guy that remedies the offensive coordinator and remedies the offensive line coach. That's like in any hierarchical organization, I'm confused as to how that actually works. I think there have been plenty, if you go to the military, there have been a boatload of guys who have become future generals who were probably stuck in a bad platoon when they were a young lieutenant.
Yeah.
And they didn't fix that platoon by being a first-year lieutenant right out of West Point and telling everybody how it's going to be. So the fact that Cole Popovich has worked with Caley and has worked with Caserio, he had an opportunity to go be an assistant coach somewhere else last year, but he turned it down. Like, I'm not optimistic or pessimistic, but I'm very much open to the possibility that, he could be a good offensive line coach.
Yeah, I just think that I just don't think they're done yet. I just don't see a reason to get super agitated or angry on March 19th that this is what it's going to be that they're putting in front of C.J. Stroud. I'm willing to wait and see, and then after the draft have a if I feel negative about it then, I'll feel negative about it then. I just like they started tearing this thing down a week ago, which is something that everybody seemed to want, some sort of change on that offense. Nobody wanted to run it back with this group. I think we can all agree on that, right? Nobody said, hey, let's run it back with this group. And I know, Clint and others wanted to tear the thing down, and they're tearing it down now, and now it's a week later, and this is who they have, and it's I don't know. Like, text is into what I'm saying here. Without using the words confident or optimistic or hopeful, I think the best way to sum this up, this is a texter, is that we're all happy that changes are being made to the offensive line because it wasn't working. Whether that was because of the coaching or the players or both, we're happy that changes are being made.
Well, if the baseline is can they improve on what they had last year, I'm optimistic that the offensive line will be better than they were last year. I think Bobby Slowick had his chance to show that he knew a damn thing about actually orchestrating blocking and the simple things in football. And he showed that he failed in that regard. Maybe it wasn't his fault. Maybe it was everybody else's fault. But I don't have confidence that Bobby Slowick was the right guy. Remember, going back to that first year, I was saying Bobby Slowick hasn't proven himself as an offensive coordinator, because I still get people saying, well, Seth, how come you were so high on him now? Like, oh, he got bad in the year? No, I don't think he had actually proved it in the first year. He was promising. I'm on record multiple times saying I thought Bobby Slowick showed promise in that first year. They weren't a genuinely good offense, and they did not run the ball effectively. He has to, at the very least, show that he can engineer a run game, and he failed miserably in that regard. So there's zero hypocrisy on my part in that. And the fact of the matter is that, yes, that was the offense. If Nick Caley is even a middling offensive coordinator, there'll be a better offensive line this year than last year. So I'm not optimistic that they're going to be a Super Bowl caliber offense, but I am optimistic that they can be better, even if they started with who they have on the roster right now. At least one or two tweaks and position changes and people brought in.
Yep. Quick one here. Please explain, Seth, what a finesse player is.
He's a really good pass protector, but is a hesitant run blocker. Yeah. And also, and the thing that used to drive me the most insane was, for being one of the most athletic offensive tackles on the field, how many times did you have to sit and watch Laramie Tunsil on a screenplay block nobody at all?
Lots.
Nobody at all.
4 times in the Chiefs game.
At times in the goal line, where he would just stand up and become spectator because he had done his job in the run game and blocked for 2 seconds. Yeah, like, that's a finesse player. He is really good at pass protection, and a hesitant run blocker. An absolute minus is a screen blocker, and that's the whatever your eyeballs tell you when you watch him play. Trent Williams would be the opposite. Like, Trent Williams, as a run blocker, as a pass protector, on screens, just does everything with a physicality to him.
Yep.
The analogy I've made before is it's the difference between a fencer and a medieval battle axe wielder.
Right.
It's a difference between a guy with just a huge broadsword versus an Olympic fencer who can do all the little things with his foil.
There you go. Text message, Rome was not built in a day. Yeah. Text message, Clint did go on to say the O-line will be better, but better is not enough to take this team to the Super Bowl. That may be the bigger argument. So can they and that's a fair point. The offensive line, I think the offensive line will be better because it can't be worse. I feel like is a take. Can it be right now, Seth? Is this group or an avenue to get to a better group this offseason available to get them to be Super Bowl caliber?
I think right now, Laken Tomlinson is just fine if that's who they had to start with. In terms of, you can have a guy like Laken Tomlinson on a really good offensive line, but he's not going to be one of the bell cows. Right. A lot of it is on the development of Blake Fisher to a huge degree, and what happens at right guard. So if they end up with Blake Fisher and Titus Howard playing the offensive tackle positions, and I think personally I like Jarrett Patterson more than Juice Scruggs right now. I think he can be another guy where I think he's got upside, but I think playing next to good guards and being with an offensive coordinator who hopefully is better than Bobby Slowick at some of the nuts and bolts things, I think he can be a competent center and possibly Juice Scruggs. But right guard is just a huge question mark right now. Right now, the guy that you would pencil in is a guy who was benched by the Vikings last
Ed Ingram,
year.
Yep.
For Dalton Reisner, who I think is still out there in free agency.
He is still out there. Ironically, yes, he's still out there in free agency. So there you go. Healthy debate between the Drive and Payne and Pendergast right there. It was good. So Derek Stingley Jr. Signs his extension. He's getting a press conference today at 12:30. I expect the over-under on the longest answer from Derek Stingley Jr. today. I'll put it. Actually, you know what? He's been a little more I won't say long-winded, because long-winded means you get tired of the answer. Like Pivot Podcast, he was dishing on that Pivot Podcast. I think
he's more comfortable with 3 guys who are football players that are just, very well, and also
Ryan Clark. You've known him since you were a kid.
He's known him since he coached him in youth league stuff.
Yeah.
I would give the longest answer. I think he gives one where he thanks some people. So that might end up going 45 seconds.
It might. Thanks his dad. His dad's a big part of his life, his football life. His dad. This got to be a big day for Senior as well. He's been very.
That's the big question. Always, I think, whenever you have a player whose father is really involved in his development, go back to David Carr, whose dad was always around. Sometimes it can be good, sometimes it can be bad, and I think there were people in the NFL that looked at Stingley's relationship with his dad and kind of, maybe not positively or negatively, just wondered about it, because sometimes it can be a disaster. Sometimes it can be really good. I remember there was all these stories about RG3 and how his parents wanted special concessions and everything, and they had this special spot at training camp. There's a lot of weirdness there. Yeah. So I think Stingley's one of those guys, just like where his dad is more Earl Woods than Norv Marinovich. It's been a very, very good influence on him.
No question. So,
is there any part of me comparing him to Earl Woods that could be taken the wrong way? I don't think so. People have a way of getting touchy about this stuff when you talk about parenting. I'm saying that is a very positive thing.
Yeah.
I don't blame Earl Woods for Tiger getting a little horny later in life, okay?
No.
I don't know if there's a way to prepare your son for being in sport like golf and what have you.
Yeah, a lot of Tiger's troubles happened after Earl passed.
That's right. Yeah.
So it's.
I'll blame him for just not getting his cholesterol checked. There you go.
There you go. So Stingley gets the second contract, and this is a big one. I know Nico got his last year. This is a former first round. This is Nick Casario's first round pick. So you hit the jackpot on that one. Kenyon Green did not go quite as well, but at least you salvaged C.J. Gardner-Johnson out of that one. As we're looking, Seth, forward here, the guys that we think are future second contract players on this Texans team, I think there's two obvious locks, and it's going to happen a year from now, and it's C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. Those are easy ones, right?
My one hesitation with Stroud would be this. If Nick Caley doesn't work out as an offensive coordinator, and if C.J. Stroud is still struggling, is still not getting the proper pass protection, all of that, I think that the Texans, as almost every other NFL team does these days, would still try to extend him. Because that's, even if you don't, I think they would still feel really good about C.J. Stroud, and they would have misgivings about Nick Caley. But as it goes with Tua Tagovailoa, Trevor Lawrence, whomever else, teams are going to extend him anyway. Yeah. C.J. might say, nah, I'm going to wait because I'm better than this, and I think I can get better than whatever the equivalent of the Trevor Lawrence contract is next year, because I plan on being better than this.
CJ betting on himself.
Yeah, and then with Will, really, I think it's almost a certainty. I want him to – he needs to Steph Curry his ankle here. Ankle issues early in his career, and people wondered about whether that was going to hold him back, and then he figured it out. Like, hopefully this year Will Anderson's ankles stay healthy completely.
I hope so too. My shred of optimism in that take is that it's not like midway through the season the ankle just started hurting randomly. I mean, he got rolled up by Neville Hewitt in the Jets game. His ankle. It was literally his ankle getting twisted underneath one of his teammates. So But I'm with you. He played well after that when he came back.
You know what? I had chronic ankle injuries for a period in high school and college, and I think that's the kind of thing, though, that once you have ankle issues, plenty of people get caught in that same situation and don't sprain their ankles. Yeah. It wasn't like such a gruesome instance. It was his leg got cut up. Yeah. You know what? You know whose legs get cut up on every single play? Some guy on the football field. Yeah, so that's the part where it wasn't so nasty that you're definitely going to sprain your ankle there. Yeah. It's just once you're in that mode and there's like that scar tissue built up or whatever the anatomy of it is, it can become more of you've got a lower threshold for when you sprain it.
And then he's out for 2 weeks after that.
But just like Steph Curry, I know people compare me to him a lot. It was an issue for me for like 3 years, and then through ankle strengthening and everything, I never had that issue again. Knock on wood.
Knock on wood. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Keep those ankles healthy, Seth.
Yeah.
Jalen Petrie. Do you think we see a Jalen Petrie contract extension this offseason?
That's a good question. Okay, so Petrie's a little bit – if I were to put him in Christian Harris's shoes – this year, Christian Harris would get an extension.
He's eligible.
He had a really good year.
Yeah, he would have.
But then he went and Kyle Tuckered it all season long. We just didn't know what was wrong with him, and he was gone for months.
The whole season, practically. Yes.
Yeah, so Petrie, as long as he stays healthy, I don't know if they. Yeah, I think they would extend him just because
they love him.
They love him.
They love him.
He's everything. He's the embodiment of the way they want their guys to play football.
Yeah.
He's not that same caliber of stud that typically gets a third-year extension, but I think the Texans are operating on a little bit more of an aggressive time frame when it comes to re-signing guys that they really care
Keeping
about.
Guys around.
That they think, but it's not going to be a a top-of-the-market deal the way Stingley's would be. Or I'll be surprised, unless Petrie really goes off.
I don't think it'll be even close to a top-of-market deal for safeties, but I do think, if you throw, $10, $12 million a year at him for a few years, for 3 years, something like that, he may jump at that. And it's his hometown. He likes playing here. So we'll see. I think guys that are eligible, highly unlikely. I don't think John Mechie's getting an extent. I think John Mechie and Dameon Pierce might be heading into their last years as Houston Texans, probably.
Yeah, I think they'll, and maybe they test the market or something and see what's out there. Now, Dameon Pierce is the one that I'm really curious to see with a different offensive coordinator. He was a lot better with Pep Hamilton than he was with Bobby Slowick. And Pep Hamilton kind of ran his offense in a way that maybe suited Dameon Pierce better. So Nick Caley was big on figuring out what does this guy do well and how can we use it. Maybe Pierce a little bit differently. So we saw some flashes out of him at times last year. He has more actual breakaway speed than we would have thought from his rookie season. But can you get that old tackle-breaking Dameon Pierce back? We'll see, but I'm skeptical at this point.
Do you think if he hadn't suffered the gruesome knee injury that we would be talking about Tank Dell next year? Not in the same light as CJ and Will Anderson. I mean, these guys are Pro Bowlers. CJ's a quarterback, so it's a completely different marketplace.
Yeah.
Will Anderson's a Pro Bowl, approaching all-pro level player. Tank Dell when healthy, is an amazing weapon to have.
He's another one that if he were healthy, I'd be curious to see what he looks like in this offense.
Yeah.
That was one of the more frustrating things about last year was where was the quick game? Where were these crossers and all of these other concepts where you think a guy like Tank Dell could really do some damage? And then lo and behold, in the Denver game in the first half, you start seeing a lot of that. And Tank Dell was on pace to have his best game of the year and kind of a vintage Tank Dell type of game, including the play that he got injured on. That would be a little bit of a wild card for me right now based on Nick Caley if there were no injury. Obviously now it's not going to happen.
And it's just the nature of the injury too. It's one thing he's coming off an ACL. He's coming off an all CL, like every CL that's in there. And then I guess the watch list for something like this, and again, we're talking, if you're just getting in your car, you're just listening, and we're talking about Texans down the line that are going to be eligible or on the radar for contract extensions, like Derek Stingley. Maybe not top of market, but guys, rookie contract. I would power rank the other guys, Seth, on the team. Kamari Lassiter, probably at the top of the list. We'll see if they have the stomach for spending big on two corners. If Lassiter continues to ascend the way he is.
About 2 years from now.
Yeah, 2 years from now. Kalen Bullock, 2 years from now. Blake Fisher, 2 years from now. And then the interesting ones become guys like Juice Scruggs and Henry To'oTo'o and Jared Patterson. Again, I don't think any of those guys are extend after year 3 guys, but are they guys that the Texans want to keep around on second contracts eventually?
Now, there is something, too. It's less of a thing these days because every rookie is making $1 million a year.
Yeah.
Back when rookies made more reasonable, manageable, like actually, hey, if the guy had gotten his MBA, he might be making this as money his first year out. Yeah. Back then, you could lock up some of the late-round draft picks by just throwing them any kind of money on a 3-year deal because they'd been making good money, but, kind of upper middle-class money.
Yeah.
Now they're all rich.
Yep.
So now by the time they're in their third year, they've all made at least $3 million.
That's true.
So it's you don't get as much out of throwing a wad of cash at them, even if it's under the market. That's funny. Yeah.
I think Lassiter's the big one. He's the one that, of all those guys, if you could buy stock in any of the guys, Seth, that were rookies last year, it's probably Kamari. Although Kalen Bullock, man, a lot of Kalen Bullock's getting, other than from Sam Monson, he's getting a lot of love from around the league.
Yeah, Blake Fisher's the one that you really, really hope works out. And he had some promising things last year, but he also, when it really mattered, looked a lot like a rookie. But even in that Chiefs game, he did do some. It's a leap from showing some as an offensive lineman, especially offensive line and cornerback is where you don't get as much mileage out of the flashes of positivity because the bad plays are so damaging.
Yeah.
So there's some young defensive linemen out there who show flashes and you're like, hell yeah, keep them around.
That's great.
Because it doesn't matter as much on their bad plays. The offensive tackles, the bad plays matter.
Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Seth needs to be Will Anderson's official ankle coach. Do you want to take on that responsibility, Seth, coaching Will Anderson on his ankles?
No, I don't want to take on any kind of responsibility or attach myself to the physical health of anybody. As I told you, Kevin Bastine, one of my favorite people from the NFL, he was the athletic trainer for the Texans for a long time. Whenever anybody tried to give him one of those athletic trainer of the year type awards, he's like, nope. Because that's all. He's like, oh, okay, great. We had the luck to not have a bunch of hamstrings and ACLs this year. So if I accept credit for it now, I know how this works. Yeah,
the opposite can be true.
Kevin's such an awesome dude. Like, he genuinely never wanted to take credit for anything. But he also understood the randomness of all of that.
All right,
no, I'm not gonna take credit nor blame for Will Anderson's ankles.
Fair. Mock draft injection time. Let's do this. This is one of the top mock drafters out there. Daniel Jeremiah. I remind you, this is the man who mock draft C.J. Stroud to the Texans at 2 and a trade up for Will Anderson at 3 2 days before the draft last year, or 2 years ago, I guess. Yeah, 2 years ago. Daniel Jeremiah, version 3.0 of his mock draft. We'll dig into it. What does he have the Texans?
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You guys know that about 40 on the nose. Good job. That we do during this part of the year, we do the mock draft injection. We inject you with mock draft this time every day because the draft is a mere, about 5 weeks from tomorrow, I think? Something like that? Yeah, so day one, man, we'll know within a month or so who the newest Houston Texans are. Daniel Jeremiah, Seth, if we were to power rank the mock drafters out there in terms of how informed they are, the validity of their opinions, their background, and things like that, Daniel Jeremiah, a former scout who's now a fixture on the NFL Network, and it seems like has pretty good information just based on some specific instances with the Texans the last few years.
He in his final mock draft, he called his shot that the Texans were going to draft C.J. Stroud and then trade up for Will Anderson.
Yeah.
So
with the Cardinals, the very next pick.
Yeah, and I hesitate to. I don't want to wonder this, but I have to wonder, man. Okay, Daniel Jeremiah is a guy that I think people trust, and maybe he had a little inside info there. I don't know. Who knows? That's a pretty bold thing to put into a mock draft.
Hell yeah, it is. It's not even a bold pick. Like he had a trade, a very specific trade.
Very specific and aggressive trade.
The only thing he got wrong was the actual draft capital.
He got the draft capital wrong, but we know that the draft capital shifted right up into the beginning of the draft.
Yeah.
So for whatever it's worth, Daniel Jeremiah, either because he has the finger on the pulse of the Texans or maybe because somebody feeds him information, he seems to have a good clue about how they might be thinking.
He's got his finger.
Oh, that's okay. Good call. Yeah, and the Cardinals are,
I mean, they're putting the video. The Cardinals are putting the video out of the trade getting made. Monty
very good call. Good call.
Yeah. So this is Daniel Jeremiah's third mock draft of mock draft season. So let's get to it, man. Who does he have the Texans taking with the 25th overall pick in the Daniel Jeremiah 3.0 NFL.com mock draft? The Houston Texans select Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle, perhaps, from the University of Texas.
Yeah, look, there's a lot I like about Kelvin Banks. I think Kelvin Banks is very swarm. He gets after it in the run game, especially. I think that for what we want right now, we want a team that can at least competently run the football. Mm-hmm. I think he's got the size and the appropriate temperament to do all of that. I'm a little iffy on his overall athleticism as an offensive tackle. There's just times where, man, he moves well for a big guy, but he's got a little bit of a lumbering effect to him, where if you look at a guy like Josh Simmons, who in this draft doesn't go until the 31st pick, he's not the same type of gifted pass protector athletically that Josh Simmons is. If I had to choose between those two, I like Josh Simmons' upside as an athlete a lot. Offensive tackle out of Ohio State. There's two things that give me a lot of pause. One, this is what Todd McShay said about him on his podcast.
Are you getting a guy who's mature enough to come in and handle his business? And there's concerns about that. Just going to be up front and straight. That's what I'm, but there's some concern with that stuff.
Okay, that's concerning to me.
Maturity,
where the offensive, I feel like the ecosystem of the offensive line right now is a delicate one.
It is,
and I don't want to introduce some organism that might not be mature enough to help the ecosystem grow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So that has me a little concerned. The other big concern is that he tore a patellar tendon during the season, and the stories of guys coming back from patellar tendon tears, it's more pessimistic than I thought it would be. There have been studies done on it. NFL players tend to have like a 2-year deficit in their performance afterwards. The biggest example for the Texans, and this was a gruesome one, was the offensive tackle for the Texans who tore both patellar tendons.
Derek Newton.
Derek Newton, yeah. Derek Newton, I mean, you ain't coming back from that.
No.
I think he kind of did a little bit, and he played a little while.
He still played again, but he was never the same. Yeah.
So I saw now he's rehabbing really well. Josh Simmons, who's still available in this draft, and he supposedly is going to participate at his pro day. And I don't know if that'll be a wise decision or not. If he looks just like he was never injured at all, I might back off a little on the skepticism over it. But typically it's a 9 to 12 month recovery, and NFL players take a couple of years to get back from that. and it also depends on what type of a patellar tendon tear it was. Maybe it was only a partial tear. I couldn't find it. Those two things, potential maturity issues, and I would really lean against drafting him in the first round.
Taking Josh Simmons.
Yeah, but he does, as a player, he has everything you want as an offensive tackle, and I think he would be a tackle. With Kelvin Banks, I watch him, and I wonder if, all right, maybe he ends up being a guard, which the Texans could use.
They need that too, yeah.
But I'd also like them, at this point, Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle, is still available here. It would be hard because I really, really want them to go offensive line. And yet, of those three guys, I feel the best about Kenneth Grant. I would want the Texans to take the defensive tackle over the two offensive tackles.
When you say you feel best about him, do you mean if you had to bet on his future? The likelihood of him being a player for them 5-10 years from now, that kind of thing?
Yeah, with Banks, there's a part of me that just wonders if he has the athleticism to handle the speed rushers.
Yeah.
I watched him versus Michael Williams, the kid out of Georgia, and it was some of the stuff around the edge and some of the speed moves that Banks had a hard time with. When he could get his hands on guys, he was just fine. They point out that one of his best games in his career was when he was a freshman versus Will Anderson. And I just wonder if part of that with Will Anderson is also that Will Anderson, as a college rusher, was kind of a bam-bam type of player. He was going to bull rush you, and there wasn't a whole lot of elegance to it. I wonder how Kelvin Banks would have handled this version of Will Anderson, who attacks the edges a lot better than he did in college.
Yeah, that's a good point. Have you monitored at all what the UT people are saying about Kelvin Banks? Because you've brought this point up before. I think it was this point repeatedly, and it's a good point, sometimes the people that know best, I feel like I could give a really educated opinion on any Notre Dame player because I watched every snap. I'm emotionally attached to what's going on out there. I've got strong opinions on it. Kellen Mond, when he was up for possibly being drafted by the Texans back in 2021, there were a lot of Aggies going, no.
Yeah, I was trying to make a case for it in my mind and try to talk myself into it, and the Aggies were saying, don't strain a groin there, big fella. You know what, I would go to Will Levis. I think Will Levis, there were people at both Penn State and Kentucky that were like, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, go Wildcats.
Have you dipped your toe into the Longhorn water on Kelvin Banks at all yet?
I haven't. Our text line would probably be good for that.
Yeah, text
Tell
in.
us, Longhorns.
Yes. Yeah.
I really like the kid.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sold on his overall athleticism as an offensive tackle. I saw somebody say, hey, this guy could be the replacement for Laramie Tunsil. I would say I think he could be a huge upgrade in the run game. As a pass protector, I'd be skeptical of that. And it's not to say that he can't, but when you talk about, man, for where we are with the offensive line right now, I'd like a guy that's either, yep, this guy's a guard and he's going to get after it, or nope, this guy's a tackle. Like Josh Simmons athletically, if they drafted him, I'd feel great about it. But he's got a torn patellar tendon and, according to Todd McShay, potential maturity issues. So I don't feel great about that.
What do you think we're saying on Friday morning, the day after day one of the draft, if they draft a wide receiver in the first round?
Oh, boy. Clint scale, in terms of the Clint Stoerner scale of what are we doing on the offensive line here. Right now, I've got patience to a degree because I don't think Nick is done building the offensive line. I'm expecting, or I want, at least one move in the draft and one trade for a veteran player. Or a couple of the guards that are out there right now I'd be cool with if they signed him in to be the starter for now. But beyond that, I'm going to start to get antsy about, all right, look, I think Nick Caley hopefully is an improvement over Bobby Slowick, but I also, let's give him some groceries to cook with.
That would be a fun show on Friday. If they, especially if it's a good wide receiver, so you're excited about the wide receiver, and yet there's this trepidation okay, I guess this is who we're rolling with on the offensive line. And pointing out, though, that you can still get good offensive linemen in the second and third rounds.
No, and to be clear, I'm not going to panic if they draft Kelvin Banks. I think there is a lot of upside there. When I watch him versus some of the more athletic defensive ends, it's not as impressive as some of the other guys. But I love in terms of swarm quotient and everything, I feel like he's got all of that.
Text coming in on Banks. Banks gets cooked in big games, somebody says. These are not people saying they are identifying themselves as Longhorns. I'm assuming they are because that's who we're soliciting the opinions from. But, yeah, if you're missing it, Daniel Jeremiah has the Texans taking Kelvin Banks, tackle, perhaps guard at the next level with the 25th overall pick. Since we've got a lot of Longhorns listening, what's the opinion on him? Text him 74610. All right, an hour from now, Vanessa Richardson, sideline reporter for the Rockets Space City Home Network, is going to join us to talk some Rockets basketball. Boy, the Rockets were getting a lot of love yesterday on ESPN, and Stephen A. Smith had one of the strongest Ime Udoka opinions that I've heard in a long, long time.
Ooh.
We will get to that. We'll hash that out. We'll do that.
I'll tell you.
Coming up next.
I'll tell you what, before we even hear
By you.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents.
Man, Stephen A. Smith loves the Rockets. This was Stephen A. Smith as we welcome you into the 8 o'clock hour here. Vanessa Richardson joining us in about an hour. We'll talk some Rockets at 9 a.m. as well. Rockets in Orlando tonight, trying to keep their 7-game winning streak going against the Magic here in Orlando. 6 o'clock tonight. Stephen A. Smith loves him some Amen Thompson.
I think they're contenders. They're too young. Do I think they're going to win the West? No. But they can shock some people because they've got a lot of talent. Shagun can ball. Jalen Green can ball. Amen Thompson. Janae, Shannon. This is going to be a future star in this league. Shannon, watch this brother play. You'll love him. I mean, this is a rough rider. I mean, he goes at you. He goes at it. He is going to, at some point, Janae, he is going to win Defensive Player of the Year. I'm telling you that right now. He's loaded with heart, got athleticism, goes after it, accepts every tough assignment.
Which makes this winning streak that they're on right now, I think, even though it's not against the greatest competition in the world, I know they needed a miracle to beat the skeleton crew the Sixers trotted out there this week, but they're winning games without Amen Thompson, and he's their best player. I know Şengün got the big contract, and he's an all-star. Jalen Green scores 20-whatever a night. Amen Thompson is the guy who erases a lot of mistakes for this team.
Yeah, and I think the positivity that you can dole out to the Rockets, it's all very clear and obvious. You just start with the overall record and then the individual performances of guys. The biggest issue by and large, other than injuries, has been the consistency of it. And in their brand of basketball, they're never going to bail themselves out of a poor effort or poor physicality by shooting. They just, that's not what works for this team. The thing that I'm optimistic about in the playoffs is that you spread the games out a little bit more. The back-to-backs don't become an issue nearly as much, and that perhaps the energy and the consistency, because of the combination of veterans and young guys, that ends up being less of an issue and less of an obstacle. So you see the very scrappy and gritty version of the Rockets who are scooping up offensive rebounds like left and right. I feel good about that. The individuals, obviously, Amen Thompson, yes, 100%. Jabari Smith Jr. getting back to health, having the day he did, having the game he did the other night.
He was great. Yeah.
All of those things, if they can stay healthy, if they can keep these guys, if they can keep Van Vliet healthy, going into the playoffs with not as many scheduling type issues and everything, I feel really good you're going to see the best version of the Rockets, which probably still isn't good enough to really push for the whole shebang, but is going to be something you can feel really good about building on next year.
Yeah, I think good enough to win a playoff series for sure. And it's shaping up, Seth, that the team that they're going to be playing, if they're able to hang where they are right now, a 2 or 3 seed right there, I mean, they might be facing Golden State in the first round. They might be facing the Lakers in the first round. Even Memphis would be a fun series with Ja Morant and Memphis. So that's Denver. I mean, it's all all tough teams. But that's got May basketball back on the radar again. I mean, it's been that time of year was a whole lot of fun, even though we got frustrated at times with James Harden, and it didn't. And they ended up not winning a title with those teams, and they made all those. Despite the amount of changes they were willing to make along the way, it was really fun having playoff basketball.
This was the problem with the Rockets and the way it went. It was because we were in a period there. Someday the historians will come up with a name for that era in Houston sports, where there was insane weirdness with both the Rockets and the Texans. Insane weirdness from 2020 through 2022. Those two organizations were just ridiculously off the board weird in a lot of ways, starting with James Harden. Mostly, I mean, there was the prelude to it. There was a lot of weirdness as a prelude to the 2020-21 season with the Rockets, the Chris Paul situation, bringing in Russell Westbrook to the point where you had to restructure your entire – that was all weird. But then James Harden getting fat and standing around on the court, basically – calling a wildcat strike in the middle of a basketball season, just by showing up and not, what was it, quiet quitting. That's the term for it these days. He quiet quit. He would show up but not put any effort into it.
He was willing to average 17 points a game for a period of time to make his point. guy who led the league in scoring was willing to average 17 a game.
And meanwhile, you had the whole Bill O'Brien GM, Jack Easterby, Rasputin experience over there with the Texans.
Yes.
So it was above and beyond just the team with it. So when the Rockets hired a GM that in a lot of ways at the time to me felt like, oh, okay, you're just hiring somebody who's in the buildings. Great. All right.
He was Cole Popovich.
He's going to try to imitate Rafael Stone's going to try to imitate Daryl Morey, and we'll see how this goes. There was very low confidence in Rafael Stone. So and much like the Texans, any move they made early on was you're like,
skeptical,
get those picks back from the Nets, but they're going to be a top 5 team every year for the next 5 years. What's that even do for you? All right, it all worked out. And Rafael Stone ended up just like earning his way into credibility.
Yeah, it's hard to find a lot of wrong moves that the Rockets and Rafael Stone have made since he became GM. Probably the big one would be how bought in they were on Kevin Porter Jr. would be the big one. Like they got him for nothing. But they were very bought in on him for a while, and then that obviously, for a variety of reasons, that fizzled out. Thank God it fizzled out.
The other part, the emotional side of all of that, too, was with both those organizations. You had all these guys who were actively forcing their way out of the city of Houston.
Yeah.
So Harden was a big stab in the kidneys. J.J. Watt, it was a little bit different because of his injury situation, his age, everything else. But, J.J. wanted out of Houston.
Yeah.
It felt like the biggest names in sports were actively trying to get themselves out of town.
Yeah, I think the best comparison would be DeShaun and James Harden because they were both guys that were highly paid. And they did it within 4 days of each other. The rumor of DeShaun wanting out happened the day they hired Nick Caserio. It was January 8th, 2021. James Harden did that press conference where he said, we're just not good enough, like 3 days after that. So that was a pretty traumatic week or so for Houston sports fans.
Well, and you go into that entire year of DeAndre Hopkins being traded away, too.
Yeah. Months before that.
The emotional scars on the sports fan in Houston from 2020 have much less to do with COVID than they do with a lot of the big names that left town.
Yeah.
It was just such a weird era. That entire 12 to 18 months was just so damn strange.
Crazy. It was crazy. Here's one more from Stephen A. Smith. This is about as strong an Ime Udoka opinion as I've heard from anybody out there.
Tillman Fertitta deserves so much credit because for hiring this dude. What happened to him in Boston, it was a crime. I will never forgive the Boston Celtics for what they did to him because they put business on Front Street. And as a guy that's been covering sports for over 30 years, that has covered the NBA, I know plenty of people who did what he was alleged to have done in the NBA. And it was never, ever reported. Ever. That was an HR matter. What happened to Ime Udoka was a crime. The Boston Celtics, because I got love for Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and those boys, I won't put it on them. And I love Brad Stevens, all options. But I'm talking about the ownership. What they did to that man is criminal. I hope they lose money. They're trying to sell a team. I hope they lose a profit. I hope they lose money. They don't deserve our love at all. Ime Udoka is an elite coach. He would be champion right now because Boston would have won the championship with them last year. Okay, and Houston eventually will win a championship with that man as coach. He can coach anybody in the NBA. He is that elite.
Strong on many levels on that opinion right there.
This is the thing with Udoka is that because people never say it explicitly, it sounds way worse than what even in Stephen A. Smith in saying that. I think a lot of people hear that and they hear, well, back in the day, everybody like sexually harassed their secretary or whatever. Like, no, it wasn't that. It was a consensual relationship with somebody in the organization.
Right.
So it wasn't. I feel like the way people talk around it makes it sound, even as they're defending him, makes it sound way worse than what it
like
was.
He's a Me Too guy or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. It was a really, really weird situation in Boston where he got fired for having a consensual relationship with somebody that, as Stephen A. Smith said, it was an HR issue, but not an HR issue in like a sexual harassment type of way. Right. So and it is there, and there's more to it given her husband and who he was and everything. Like, I don't know if it was a crime that he got fired, but it wasn't a Me Too type situation. Right. But the way the optics of it were that he was a bad dude or something. Being ahead and saying like, all right, I don't know, it might look a certain way to some people, but we know what the actual situation is. And yeah, we're going to hire him when I think a lot of other teams were kind of waiting to let the smoke die down before they would have made a move for Udoka.
And you hear nothing about it anymore. You know, like the guys, he's to me, it's going to be tough to win Coach of the Year when you got two teams that are so far out in front in their respective conferences. Either Cleveland and OKC. I feel like one of those two head coaches is probably going to win it just because they're so far out in front of everybody with teams that are in smaller markets that have been built kind of very organically. But Ime Udoka, it undeniably has done a fantastic job as the head coach of this basketball team, not only in actually winning games, but in changing the culture as well. There's a lot of similarities with the Rockets and the Texans, man, in that time. And I'll even take the time frame from 2022 on, Seth. Not just the weirdness era that you described there, but the coaches that they were able to hire when they were at rock bottom, the nature of those coaches in terms of just how tough-minded they are, how much they instill grit with their team. I think if there were such a thing as swarm in the NBA, I think Ime Udoka is a swarm NBA coach. Yeah. And then just the similarities with which they were both built. Just stockpiling as much draft capital as you could from the trades of DeShaun Watson and James Harden to help go get some. Tari Eason is a James Harden pick. Reed Shepherd is a James Harden pick.
The fun thing about watching Udoka in the playoffs this year is going to be when it comes to the playoffs, man, it all comes down to versus which team in whichever series. So you got that dynamic now of when they put in their modern version of the Twin Towers with both Adams and Şengün, which obviously you're not going to roll that out for 30 minutes a game, but used selectively and in the right moments, those are the things where you can really show your mettle as an NBA coach. And with as many athletic wings as they have, those matchups are going to be really important. So that's going to be a lot of fun from a coaching perspective to see how Udoka handles it.
Yeah, the chess game. I think I think he'll thrive there. I mean, he's taken a team to the finals. I think he's going to thrive with that stuff. But you're right, with this specific roster, that's why I was not all that hepped up about making a big move at the trade deadline with this team. I want to see what this group looks like in the postseason for 1 year before we then determine what exactly it is. What you need in an 82-game regular season is not the same thing that you need in a 3-month postseason.
Right, yeah, especially
it's a different style.
Whether you're bringing Durant or anybody else in, it's no shade at all on any of those players and what they could do for the team.
Yeah.
But doing it mid-season is a lot harder than it looks on paper. And disrupting the chemistry, even though they still have to work on that and improve the consistency and everything. I really wasn't eager to trade away a bunch of the future when you have a core that you feel really good about moving on into the future. So if they want to get aggressive in the offseason, yes. But it was the midseason nature of it that kept me from being too eager for anything.
That makes sense. People weighing in on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line talking about Kelvin Banks. Watched every snap. The way Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft has the Texans taking Kelvin Banks with the 25th overall pick, the tackle, perhaps guard at the next level out of the University of Texas. We solicited some Longhorn opinions on this. Watched every snap. 12-year pro. Good, solid pro. Not all pro level. Not sure about left tackle. Probably a right tackle or a guard.
Right, yeah, and and I guess I use the term athleticism pretty loosely, and maybe that's not fair because there's lots of really good tackles that aren't the athlete that Laramie Tunsil is. Mm-hmm. I think that sometimes Laramie Tunsil gets more credit than he should because he's so athletic and he's an artist as a pass protector. He doesn't use that athleticism in the run game at all. But that's my biggest reservation is just whether versus the real speed rushers, whether his technique is going to be sound enough to handle those guys.
Yeah.
And I think in terms of his physicality, his size, all of those other things, they all check off boxes. It's harder for me to visualize him being really good versus the speed rushers in the NFL. You're going out on a flyer there. But again, we're talking about the 25th pick.
Yes.
If he did show all of those traits as an offensive tackle, he'd be a top 10 pick.
That's right, he wouldn't be there. Yeah.
That's the dicey thing about taking a tackle in the back half of the first round is that, he's not going to have those traits. Those guys go high. Yeah,
something's askew.
It's easier with guards. With a guard, like if he had played guard, I'd have and played especially in the run game the way he does, or as a pass protector, I would have no qualms about it whatsoever. Taking him as a guard.
He'd be Tyler Booker, which I think Texan fans would be thrilled to get at 25.
Yeah,
the kid from Alabama. Text message: Kelvin Banks is my favorite O-lineman to ever come out of Texas. I think he's a huge reason they were back-to-back Final Four in the college football playoffs, especially while blocking for a very immobile quarterback like Quinn Ewers and only allowing 4 sacks in 1,500 pass block snaps.
Yeah.
Again, to your point, against a different caliber of pass rusher, it's 4 sacks. He's
right. No, so there's. I'll say this about every single guy that's available at 25 as an offensive tackle. Yeah, there's. It's like with the other positions. It's guys that would go in the second or third round if they played guard or something. You stretch and reach a little bit for an offensive tackle.
Yep.
But that's my only hesitation with it. Is that I can't like with Josh Simmons. If Josh Simmons didn't have a torn patellar tendon, and if according to Todd McShay there might be some concerns about his maturity. If they took him at 25, but he didn't have those 2 issues, I would feel awesome about him. I can envision it a lot more easily.
Yep.
But he's got those issues that might make him fall past 25.
Yep. All right,
the patellar tendon's a big one, man.
Yeah.
I just don't know.
You've had that
that's
injury.
Just if the Texans were in a different position on their offensive line, I would say hell yeah. The patellar tendon, maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't. But if it does work out, I feel like you got to steal. But right now, I don't want them to. I need to have at the very least a healthy and competent offensive tackle.
If they were truly red shirt, NFL red shirt, you could stash him, let him recover from the. They're not. They got needs. They've got acute needs. All right, a lot of text rolling in. We'll get to you guys. The text.
I like that Longhorns are very bullish on him.
Yeah,
it's the least scientific way, but that I trust the most is people that have watched a guy through. In the same manner as which Texans fans have a different feeling about Laramie Tunsil than a lot of other people, it's because Texans fans have watched the operation every week throughout his entire career, and they know that the PFF pass protection grade doesn't tell the whole story.
Yep.
So likewise, with college football fans, they've had opportunity to see guys' blemishes in a way that hits a little bit different than when you're sitting in a room and you watch 3 hours straight of every single rep. It's different when you watch it week to week.
Is the market drying up for the biggest name free agent that's out there? Some news just broke about the biggest name out there. He's not signing anywhere right now, but there's one team that is out, and there could be more teams that are out on this guy. And also, C.J. Stroud, one of his heroes, had good things to say about him. We'll have all that for you coming up next. But baseball season is on the
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You know, maybe people are getting a little tired of Aaron Rodgers just sitting around figuring out what he wants to do. The breaking news that popped up on our TV screen here in the studio about 20 minutes ago was that the Minnesota Vikings are out on Aaron Rodgers. They are no longer considering him. Yeah. That was the one spot, Seth, where we had played audio from a lot of people saying, oh, wow, if the Vikings get Aaron Rodgers, they become immediate contenders to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. And I think you and I are both scratching our heads a little bit, wondering if these various people had the Sunday ticket or the ability to watch Jets games.
A whole lot of feel of Steve Nash to the Lakers.
Yeah.
That, oh, boy, there's a name I know and recognize.
Right.
And I've got highlight reels of him when he was awesome.
He was an MVP 8 years ago.
Just stop it, NFL writers. Stop acting like NBA writers, where they think just like name brand appeal is all that it takes to be a great basketball team. Okay,
so that's interesting. So the Vikings are out on him, which means it is the J.J. McCarthy show in Minnesota. So he's going to be the guy. He'll be the. I'm guessing the Week 1 starter. For them.
I feel that there's a lot of ingrained trust of Kevin O'Connell as an offensive coordinator and what he got out of Sam Darnold, that I feel like on the average, I think people are, I don't want to say whistling past the graveyard a little bit, but maybe ignoring you know what they're doing? They're ignoring the reckless driver next to them. That, like, okay, we're just not certain that there's not going to be an accident right here. J.J. McCarthy is still 100% a rookie.
Yeah.
Hasn't taken a single damn snap. And you just don't know, no matter how good the offensive coordinator is, exactly what it's going to look like. Behind also a seemingly improved offensive line. They
got new guys.
Were very aggressive in bolstering their offensive line, but you just flat out don't know. So I don't think that Aaron Rodgers was going to, for any team, is going to be a slam dunk. Yep, there you go. I think they would have been a good candidate, except that I feel like you got to be all in on Aaron Rodgers and not be viewing him as a bridge quarterback.
Yeah.
It's got to be that if he is a bridge quarterback, it's because J.J. McCarthy's going to sit out, another year entirely?
Right.
Like if this was J.J. McCarthy's rookie year, his genuine rookie year, at least on the books, I might say, yeah, go ahead and let got to be all in on Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
they're 2 years into J.J. McCarthy's deal. I think you got to get him out on the field.
Yeah,
so it never made a lot of sense to me.
You're burning daylight for sure.
Yeah.
So Vikings out on Aaron Rodgers. Are the Steelers out on Aaron Rodgers? Here's Cam Hayward on his podcast saying that Aaron Rodgers basically needs to make up his mind. The Steelers are one of the teams that has reportedly reached out to Aaron Rodgers to be their quarterback this year. Here's Cam Hayward, who is a future Ring of Honor member at Acrisure Field in Pittsburgh, on his podcast saying, make up your mind, Aaron.
So if they called you and were like, we need you to follow him into the darkness for a couple days, he says if you come down there with him, he's signing. Are you going to be off the grid for a little bit, go to the darkness and try to get this guy? We need you. You're our best recruiter. I'm about to get to Darius Slay, and it sounds like you recruited him too. So we need you to start recruiting. Get that NIL bag out like you did at Ohio State.
I ain't doing that or darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. Pittsburgh Steelers. If you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
Yeah. Oh boy, Steelers fans, man, you hear a clip like that, and all that Yinzer pride you have, you're knocking back a Yingling hardcore on that one. Yeah.
He's a wrestler that goes into an arena and grabs the mic and says, "It's great to be right here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania." Nobody in their town uttered by somebody.
If he was to do it as The Rock, he would get up and act like he was about to make a big pitch to Aaron Rodgers, but then immediately, flip immediately, be like, you either put up or shut up or something much more clever that Rock would
I'll tell you
say,
exactly what The Rock would do, Seth. He would go to Aaron Rodgers, he would walk up to him, dark retreat or not, wherever it was, and he would say, "Do you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler?" And Aaron Rodgers would go, and he would go, "It doesn't matter if you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler." It's exactly what he would do.
Or he'd bust into the darkness retreat 12 hours into it and say, get your candy ass to Pittsburgh now?
That's right, candy ass. Yeah, there you go, Seth.
He'd work a way to get candy ass in
He always does, yeah.
I think this. I know people tried to downplay Aaron Rodgers missing a mandatory team event last year. People loved saying, well, it's not like him missing mandatory minicamp is why they lose a game in October. That's precisely the point. You don't know when the work you don't put in is going to show up specifically.
Yep.
You do know that guys like Tom Brady, when he showed up to Tampa, was violating COVID rules to go work out with Byron Leftwich. Remember when Tom Brady walked into somebody's house because he walked into the wrong house?
The wrong backyard,
He thought he was Byron Leftwich's neighbors.
Yeah.
Can you imagine just sitting
Brady
in your
walks in.
kitchen and Tom Brady walks in? That's still one of the weirdest things ever.
And yet during COVID, you might have been like, okay, this whole world's been weird for 6 months now. This is on brand for this world we're living in right now.
For those of you who don't remember, Tom Brady walks into a stranger's house, strolls into the kitchen with a bag of footballs, properly inflated, and looking for Byron Leftwich. How do you process that? And that remains one of the weirdest things I've ever heard from the perspective of the homeowner there.
Not just any NFL player. The greatest NFL player in the history of the sport walks into your kitchen.
The only way it could be any better if it was a middle-aged divorcee.
Oh, can you imagine? That's why his marriage fell apart.
Tom Brady walks in, and you're just sitting there in your house coat, smoking a cigarette. Tom Brady with a bag casually slung over his shoulders, hair perfectly coiffed, says like, "Oh, I must be in the wrong place. I don't know what I'm going to do for the next 15 to 20 minutes."
Oh, man.
So, yeah, it matters. It matters. So that incident, him not canceling a vacation because God knows why, because he had a vacation plan to Egypt already, so he couldn't do the mandatory minicamp.
Yep.
That's going to be a big obstacle for a lot of teams that genuinely value culture or who are trying to establish a culture.
The Steelers?
Yeah. I mean, that's a tell, man. Like, that's just not People pointed out that Tom Brady missed time in training camp after their Super Bowl. Yeah, that was when he was going through a divorce, and he's finding out that a jiu-jitsu instructor was likely nailing his wife. Like, it wasn't because he had a planned vacation to Egypt and decided that, no, my Egyptology is more important than anything else.
Right.
The other thing that bothered me about all that is the way that Aaron Rodgers explained it afterwards. He seemed like one of those people that really want other people to think that, oh, I'm a history buff or I'm an Egyptologist or something. Yeah. No, dude, don't try to paint yourself that way. Yeah. You just didn't want to go to camp.
Fraud. Would you pursue if something big in your life required you to go to a darkness retreat, would you be able to do it?
Oh, if it required, yes, I would do it. If it was big, if that were the thing that the darkness, I wouldn't mind. I could totally do, or I want to do a long meditation retreat, like a brutal meditation retreat where you're, not speaking for multiple days and everything. The only thing about the darkness retreat that freaks me out is the critter quotient. Like I don't want to be hallucinating 36 hours into a darkness retreat,
dude, yeah,
and wondering whether it's an actual scorpion on my thigh,
yeah, man,
or if I'm just imagining it.
Yeah.
That's the part. So I don't know. I could handle the solitude and the silence. I mean, at any given point during the day, I'm really, really close to just going off and digging a hole in the woods and living in it.
Going and living.
I could be, if I didn't have a good family life at home life,
couldn't.
So yeah, that part doesn't bother me, but the critter part and not being able to examine it bothers me.
You know what struck a nerve with some of our listeners is bringing back up the 2020 through 2022 weirdness era in Houston sports.
Oh yeah.
Someone says on the text page, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, don't forget the John Wall experiment. Remember that when the Rockets?
My God, John Wall.
We're paying John Wall $47 million to not show up at the arena.
And then with people in the NBA media treating it like, wow, that's maturity there. John Wall's willing to do the right thing for the team and sit at home making millions and millions of dollars completely healthy.
I hate the NBA media so much. Oh, my God, that's right.
God, the problem with the NBA
he was a
media
hero. He was a hero for staying home and accepting $47 million from the Rockets.
I'm not painting with a broad brush here. I'm just saying that there are too many NBA media members who are extreme fanboys. Yeah. And they're totally any one of them, as long as you're a top 50 NBA player, they would gladly hide a murder weapon for you. Like they're such fanboys that it annoys me. Yes.
Yep. Vanessa Richardson joins us top of the hour. She does not fall into that category.
I've asked her to hide so many murder weapons for me, and
same.
she's declined every single time. To her credit, she's never snitched.
Yeah. Oh no, she's the best. Mike and Cyfair weighs in on the text page. This is we're all over the place on the text page. We got some good things popping. Kelvin Banks, who was mock drafted to the Texans earlier in the show by Daniel Jeremiah. Longhorns were better. Plus, he blocked for a bitch who didn't move. Mike, that's a little extreme. That's a little extreme. All right. Come on now, Mike.
Mike's not usually that aggressive.
I know. Mike's like one of the nicest guys ever.
I was going to give a plug for the company he works for, but I'm going to hold off on that. I'll do it tomorrow or something.
Wait, when you're not dropping B words on the text page, Mike.
And honestly, he's that type of a player that 100% the endorsement of Longhorns goes a long way for me with Kelvin Banks, because he's not quite the perfect fit for what you think of in athletically or movement skills of a first-round offensive tackle. But there's definitely 100% something there. And when it comes to the run game, he shows all of the nastiness that you want. So he is a guy that you hope, like, he's going to have to do it with technique. He's going to have to do it with intelligence. He's going to have to do it with all of those things. And there's plenty of really good offensive tackles in the league who aren't incredible combine testers or what have you. So that does make me feel a lot better about it. Like, unanimously so far, Longhorn fans have said, yeah, hell yeah, Kelvin Banks.
Yep, they have. And I would be reading the negative ones if they were on here. I'm just not seeing them on here, so that's good. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, up next, I mentioned it earlier, we'll do it here. C.J. Stroud, a hero of his, says that C.J. is one of my favorite quarterbacks to watch. We'll have that. And Vanessa Richardson joins us top of the hour, talk some Rockets. That's all coming up next. But first, men's
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you on a Wednesday. Vanessa Richardson going to join us in about 15 minutes or so.
We've had a lot of good commercial break discussions today that actually would have each been good standalone topics. We need to start doing a podcast immediately after the show is over where we do nothing except stuff that we didn't talk about
The
on
table
air.
scraps left over from our off-air conversations.
Yeah, which is really probably when we're at our most interesting because I'm not worried about getting fired in those moments.
You're pretty interesting.
Yeah.
That's not
I use the C word a lot more.
Oh, yeah.
What I was talking about, this occupies too much of my headspace, but I always try to think about who was the first person that ever got a barbed wire tattoo, like a badass barbed wire tattoo around your arm. Probably in the late 1800s. I think it was invented in 1865 or so, the barbed wire. It's like some guy who was a merchant marine or something, or had done time, got this badass tattoo. And we've never thought that one day millions and millions of frat boy C words would also have this same tattoo.
Yes.
And Pamela Anderson. Yeah.
That's the one I always think of, is the actual movie Barbed Wire. She had one, right? Yeah. That's the first one.
There was somewhere out there, long dead, is a guy who got the first barbed wire tattoo.
Does Chris Myers, the former Texan, have a barbed wire tattoo? I thought he did. He listens. Chris, if you have a barbed wire tattoo, let us know. For some reason, I thought he did.
Chris is in shape, man.
I know.
He's like a lot of offensive linemen look good because they lose a bunch of weight. Chris was never a huge offensive lineman, but he got shredded.
Yeah.
And he still works out in not a kind of bloated doing roids looking type of way that a lot of middle-aged guys have.
Yeah.
He just looks really fit and healthy.
I want to say he's in that line of work now too. Like he might own some gyms or something.
Kids.
Yeah. He might have an ownership interest. I don't know. I may be thinking of the Chris Myers on Fox. He looks shredded all the time.
Seth McKinney, brother of former Texan Steve McKinney, and an Aggie, and they have a podcast. They do an Aggie podcast now, or at least they show up weekly. Yeah, I listen to it sometimes during the game. It's one of the Aggie pod. They're really good together.
Yeah.
But Steve lost a bunch of weight, but Seth got shredded. He owned a CrossFit for a while. I don't know if he still does.
Yeah. Steve still has to support McDonald's in some way, shape, or form. You know what I mean? He can't get too shredded. He owns a bunch of McDonald's.
He does. He owns like 400 McDonald's.
Like if you own McDonald's, like if you have washboard abs and you own a McDonald's, sorry, I'm not eating at your McDonald's. You know?
Would you rather own a CrossFit and have washboard abs, or own 400 McDonald's and still look pretty healthy, but not shredded?
The latter, man. This is got one life to live, man. Go for it.
I'm exaggerating. It's not 400, but it's a bunch.
Yeah. He owns a bunch, man. He's a McDonald's entrepreneur. Matthew Stafford was on the New Heights podcast. That's the Kelsey Brothers podcast, for the 5 of you that don't know that. He was talking about our guy. You know, if you remember, C.J. Stroud, huge Matthew Stafford fan. I got to imagine this feels pretty cool to hear. If C.J. is indeed listening to the New Heights podcast, to hear Matthew Stafford say this.
I do watch those guys when they get into the league, like C.J. Stroud. I thought he had an unbelievable rookie year. And I still think he had a tough year this year, but they had a ton of injuries around him and all that kind of stuff.
Offensive line struggled.
Yeah, and so they have – but I like watching the young guys play because it kind of like revitalizes me, invigorates me a little bit. Like, golly, these guys are out there just playing carefree, ripping it. You know, sometimes when you have – a bunch of years of experience, you got some scars too, right? And you're like, I mean, these guys are just letting it rip into this coverage, and and I'm like, I remember CJ threw a touchdown. I think it was a preseason game. He threw like a bang 8 into 3 buzz right over the safety's head, and I was like, I saw him like, what are you doing, ripping the skinny right into rotation for a touchdown? He's like, hey, man, they didn't play it right. And I'm like, shit, just to be careful enough to be like, you know what, shoot it in there and score. I'm like, man, I'd have been going that way. Yeah. And, probably been 2nd and 6. We'd been happy with the 4-yard completion, but my man's trotting off the field with a touchdown.
Didn't know there was an S-bomb in there. That's on me, Ben. I should have listened a little closer. Yeah.
So
you really like C.J. Stroud.
Seth?
The play, I know, right? The play that he was talking about, because I know this because on the video version of this, they actually had they did that split video thing where the podcast is on top and the actual play is running on the bottom. It was that very first touchdown of the preseason against the Steelers
to Tank Dell.
Tank Dell.
Yeah.
where Tank Dell broke. It was right in that gap in the coverage there, and then Tank breaks a tackle, goes into the end zone. And I remember Field Yates retweeting the video of that right after, saying Texans offense is going to be a problem this year. And I was like, yeah, you're right, Field. It's going to be a problem.
You know what? That is one of those moments too where CJ at the end of the season said he thought he knew what it was all about being a franchise quarterback, but he didn't. He thought he knew, but he didn't know.
Yeah.
Those are the kinds of things in the preseason or in your first season where teams don't have film on you yet or anything, where that's a classic preseason play that was a lot more achievable when teams haven't game planned for you all week and aren't trying to take certain things away. You're doing it on Madden at that point. You're just going up against the team. Jay learned this year that, man, it's that much harder each successive year as you start to build tendencies. I do think that I have yet to find somebody, that actually watches the game a lot, former quarterbacks or people, that do the film analysis and everything, that are really all that worried about C.J. Stroud.
Right.
So if you find people who don't think C.J. Stroud's going to be good long-term, they tend to be opposing fan base members.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where Nick Caley comes in. It's, yes, the talent on the offensive line still needs to be upgraded, 100%. I agree with that part of it. But there are a lot of things that can be better simply by having a competent or better offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
I think there's a reason that they fired Bobby Slowick and not many other guys. And Bobby Slowick himself admitted during the season that they were too slow to adapt to the defenses that they were seeing. And that's exactly what it looked like with your eyeballs. So whatever moves they make for personnel on the offensive line, they pale in comparison to me in terms of, okay, how good is Nick Caley?
Yeah.
Is Nick Caley an actual good offensive coordinator?
Are they better coach? Now, as far as weapons goes, as far as the weapon category for CJ, they got Nico Collins, who's great. They've got Christian Kirk, who when he's healthy is really good. I almost feel like receiver is as big a need right now. It's crazy to say because they've completely torn apart the offensive line room.
Yeah.
But receiver, it's not as urgent as offensive line, but to me it's clearly like the decent gap, then it's wide receiver, and then an equal gap, and then it's everything else for me.
I wouldn't be as concerned about wide receiver, just in that a guy like Noah Fant or somebody like that can come along and be a good option.
Noah Brown, yeah.
Noah Fant.
Well, he got signed, not. Just so you know.
Yeah.
He signed with Watch, but a guy like that.
But I was leading to the tight end position anyway, where you've got a good slot receiver in Christian Kirk, who also plays on the outside. It's not like he's exclusively a slot receiver, but he's a slot receiver. You've got Nico Collins. Yes, I would like them to upgrade there, but it doesn't have to be a name brand guy. Again, going back to the conversations we had last off year, it's few and far between the potent NFL offenses that have more than two really good receivers that you feel awesome about.
Yep.
The third guy can be a complementary piece. So I would feel a lot better about it and not worry about that second outside guy at all if you felt good about the tight ends room.
Mm-hmm.
That's where, for me, it doesn't have to be a wide receiver, but somebody who's a receiving option. And with Dalton Schultz, he's more of a complementary piece as a receiver than he is a straw that stirs the drink.
Got an update, by the way. The Cubs lost again today, Seth, 6-3 to the Dodgers over in Japan. The season is underway, people. If you're wondering what that buzz is in the air, that feeling that you're feeling, it's the opening of Major League Baseball. So this is the second game of the season. Cubs and Dodgers are playing in Japan. Update on former Astros. Kyle Tucker gets his first RBI as a 1-for-8 now with a walk as a Chicago Cub.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's still bad.
Still bad.
Yeah,
it's 125 batting average. He stinks.
We'll have to monitor the Cubs and find out the point. What's the over-under on when Kyle Tucker turns into a good baseball player statistically?
Typically, it's in June sometime. That's what it was for the Astros.
He's had a lot of those years. He had 3 years in a row where the advanced stats would indicate that he had bad luck. He was hitting the ball well and everything, and yet there he is hitting 200. It doesn't help really ease your brain or emotions at all when, hey, Baseball Savant says that he's actually got an expected batting average of 293. Yeah.
So Ryan Presley comes in to pitch the 9th inning for the Cubs today. Granted, this was a game they were already trailing 6-3.
Yeah.
Didn't give up a run in 1 inning. 3 walks.
Oh.
3 walks, no strikeouts. Yeah. So he walked the bases loaded and managed to worm his way out of it. So
that's a good classic Ryan Presley.
That is Ryan Presley. That
Put
is
some people on the base paths, but he got out of it with no runs. Ultimately, are you a good reliever? Don't allow any runs.
That's it, man.
It close out the inning.
Yeah.
It's one thing as long as you finish the inning.
Right.
It's one thing to put a bunch of people on base and then run away. But
I didn't give up these runs.
If you close the inning out, that's all we ask of you.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, up next, Vanessa Richardson, sideline reporter for the Houston Rockets, Space City Home Network. Rockets on a 7-game winning streak. Couple winnable ones coming up here in Florida. We'll find out what the vibe is around the team from Vanessa coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. I needed one.
KILT FM 82 Houston 10, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We've been talking some Rockets today. We're going to talk some Rockets right now as we welcome in our guest on the hotline. She's in Orlando as we speak, getting ready for tonight's game between the Orlando Magic and the Houston Rockets. 6 o'clock tip-off tonight on Space City Home Network. Vanessa Richardson, sideline reporter for the Rockets, joining us here on Payne and Pendergast. Vanessa, good morning. How's Orlando treating you right now?
Good morning. I'm loving the Florida weather. We're here and then Miami, so I never complain about a good Florida trip.
Yeah, that's probably you're very you post a lot of stuff when you arrive for different road trips and things like that. I would imagine the Florida and California, I feel like, and anywhere that Craig Ackerman can ride a mechanical bull, yes. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Well, landing in Utah or one of those cold cities is definitely different.
Absolutely. So this has been fun lately, Vanessa, a little 7-game winning streak. So take us inside the game on Monday night, which might be the wildest NBA game that I've watched in a long, long time. Are you feeling the same thing that after the game, Jabari Smith said to you, like, this is much better for us that we actually had to play a close game than blowing these guys out by 20? Is that kind of the vibe you got from that game afterwards amongst the team?
Yeah, and I think when you're in the NBA, you have to learn to win in different ways. And I'm sure watching as Rockets fans, you were like, why are we losing to the Philadelphia 76ers? They have 11 guys injured. NBA. Every team plays every team. The Clippers just beat the Cleveland Cavaliers last night. So the league is what it is. And I think for the guys to have to fight and claw their way back and learn how to win in different ways. And then you have some ejections and, Amen's injured already. I think as we inch towards playoffs, I think it is good for the guys to get that experience, and the coaching staff has said as much. So it was really rewarding to watch everything come together and to watch different guys step up, whether you're talking about Alpi in those crunch time moments and the communication from DeShaun to Jabari. Just there were a lot of cool storylines there as the Rockets were able to get that win. And look, we don't want every game to be that close or for them to have a franchise record tying comeback of 25 points. But it was a very rewarding win for sure.
Yeah, and Vanessa, I guess the big question in just trying to divide the season up into chunks. Obviously, you had the 2024 version of the Rockets where they were scrappy as all get out and they were exceeding expectations. And then we saw the 2025 version of the Rockets where the defense fell off, the rebounding wasn't what it was, and then the most recent stretch of road losing games. It was very, very frustrating. But now they're doing, I hate to say they're doing what they should be doing, but they're taking care of business against lesser teams. So I don't know how much stock to put into it, and yet winning a bunch of games in a row is hard for any NBA team against any opponent. Do you feel like they've missed these side of things, or is it something we really genuinely won't know until they hit another, I guess, a more challenging stretch of schedule?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question. Before the All-Star break, and especially after the All-Star break, the coaching staff, Ime had said he felt like some things fell off, not only the rebounding, but just the defensive communication and this team's identity. And that was just a tough stretch for the guys. And, Ime has said the attention to detail is going to be really important coming up, as have Fred and Dylan and Jeff and those guys that have actual playoff experience because of what you're saying. I mean, any night in the NBA, a team can win. So I do think that there's been actual progress. I feel like the guys are very, very focused. Not that they weren't before, but this is a new side of them that I'm seeing, Sean and Seth, because these young guys, have never experienced winning this much. They've never experienced at this point in the season thinking we're going to the playoffs. So I do think that the focus is there. I think that, of course, there was a tough stretch, but I also, and I hate to go big picture with it, but every team in the NBA for the most part experiences some stretch that's really tough. And so I think that the main thing at this point is staying healthy and focusing on keeping that defensive identity that makes them so unique. And I'm definitely excited for what's upcoming. But to your point, Seth, there is a more upcoming tougher stretch at the end of the schedule. There's no doubt about that.
Vanessa Richardson, Rocket sideline reporter, Space City Home Network, joining. The best updates that we've gotten on Amen Thompson's health have come from your reports during the games recently, Vanessa. So for those who may have missed the game last night, what's the latest on Amen Thompson, and what are your thoughts on how they've played, how they've kind of managed without the guy who I think is their most impactful player on the team this year?
Yeah, he's been incredible. It's been really cool to see, in his second year, because look, his rookie year, he had to deal with some illness, he had to deal with some injury, but it's been really cool to see him develop and everybody around the league take notice. So that last hurdle that he has to overcome is that contact work that he has to do. And so he could come back as early as Miami, which of course is our next game. So that would obviously not only be ideal, but it would be really cool just because of that Tyler Harrow storyline and what happened the last time that they met up.
The hip toss, yes.
Yeah. That would be, I know as a WWE guy, you were a fan of that.
Big
but
fan, yeah.
no, I mean, whenever he comes back, I think that it's going to be huge for the team. He's been doing work on that non-weight bearing treadmill, and then he was able to do some spot shooting with assistant coach Ben Sullivan. So he is genuinely making progress. And that after he gets that last hurdle out of the way, look, I mean, I think he's going to be huge for this team.
Oh, Vanessa, you can do a much better job than I did with this. I tried to explain that Alter G treadmill, the anti-gravity treadmill to Sean the other day, and I feel like I failed completely machine. So let's explain to Sean, like you're somebody who's smarter and a better teacher than Seth Payne, what an Alter G treadmill is.
Yeah, it's non-weight bearing and it's anti-gravity, and it has this plastic type. I'm so bad at describing this, like a bubble around it. So It looks like a regular treadmill, except for there's like this huge bubble around it, and somehow via science, that is a non-weight bearing treadmill, and that is a step in the right direction. Obviously, Go ahead.
Yeah, well, it kind of suspends you above. Doesn't suspend you, but it takes some of the weight off, Sean, so that you can run with a normal running motion and everything. Yeah. And your foot is hitting the treadmill and everything the way it would when you run, but without as much force.
Okay, got it. Hey, Vanessa, Vanessa and I live in the same building. What are the chances that you think we could get one of those in our gym in the building, or is it a little too pricey?
It's probably a little too pricey, but maybe we look. Also, some of the people that live in our building, let's be honest, they've got the cash. Not you and I.
No.
But maybe we could get a sponsor on this.
Yeah, that's right. Vanessa and I do not live on a floor that begins with a 3.
No, we're not in the penthouse.
No,
we're not in the penthouse.
No, we do not. That's great. Vanessa Richardson, sideline reporter for the Houston Rockets, joining us here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Vanessa, the leaders on this team, the veteran leadership, they brought in Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks last year. The Steven Adams move has been a sneaky good one for this team. You're around the team on a daily basis. Can you talk about kind of how throughout, what are the things that you see on a daily basis from those veteran guys that are kind of transferring over to the younger guys?
It's such a great question, and I feel like I see it all the time where, even like Jeff Green, who I think is a very underrated veteran on this team, will pull Jabari or Tari to the side and, tell them whatever it is on the court or off the court. And what a lot of the young guys have told me is they've learned a lot about preparation and taking care of their body from Dylan Brooks, because Dylan is so disciplined. And then you have Fred VanVleet, who Ime has said, that's our coach on the court. He's won a championship. He's very mature, very cerebral. And then, Steven Adams, Steven just had to get healthy when he got here and get back into his rhythm. I remember him saying that first year of recovering from surgery is physical, and then that second year recovering is almost mental. So the impact that he's had, not only on the court, we've seen what that double big lineup can do, but what he's doing for the guys off the court. And I think it's really going to matter, guys, during the playoffs, because as the veterans have told me, we can tell them all we want, but they have to experience it for themselves. However, yes, they have to experience it, but I think having veterans to talk to them about the bright lights and the big moments and help them with preparation and that detail is going to be important. So I see it on a daily basis. Every day I see the veterans helping the younger guys, and that is something that Ime and Rafael were very intentional about bringing veterans here that could make a difference on the court, but also help develop the young guys off of it.
Sean and I were talking about this the other day. A lot of bad advance press on Dillon Brooks, and coming out of a situation in Memphis where Memphis just flat out said, we don't want him back under any circumstance. What was your experience in seeing Dillon Brooks come into the organization, and maybe whatever expectations you had or what you had read about him versus what you've seen of him this last 1.5 seasons?
Immediately the nicest guy off the court. And I had been told by some people in Memphis that the on-court persona was just that, a persona. But I needed to see it for myself. And yeah, he's a killer on the court. He is not afraid to jaw back and forth. He's not afraid to taunt the crowd. And look, anybody that's not going to back down against LeBron James and poke that bear is definitely bold. But he is so professional. He takes so much pride in his preparation, his recovery. He is such a great veteran for the guys to be around. He is the defensive head of the snake of this team. And I think he was really good for the guys, look, that are already strong on defense, like Tari and Amen, but they've told me they learn a lot from Dillon too. So I just think when you take inventory of all the vets that they brought in, everybody brings something different. But Dillon is such a great guy. He's such a great guy to deal with as the team reporter and a media member, because he's also very honest about wherever the team is at, where he feels like they need to improve, and he takes accountability. And so I have absolutely loved covering him. It's probably one of the number one questions that I get when people ask me about this team, and I cannot rave about his professionalism and what he has credible.
Vanessa, Sean knows this. I'm not just saying it because you're on. I think I've told you this in person before, too. But sideline reporter is the job in sports media that I just flat out will never accept, because I think it's one of the hardest things to do. People love to lambaste the sideline reporter for, oh, what a stupid question. They don't understand that, no, you have to interview people in a situation where sometimes you're not going to get a good response out of somebody because it's an angry coach or something like that. And people love to criticize the reporter for it. It's a really, people don't realize how hard that job is. Or you have to interview fans that all of a sudden go, like, as soon as the camera's on them, they go dumb and mute. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you know I feel that. I'm gonna ask you some rapid fire questions, specifically about being a sideline reporter, and you also being able to go and kind of get a feel for fan bases elsewhere and what have you. All right. So you don't have to answer any more than one sentence for any of these. I'll start off easy. Best arena food.
Denver.
Ooh, Denver.
Oh, what do they have? What's their special?
They are, no, not Denver. Sorry. Detroit. I said Denver. I meant Detroit. Detroit. They have well, this is media. Let me make this clear. This is media dining. Yeah. This is not, because I think, and I'm not just saying this, I think Toyota Center's, the food, they brought a new food this year. They have donuts. They have these nachos. Toyota Center's food is for media dining. I think that Detroit is really good. They're sponsored by Little Caesars, so they always have some good pizza and a salad bar situation going and some wings. So yeah, probably Detroit. Okay. But for fan food, Toyota Center has a really but for fan food, Toyota Center has got a lot going on for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna excise Toyota Center Rockets from any of these questions, except for the specific Rockets.
Okay. So this is other than Toyota Center Rockets. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You're clear. You're in the clear. You're not gonna get fired over this. All right. Which Rockets player, even though you have a great relationship with those guys, and you do get great interviews out of them, you've got a great relationship with them, which one are you still nervous to interview in a postgame?
Oh, nervous. I don't know if there's anybody that I'm nervous. I would say just the way sometimes that they look, you guys have seen it with Anthony Edwards, and Steven Adams was known in Memphis for cussing. Actually, I will tell you, the one that I was nervous to interview a week and a half ago was Steven Adams, because I had never done a post-game interview with him before. And he, Steven is a character, right? And it's not it's more of a pranking thing. So even Craig Ackerman on the broadcast was like, all right, Vanessa's first post-game interview with Steve-O. What's it going to look like? And he was sensational. He was so insightful. He was awesome. So I was a little nervous for my first post-game interview with Steven based on some of his Memphis antics, but he was great.
Okay, last one's an easy one. Dumbest fan base.
Oh, God. Dumbest fan base. All right. Here's the thing. I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence, but I got to say, like, sometimes the Warriors fans will complain about getting not getting a call or something like that. And you look at you guys complaining about that, right?
Oh,
like
those are the biggest hypocrites.
Yeah.
It's not even dumb. It's just a little bit hypocritical. Yeah. And, look, Dynasty, nothing but respect for that. But I always have connected with the grittier teams. Like even when I was a kid, like I just liked, I like the people that don't complain. I like defense first. I like, the scrappy guys that are just going to make their own luck. And so I think this Rockets team is a perfect fit for me. But like the Warriors, whenever their fans are, or whenever their coaching staff is talking about calls and all that, I'm like, guys, come on. So Rockets fans will like that answer because
they're all these Silicon Valley tech bros that are microdosing on LSD and everything. Yeah, they're not even living in our same reality.
Seth who said that. The transcript winds up on the internet. That was Seth who said the microdosing part. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, like they don't have all my information already. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, right. I was going to say they could hack Google and get it in half a second.
That's it. Vanessa Richardson, Texans, Rockets sideline reporter. John Harris is like throwing his drink at his radio.
John's like, she's not me.
Yeah. Is there a bond like among all the sideline reporters here in town, Vanessa? You, Julia, Johnny Harris?
I mean, we all get along for sure. Yeah. There's definitely a bond throughout the league because we're the only ones. It's a very specific job, right? So we're the only ones that can relate to having like all this craziness during the season. Then you get an off season. Last night I went out to eat with the Orlando Magic sideline reporter. So there's definitely a bond of just. It's the best job in the world. It's so much fun, but it's also very specific about, the challenges that come with it and some of the time zone changes and the traveling. So there's definitely a bond among the sideline reporters who get it in the NBA. There's no doubt about that.
All right, well, let's keep that winning streak going tonight in Orlando, 6:00, and beat the Magic and beat the Heat, and then back home, right, after that?
Yes, back home after that. And as Seth said, the schedule gets more challenging, but I know that these guys are going to rise to the occasion, and I think they kind of like being the underdogs and having a little bit of that chip on the shoulder. So I'm really excited to see what these guys can do.
Good stuff, Vanessa. We appreciate it. As always, we'll look forward to watching you on TV tonight. We'll see you back here in Houston.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you. Thanks, the great Vanessa Richardson joining us here on the show. That is a hard job, man.
Well, you know what? One of the coolest things about Vanessa is that she's from Indiana.
Yeah.
And she thinks me crushing the state of Indiana and all of its citizens and their inbrededness is hilarious.
She knows what it is.
A lot of times every now and then people will be like, hey, Seth, you better watch it. Vanessa's from Indiana. I was like, yeah, she's one of the ones who made it out. You're excused if you know that you have to get the hell out of that state.
She knows what it is. Yeah. All right.
She's like, I either stick around here and marry a first cousin or I get the hell out and forge my own path. Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was the great Vanessa Richardson joining us. Fun to talk some Rockets, man. Playoffs will be here soon. Playoffs a month away from a little NBA postseason action. Some postseason action here with the Rockets, so that'll be a whole lot of fun. All right, yesterday was the 3-year anniversary for something that we just talked about earlier in the show, and I think we need to celebrate this. This might be the biggest catalyst to the Texans becoming what they've become over the last couple of years. We'll do that coming up next, but first I want to tell you about Dr. Ben Salento, Texas.
Sold. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, big thanks to Vanessa Richardson for joining us. I had a buddy text me during the break. He's like, Vanessa's laugh over the radio really pops. Like he said, it makes him smile every time. She does.
Oh.
She got a good laugh. Yeah, she was chuckling at some of those rapid-fire questions that Seth was
much
hitting her
better. I'll have to have Brandy grade it since she's the big laugh grader.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
It's what Brandy thinks of my laugh.
Really,
that's her imitation of my dumb
Are you
laugh.
sure that's not you? I mean, it sounds just like you. It's, Ben, can you send that to me? I want to make it my ringtone for when Seth calls me.
It's pretty good.
It's really good. It was really good. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Wow, always watch the movie before you read the book, if possible. Sean Pendergast looks nothing like what I had in my head just from his voice. This must be a person watching on YouTube or Twitch. It sees me.
Maybe he doesn't. Maybe they've got your name under my video or something on YouTube now.
I do get that a lot. I get people think my voice sounds younger than I actually am.
Oh, really? You're old.
Yeah. If I'm to read into if his opinion mirrors what I've heard from others, yes.
You know what though? No, that is good because there have been times when you used to do your weekend show, your national show.
Mm-hmm.
I would tune in on Sunday. And, on a Sunday in the off season, I'm not paying attention to what time of day it is. I would hear you, and I would honestly, after doing a show with you 4 hours a day for multiple years, I'd be like, who's that young guy? He's doing pretty good.
The whippersnapper.
That kid might make it. He's got a future.
And it was me.
So you sound younger than you actually are. Not that you're old, but you sound younger. I thought you would have been a guy in your 30s when I heard you and didn't realize it was you.
Yeah, no, in this mode, in the audio mode, I'd rather sound younger and look older. We'll see. And maybe it's ruining my chances for television. Who knows? Although
Your OnlyFans account has been stuck at 3 followers for a long time.
There's a niche for everybody. If I just invested more time in my OnlyFans account and spread the word, I promise you.
Unfortunately, it gets harder to do to invest more time as you get older in your OnlyFans account.
Very tiring.
Hold on a second. I'll be back in a couple hours.
That's right.
Everybody just hold on.
Take 3 of those, please. The little blue things right there.
Stop moving.
All right.
I'm trying to make this last.
Yeah. Easy segue into DeShaun Watson talk. Here we go.
Oh, ew.
Yeah.
Ew.
Did you know that yesterday was the 3-year anniversary of the DeShaun Watson trade?
Oh, I must have had my alerts silenced. I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
no.
I saw this on Twitter yesterday, and there's a graphic that revisited the trade. I love it because there's so many different ways to revisit the trade because these picks that they got flipped to other deals and things like that. I think the one that I'm looking at here feels like the most accurate. If we can now apply players, because it's been 3 years, so we can now actually place names with the picks, and some of the picks were mixed into trades. But if we're trying to do the whole thing, the Browns got DeShaun Watson, and they got a pick that they used in the trade for Jerry Jeudy, who's been very good for the Browns. That's good. Mm-hmm. DeShaun Watson, if you've not been following, has been abysmal for the Browns and injured and expensive for the Browns. He
does have a motivational, inspirational workout video out right now. We'll play some of the audio from that.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
The Texans in this deal received Kenyon Green, Dameon Pierce, Will Anderson Jr., Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs, Kamari Lassiter, Jamal Hill, and Cade Stover. So of all those players I just listed, that's about, 8 or 9 players right there?
And there are more players if you factor in a bunch of the trade. It's hard because Caserio trades so much.
Yeah.
So there are more players, and there's something like 12 or 13 players that have been attached to this trade at any given point.
I'll throw C.J. Gardner-Johnson into it now. They used Kenyon Green to go get C.J. Gardner-Johnson for a couple of years.
So almost a check minus to where, okay, you might be salvaging something out of this. Obviously, Kenyon Green wasn't one of the things that worked out in the immediate aftermath of that trade.
No, that you got Will Anderson in this deal is enough.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he is going to be a beast, you hope, for the next 10 years in the NFL. But I would throw Kamari Lassiter in there. You know, it's too bad. It's amazing how many of these guys, Stephon Diggs, and I'll throw Kenyon Green in there. Just didn't work out in part because of injury. Kenyon Green, there's probably more going on there than just injury, but it was certainly part of his story. But yeah, that's the sum total of the balance sheet right there.
Yeah, so it looked better back when Stephon Diggs was actually on the roster and healthy. Yeah. It was a lot easier to say, ha!
That was more fun.
I think the sum total of it all is that the Texans got a few very viable players, and a couple of whom might end up being studs for a long time, and Kamari Lassiter and Will Anderson, obviously. I wanted to go back and find some of the grades immediately after the trade.
Yeah.
So CBS Sports, they gave the Texans an A on it. So I'd say that especially given the fact, and you can never really fully paint the picture of what the circumstances were like. I would have bailed on it multiple times and gotten much less if I were the GM, because the legal situation was so incredibly murky. But Caserio really handled it masterfully, waited, created an auction-like environment, and ended up getting a whole lot more picks than I thought they would be able to out of DeShaun Watson. At the time, all the lawsuits were still currently ongoing.
Yes, they were open.
So CBS Sports gave the Texans an A. They gave the Browns a B+. They got a clear upgrade at quarterback by slotting in DeShaun Watson over Baker Mayfield, Pro Bowler from this past season. But it does come with legal issues.
Yeah.
But, B+ would be super, super generous if you're going to grade that trade right now.
Dude.
It turned into even worse. Even if it wasn't a good trade.
It's an F.
The contract that the Browns, if you don't include the contract in the grade, the contract that the Browns gave DeShaun Watson to get him, because that's not part of the compensation per se, but it was a huge part of them actually luring.
Yes.
That was like the free agency part of it. They were in a bidding war against these other teams.
Yes.
And as a quasi-free agency signing, it was just an utter and abysmal failure.
Yes. As a series of transactions, it was a disaster.
They could have recovered from the draft picks.
Yes.
They cannot recover from that contract.
It's crazy. It's insane. So now, and especially now because DeShaun Watson is hurt, which might be the best thing at this point. I mean, he's been bad for 3 years in a row. But apparently he is coming out like a house on fire, trying to get back into shape. Keep in mind, he tore his Achilles again after tearing it during the season. So he had surgery, tore it again. Don't know why that happened, but he's had it repaired, and now he's put out a video where he's doing all sorts of different exercises, and he's doing the ropes that you fling around and whatnot.
And he's working out in a Ben Roethlisberger cast. Walking in a boot. He's working out in a boot, which I call the Ben Roethlisberger because, man, Roethlisberger was never going to turn down an opopportunity to wear that boot and show what a warrior he was.
That's right. And if you haven't found the video yet, you're like, can I see the boot? Can you see? Oh, yeah. No, it's featured very prominently. It's
more of a video about a boot than it is about a quarterback.
DeShaun Watson. So to paint the picture, it's a 90-second video. Hip-hop music playing underneath it. And about every 20 seconds or so, you get a vignette of DeShaun saying something about this comeback that he's got coming up here, maybe. Here was his first little 8-second vignette in the video.
At the end of the day, I gotta understand too, my name, my presence is bigger than what people actually see.
His name and his presence is bigger than what people actually see.
I'm disappointed he didn't use the word aura. He likes the word aura. Remember when he used that, Seth? He was
he might have. Somebody might have had the good presence of mind to edit that out. But yeah, his name and his presence is bigger than what people see. Do you think his name could possibly be any bigger than what it is? Given he's got a pretty big name for a guy that hasn't actually produced or contributed as much as Davis Mills in the past 3 years.
Right.
Davis Mills and DeShaun Watson's stats over the last several years are remarkably similar.
The last time that DeShaun Watson played good football for any extended period of time beyond a week was when there weren't fans allowed in the stadium.
Yeah.
Like if you're thinking about how long ago that feels, like where the NFL was not allowing fans in the stadium or allowing minimal percentages of fans in the stadium, that's the last time DeShaun Watson was good at playing football. My name, my presence is bigger than what people see. Sounds like his ego hasn't been put back into check by these Achilles injuries, but
he's a leader of men, is what he is. He's the guy that helped fuel those 3 victories this year through his play on the field, but also his presence off of it.
He's a big energy guy.
You know, for me, I wanted to be genuine because everything that I lived about, always been genuine. Like I've always dreamed of just serving others and just bringing grit, like aura, energy around folks. I'm a big energy person.
Big energy.
Oh, he said aura.
Oh, did he say it there?
Unless he meant or a energy, which would be grammatically incorrect. I think he says aura.
Okay, let's hear it one
You
more
know, for me, I wanted to be genuine because everything that I lived about, always been genuine. Like I've always dreamed of just serving others and just bringing grit, like aura, energy around folks. I'm a big energy person.
Okay.
Yeah, aura.
I think he did say aura. Yeah. Okay, good. We got the A word.
It is his aura.
Yeah, we got the A word.
I'm good. I didn't want him to sell himself short about that aura and the power of it. To be able to lift the Browns from the depths of where they were.
It would not be a DeShaun Watson video if we didn't get a reminder about how misunderstood he is.
You know, in a sense, you can't take it personally. I kind of learned that, but I think naturally we kind of do that as humans, trying to take, you know, other people's opinions personally. It goes back to people don't understand and they don't know, so, you know, when they don't understand or know something, they kind of try to speak on it.
If I could give DeShaun any advice, it would be this. And I think, you know, doing the workout video is cool. I get what he's trying to do. And if he's motivated and he's trying to come back, I respect that. I still do not wish great success for DeShaun, but I respect if he's trying to come back from this injury. My big advice to him, Seth, would be stop talking about the people you think hate you or who may actually hate you. Stop talking about them.
Yeah.
Because I said all along that the biggest thing for DeShaun, to me, the biggest reason I thought he would fail as a quarterback in Cleveland or whoever he played for was he does not like being liked. He loves being liked, and there was no calculus that was going to end with the answer DeShaun Watson is beloved coming out of what he was coming out of. And I would just do the videos, talk about your energy, talk about your presence. Ignore the people like us that are doing segments about you right now. That would be my advice to him. Is just, man, put your head down, go to work. It's far more endearing than like just talking about how people just don't know who you are, how misunderstood you are.
Yeah, that or painting yourself out as a victim of some sort. Yeah.
Yep, that would be my advice.
From 2022 through 2024, Davis Mills, 59.6% completion percentage for 3,500 yards.
Yep.
Whereas DeShaun Watson is a 61.2% completion percentage for 3,365 yards. In that time, DeShaun has 19 touchdowns and 12 interceptions. Davis Mills has 19 touchdowns and 15 interceptions.
Okay.
So if we go touchdown to interception ratio, DeShaun's had a slight edge over Davis Mills in that time.
Yeah, slight edge.
But Davis Mills is thrown for more yardage.
Yeah, DeShaun's made well over $100 million in that time frame. I don't know.
Is Davis?
I'd have to check. I don't think so. I'm not sure. I'd have to go check. All right. So Payne and Pendergast with you. So happy anniversary yesterday to the DeShaun Watson trade. Cheers to you, Nick Casario. All those draft picks. We thank you for that. All right. Brutal honesty from the afternoon show. We played this earlier in the show. We'll wrap up with this today. Is Clint Stoerner, he gives his opinion on something Texans related.
Hey,
get to that coming up next. Sorry.
Underdog.
610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you on a Wednesday. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop in just a couple of minutes. The drive, we don't ever get to talk to the guys on the drive because we've got the midday show in between us. But it felt like, to you, Seth, that Clint might have been speaking to us yesterday, right?
I'm guessing he was responding to a text that was accusing him of being too pessimistic or something. Mm-hmm. But in it, I could hear a criticism of somebody who might be optimistic about something with the Texans right now that might be leveled right at the older than people think Sean T. Pendergast and the heavier than people think Seth Payne.
That's right. Yeah. And here it was yesterday on the drive, Clint Stoerner giving some brutal honesty about the Houston Texans.
Watch this organization spend as much, if not more money than anybody and draft capital on the offensive line, and it was one of the worst in the league. Now they've gotten rid of one of the best, hooped a bunch of money, spent that money elsewhere, brought in a bunch of bargain guys on the offensive line, shuffled the deck a little bit of guys that struggled last year. Where in the hell do you find optimism in that? They brought in the assistant offensive line coach for one of the worst offensive lines in the league last year. Where do you find optimism in that? They brought in a tight end coach that's never called plays. How can you be hopeful and confident to any degree that that's going to, like, the history, the moves that were made on the offensive side of the football by Nick Caserio going into last year? How do you want somebody to sit here and lie to you about being confident? It's just, it may work out, guys. It may work out. I hope it does. But the reality of it is bringing optimism to every Texans conversation is exhausting.
Okay, this is where I think, because he couched it a little bit and he said, hey, it could work out.
Yeah.
But the whole optimism versus pessimism, it's a sliding scale. It's a continuum. I don't know if I would classify myself as optimistic. I think maybe more so than Clint, I might be more optimistic about any offensive coordinator being better than Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
Because I thought Bobby Slowick had a promising start that first year in 2023, but I still felt he was unproven as an NFL offensive coordinator, and he ended up, in my mind, displaying that he was underperforming at every single position group on an offense. And when continually, week after week, the answer from the offensive coordinator himself is that the execution isn't right, I really started to chafe against that, because that's what being an offensive coordinator is. It's getting your players to execute. There was almost a stark divide between Bobby Slowick's understanding of, hey, the stuff on the whiteboard, that doesn't work unless you get guys to execute. So, and by the end of his tenure here, it felt very much like Bobby Slowick was a whiteboard warrior. He's a guy that's great at scheming things up, but the old Bum Phillips quote is, it ain't about how much you know, it's about how much you can get them to do.
Yep.
Like, how much can you can come up with the best game plan in the world, but you got to get your guys to be able to execute it. And I think Bobby Slowick failed miserably in that regard. So my optimism is more that with or without Laramie Tunsil, you need 5 passable performances out of the offensive line. And if you get that, you're going to be a better offensive line than they were last year.
Yeah.
And there's all kinds of NFL offensive lines that are very competent, that it might only have a couple of studs and then 3 passable players. That's where the big X factor comes in, is, do you get more out of Titus Howard and guys like Jarrett Patterson, perhaps, when you've got a different and Blake Fisher, when you've got a better offensive coordinator? But then also, what moves is Nick going to make between now and training camp?
I mean, obviously everybody's entitled to their opinion. They traded Laramie Tunsil 9 days ago. Like, it's been 9 days. The season starts in September. I just can't get myself to a place where I'm super worked up or angry about where they're at right now with the offensive line, because I just don't think they're done yet. And that puts aside the possibility or the likelihood that better coaching could make this specific group, even without any additions, better, whether it's Cole Popovich or Nick Caley, the combination of the two making this group better. So that's where I'm at, because I know like Clint wanted to blow up this offensive line room. I'm pretty confident he wanted to move on from these offensive linemen that, like a lot of us, he felt like, man, until they get that group acting like the defense acts on a daily basis, this will be an impediment to the Texans being a Super Bowl team, including getting rid of Laramie Tunsil. That's where Clint's saying you got rid of your best pass protector. To the best of my knowledge, I think Clint wanted to move on from Laramie Tunsil. He would talk all the time last season about Laramie not practicing on Wednesdays or whatever, being an impediment to this offensive line getting better. So I just, would you have been less angry if we were still sitting here with the same 5 guys? You know, part of the process is to get rid of some guys.
Right, but I think that's where the corresponding moves come in. I think there are a lot of people that were bullish about trading away Laramie Tunsil, but then expected more aggressive acquisitions.
Will Fries.
Will
Fries,
the Colts guard who goes to the Vikings.
Yeah.
The Vikings get Ryan Kelly as well.
Yeah.
The Bears add 3 offensive linemen. Yeah. That's what I think a lot of people feel they haven't finished their meal yet with that. Yeah. So I 100% get that part of it. But for one, I don't think Laramie Tunsil was helping you in the run game at all. And his genuine, his seeming lack of desire to be a good run blocker, because he's physically capable of doing it. He just didn't ever seem to care about it. I think that's something that filters down to the younger players, and it makes it really hard to engineer a good run game that way. So I think there's avenues for them to be better, even if the personnel stayed just as it is right now. The other part of it that Clint brought up, which I think is, it's true that Nick has not put together a good offensive line since he's been here. This is the problem, though. I think that he also really hasn't drafted many offensive linemen with the input of D'Amico Ryans, and certainly not in the first round. Yeah. And I do think that when it comes to making the offense look more and play more the way that the defense does, I think D'Amico's ability to kind of figure out football character is a big asset in that regard.
Huge.
But yeah, I mean, it's a very fair criticism against Nick Caserio that he hasn't been able to build an offensive line. I'm still open to the possibility that those two as a duo drafting offensive linemen can be much better than Nick was doing it solo.
Yeah, I mean, it's telling. The 3 guys they've moved on from the starting offensive line, Laramie Tunsil got his extension before D'Amico Ryans was the head coach of the team. Kenny Green was drafted a year before D'Amico Ryans became the head coach of the team. And Shaq Mason was on this team 2 months into D'Amico really putting his stamp on things. I think it's a really good point. John Lopez and Reggie Atatula are here. John, can you hand me that plate that you just brought in here?
With pleasure.
So we had a birthday party up here yesterday for Aaron Kapner.
Who's 40, by the way.
Who's 40 and
Are we supposed to say that over the air?
Did I mention Aaron Kapner is 40?
I thought that was embargoed.
Look at you. Thought you were friends.
We were besties.
So we had a party up here yesterday. Taqueria Cervantes brought up some flautas and some of the fixins to go with it. Seth, you can see right there is a plate of flautas.
That's not sliding, by the way.
It's not sliding off the plate for good reason, because it's got adhesives on. It's got adhesives on either side. Yes, dried up cheese and dried up guacamole. Somebody made a plate either for themselves or somebody else and put it in the studio next door, and it sat there all night.
Yes.
So you can look at this
perfectly done. Almost like
you can hold it sideways,
almost at a 90-degree angle, and the only thing moving is one of the flautas. So
no, you can't touch that. You're going to Tracy Morgan all over the studio.
So
that's right.
Yeah. So the question is, because I'm guessing if I took one of these flautas and jabbed it into the cheese, that there is still some melted cheese underneath this tectonic plate on top of it.
Yes.
The question, Seth, is how much would they have to pay you? What would be the lowest amount you would accept to take one of these flautas and dip it into this coalesced cheese right here and the guacamole?
And take a bite.
I would honestly $1 million.
$200 million.
$200 million.
Yeah.
He's very health focused.
I would like to. I would like health my ass. That's more like emergency room. People do die of food poisoning still. So I would put that at. I want to be sure that I'm totally taking care of my family after I'm gone.
Okay.
In a way above and beyond.
Because I said $500
and I said 100.
Lopez is like, I'd go way less than that. I feel like for 100 we could all chip in and make Lopez do it on the air. Let's see if we can put his money.
I might have to change that number.
For 25 at least.
I might have to change that number.
So how about you, Reggie? What's your number?
I don't deal well with pain. I'm good on that.
Okay.
I don't feel like sitting on a toilet.
The story here is we are surrounded by pigs.
Oh, it's the worst.
Almost every month you can count on something just in the studio or in this studio.
Yeah.
That is just absolutely disgusting.
Who leaves a plate of dried up cheese and guacamole and flautas, which are delicious, by the way, when they're fresh? That's the big sin in all this, is that perfectly. And 4 of them, too.
And it's untouched.
4.
It's untouched. So you make a plate, you take it in there.
Yeah.
And then just leave it.
Yeah, I think the forensics on this that I've been trying to run through my head is to utilize all that CSI watching. I think somebody was like, I want to save this plate either for themselves or for someone else. But they thought it would be relatively immediate, so they weren't going to go put it in the fridge per se. They were like, I'll set this over in the side studio on a return. But the side studio, especially with now that we have this nice graphic with SportsRadio, nobody sees it. I feel like it's easy to forget that there's. So I think that someone is probably right this moment, like having that moment of reflection where a thought just kicks you in the face, and they're like, "Oh,
no, they're not.
That was me that left.
No, they're
that
not.
in
They're
there.
pigs.
You think they just leave it in there and they walk out?
I think I know who did it.
Oh,
I think I know who did it.
Off the top,
name names.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one of our salespeople was walking around with a plate, and I remember her saying, "Hey, I got to get this for Ron and Clint, but they're on the air." So I'm thinking she might have just sat it in there thinking they were going there, and that's it.
Okay.
How the hell are you going to be optimistic about that kind of?
Because she was literally walking around with a plate.
That's intention.
She was walking around with a plate, but she couldn't go in the studio because it was on the air.
Yeah.
So I figured she probably just said, "Let me set this crap in here."
Yeah.
I'll honor her wishes. I'll leave that, and we'll make sure it gets to Ron and Clint. I'm sure they'll.
This plate?
Yeah.
Boy.
Oh, just leave it right here.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'll make sure that it gets to him.
Okay.
Yep.
Hey, what's the question of the day?
All right. So the question of the day is, so we all saw Altuve, obviously. Are you ready to scrap the Altuve experiment?
I'm on record.
We're going to go pretty straightforward.
That's not the question of the day. That's 1020. 1040 is who or what were you painfully wrong about? I feel like with the people that are ready to scrap the Jose Altuve.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, mine's an easy one. Johnny Manziel. That'll always be mine. I wanted the Texans to take Johnny Manziel with the number 1 overall pick. That's my go-to on stuff like this.
Oh, my God, I've got a Google Doc of this somewhere. Because for me, because I've got so many but I hate. Oh my gosh, my first rule is like if you can't tell somebody about times you've been wrong, then you're deluding yourself. Yeah. And right now I'm blanking on times that I've been wrong. There's too many to count up, and it's there's a log jam in my brain. Yes, no, they totally exist. Yeah.
Well, at 1040. If it's like yesterday, you'll be hanging out in the YouTube chat, and you can just drop them in there. Seth.
Apparently, all you got to do is like throw a Joe Flacco take out there, and Seth will be there.
Sorry, I didn't mean to distract you when I was.
No, I quite enjoyed it. I was very fond of it. It made my day, honestly, seeing your name in the YouTube.
Beautiful.
I was wrong about Jarrett. This isn't a huge one, but I was wrong about Jarrett Patterson not being given a chance to compete for the starting center job during training camp.
That's mice nuts compared to Johnny Manziel, number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, I know. But that was the first thing that comes to mind. But I'm sure the listeners could tell us tomorrow. Come locked and loaded tomorrow morning to remind me of the various things I've been wrong about. Yes.
Don't. All right. Payne and Pendergast, we are done for the day. Seth, antibodies to you. This was fun.
Antibodies to you, Sean.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
That's all
that.
I got.
Thanks.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's all right.
I'm wallowing in my own failure.
Antibodies and bad takes?
Yeah, antibodies and bad takes. I need more of those from me. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
Now that he's off the air, here's Seth's bet. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah.
Let's get going.
Pigs.
On a Wednesday. Wait, what?
We're surrounded by pigs.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I disagree with that.
That's Figgy Fig.
I felt like our Super Bowl Radio Road thing.
We were pretty clean.
Yeah, I feel like everybody was clean.
Well,
I feel like this might be a hot take. I feel like we're the cleanest station at Odyssey.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
I want to.
We keep it pretty clean here.
I want to visit that.
We keep it 100.
Shots fired.
Yeah.
We keep it 100.
To be fair, I do kind of want to then go back to the people who did the majority of the cleaning on Super Bowl, like at Super Bowl with the house, and see how clean they feel like we are as a collective.
We got into arguments because it wasn't clean enough.
That's right.
Yeah, that's true.
That's right.
Who left this dirty plate in the sink?
That's right. Because you said like you've seen various things left around here, Lopez, in the 610 studios, and the only thing that I immediately think of was not something that was actually dirty. It just has the appearance of being dirty, which is the time that Seth accidentally left his drawers.
Oh yeah.
On the table.
Yeah, he did do
but
that.
they were clean. Like he had washed them. It was just
just probably fell out the bag or
I'm
something.
gonna fold my laundry in the studio.
That's called You don't watch TV while you fold your laundry or whatever. He was just let me do a radio show while I fold my laundry. I think that's fine. I think that's okay with it.
All right.
I hope that you are getting some stuff done while you rock with us on Sports Radio 610 on this Wednesday. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. We'll talk later in the show at noon to our guy. Welcome you into it. Charles McDonald of Yahoo Sports. He's been at all the senior or all the All-Star. Well, I don't think he's been at all the All-Star bowls, but he's been at the All-Star bowls. He obviously was at the on some of the guys that we are seeing mocked to your Houston Texans. We'll talk to him at 12. I actually do want to start with a take. A take that we've seen. In fact, you heard it a few times. I think it's pretty hot. At least one end of the spectrum you will feel is a hot take because we are sandwiched nicely on the day parts and kind of in I guess philosophical ideology between Payne and Pendergast in the morning and the drive with Stoerner and Hughley in the afternoons on this particular thing when it comes to the offensive line.
We are the collective voice of reason.
Oh, I wasn't going to go that far, but if you would like to do that, please go ahead. Let us know if you agree on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
There he is. Hi, what up, Jim? 713-572-4610. Because, and you probably just heard it just a moment ago, Clint Stoerner, very heavy on the lack of optimism when it comes to this offensive line. When you look at, moving on from Laramie Tunsil, I think he was okay with that portion of it, but then the acquisitions, or maybe you could say the lack thereof, that they've had to this offensive line. And then I think it's fair to categorize Sean and Seth in the morning as having a level of optimism that's probably underscored by the thought that, hey, as long as you have, better performances across, like just a consistent, level of performances across your 5 offensive line spots, you will be a better offensive line than last year. And this is where I come to, especially with a little bit of news, or maybe not news, but a little interesting nugget. He covers this Texas team for the Houston Chronicle. He put out his latest mock draft, and we can circle back around to that if you would like as well. But in that, he dropped just a little nugget where he said, quote, the Texans are unlikely to sign another starter in free agency. To me, meaning that what you have is largely what you're going to have going to the season outside, of course, your draft class. And I immediately went to, so the offensive line, like you are competing with the guys that you have, which means there's a high likelihood that Laken Tomlinson is a starter for your team. You're definitely going to have like a Juice Scruggs or Jarrett Patterson starting. Obviously, you had the feeling that you were going to have a Blake Fisher or a Titus Howard starting as well. And I'm not super excited about that. And I think we've been clear about that in the conversations that we had.
No, we have, and to just sort of kind of hone in a little bit more on that. The reason we disagree with necessarily both and kind of fall in the middle.
Yeah, let's create some beef.
No, well, it's not a beef. I think I just look at it. We just look at it differently, and I think you and I are in lockstep on this one. All right, so if you think, well, how the hell can you have optimism? As the afternoon show, Clint specifically, if you fall on that line, then you're saying that they can't be better. That this offensive line coach, who clearly had a different philosophy than Bobby Slowick,
I sure would hope so.
And it seems like that's apparent now.
Yeah.
Can Kings be better? You're ignoring that. You also are ignoring the fact that there are signs, that Titus Howard has been, more than
Ace of Base. Let me see it. What's happening with the signs?
More than adequate.
Did they open up your eyes?
I like that. The more than adequate at left tackle, and certainly the things that you can do on the interior, and you've added some guys that compete. You're ignoring that too. On the other hand, if you're saying, hey, we're optimistic about this, and your and I don't mean to put words in their mouth, but this is what I got out of it. The thought of, well, it can't be worse. That's bad too, because it can't be worse should not be the bar.
No, that can't be the bar. Well, and here's the thing. It could be the bar if you look at this from the perspective of C.J. Stroud is how old?
Yeah.
Right? Like, and that you go with C.J. Stroud goes. If I'm going to oversimplify your team building aesthetic and all these, you go with C.J. Stroud goes. That's an oversimplification, and I acknowledge that on the front end. But if you want to look at it and you go, hey, what is this, what is your window going to be for ultimately winning a championship, which is the goal of every organization, but particularly this organization, is pretty much the Joe Burrow, as long as I'm here, you have a chance to win.
Yes.
Right? That's what you're doing here. However, you, have how many more years? A couple years of him on a rookie deal. And that is a different level of window that we talk about.
Yeah.
On top of that, you've already pushed a lot of chips into the center when it came to team building. And just a better than atrocious offensive line is not the type of foundational piece as an offensive line is supposed to be that is going to vault you into the places of being a real-time contender, talk less of like a Super Bowl.
Right.
It would almost feel like, and I understand I'm being a little bit this is a little bit of a radioactive way of saying this, right? So I acknowledge that on the front end. But like, it almost feels like lighting a year on fire of contention, being like, well, the offensive line is not going to be terrible. It'll be all right, and we'll see what we can make out of that. That feels like lighting a contention possibility on fire in some way.
Well, and the other thing, the reason that I don't fall in line with that and the morning show guys on this is because, everything about this organization is win now. Win now, win now, win now.
2-year windows, baby.
Yes, exactly. So if you're saying it can't be worse, that's not a win now approach. That's just not. So on the one hand, you can't agree with that. I don't agree with that because win now means go get another starter, go draft a guy that can move up if you have to, that can step right in and at least compete and maybe win that job and maybe, if you're lucky, be really, really good. On the other hand, you can't say, well, there's no way you can be optimistic because there is a way to be optimistic. We just laid it out. The other thing here that I think is in play, and this kind of scares me, frankly, is Cole Popovich, is Nick Caley, is D'Amico Ryans, is Nick Caserio. Are they falling into the trap that is prevalent in all sports of, well, I can fix them.
That's right.
I can fix them.
I'll get the absolute best out of them.
Yeah, I know it didn't work out over there. I know he hadn't been real good here yet under the whole regime, but I can fix them.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous thing to do because more times than not, you can't fix them.
Especially when you're doing the thing, well, even if you could, right?
Yeah.
You're stacking a lot of ifs. Yeah. And this is where I will be very listeners, especially understanding our American dislike of math, but I'm going to use math here, right? When you are talking about probabilities, and maybe I should use gambling, the math that Americans like.
Use spades.
Right? Spades. When you start doing a parlay and you're like, all right, these are the odds of this one thing happening. That's cool. When you start adding more and more legs to a parlay, what happens to the likelihood, right? First and foremost, that potential winnings gets really big, but that's because the opportunity of hitting that is really tough. And so if you look at the parlay that the Texans are putting together, especially if we go under the assumption of what Jonathan Alexander is reporting in the Chronicle in his latest mock draft, where he said that he heard that the Texans are unlikely to add another starter in free agency.
Yeah.
That means there's some, we can just go offensive line, right? One of the ifs. Can Titus Howard play left tackle in his current iteration in 2025?
Right. And are you saying, well, I can fix them?
There you go. If number 2, is Blake Fisher going to continue to develop in the spot of right tackle? I think that one's not as big. I actually feel relatively comfortable. I know you two maybe not nearly the same.
Well, relatively.
Do you continue to see growth in the center position where one of those guys can find the whole complete package of center as opposed to just one is more of a better pass blocker, one is more of a better run blocker, doesn't really have the entire
and the communication aspect.
Laken Tomlinson
was a big problem.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Although Jarrett Patterson, it seemed like once he was under center that it was definitely in a better space. Is Jarrett Patterson, is Laken Tomlinson going to continue to be cool, but is he going to then elevate his play and return himself to a place where he had been prior in his career but definitely wasn't with Seattle? Is whatever rookie offensive lineman that is now inevitable on this offensive line, are they going to come in, whether it's Josh Simmons, are they going to come in off a patellar tendon tear and be actually good? off of that in a way that it seems like necessarily offensive linemen have not necessarily been off of that type of injury? Or are they just going to come in? Are they going to have struggles? Are they going to immediately jump into a place where they're starter caliber?
Yeah.
Right? There's a lot of ifs you're stacking on top of. Is Cole Popovich going to be a significant upgrade on offensive line? Is Nick Caley going to, be a significant upgrade and able to get all of these things in lockstep? That's a lot of ifs that you're stacking up on this parlay that we're putting together, and that's my real concern.
And mine too. Because on the one hand you're saying can't be optimistic. Sure you can, but on the other hand you're saying, it can't be worse. Well, that's not a winning formula. Here's the other part of this. Going back to the Jonathan Alexander little nugget that you talked about. There are other starters.
That's fair.
That you would like to see. Forget the offensive line. The interior defensive line. I mean, if you look at that right now, are you good with that? Or is that also falling into the, we can fix them or we'll get better, that kind of thing?
I think that one is less big, but it is kind of interesting because you came into this offseason where people talking about the team were like, interior defensive line is definitely a place where they would like to upgrade. And as of right now, you brought in Sheldon Rankins. You can always come home. And last time he was here, he put up 6 sacks on that interior. Before you had Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter as bookends. Talk less of the other depth that they've added in there with Tim Settle and all in that interior portion of it as well. However, I don't think that you can rightfully say that you have a starter, like real starter caliber, especially in the way that you were hoping to grab one technique nose tackle.
The win now, one technique nose tackle. If you're talking about, it's the same premise. If you're going to win now on the offensive line, you can't feel really good about it, one way or the other. Same thing with the interior defensive line. If you're in win now mode, I'm not saying you have to have like a super stud.
I don't know if I'd go that far as to compare those two. I think you can do what you're doing. Like you had a great defense in a similar way, right?
You did win with this defense last year, but to elevate it to a dominant defensive front, you're not there yet.
Right. So I think that's interesting. I do wonder if that then – I've been kind of viewing the draft as, and I'm saying this like this is major. Day 1 and day 2 picks, and then you have your day 3 picks. And it feels like that maybe that note that you're probably not going to sign another starting caliber free agent. And we were probably already here, to be fair. But it seems to solidify that one of those day 1 and day 2 picks probably going to interior defensive line in a way that, maybe you could get yourself and, have a concern that maybe, all right, you don't go to that place. Another thing that I thought about, just in that nugget, the idea that the Texans are not going to, or rather unlikely, I don't want to change the reporting, unlikely to sign a starter free agent or starter caliber free agent for the remainder of this free agency period. That leaves open the possibility of trading for one, right? Like, do you think that, what do you think the likelihood is or the possibility that Nick Caserio still has in this time period and finds another starter with a trade, whether it's now or even within the draft, where you as teams get antsy for things, you use some of that capital there.
I would prefer to get a more proven, let's say whatever, interior or tackle, either way. But then you're sacrificing draft picks in this draft more than likely. Now I don't know what draft pick. It certainly wouldn't be the first or second round, but still, you're in a place where you're sacrificing draft picks. But if I had to pick one or the other, bring me a proven guy.
I think it's a big possibility he's still looking to trade because look at the picks from the Laramie Tunsil deal. I think it's a second round pick for next year, right? I think he got a third this year and a second next year. I mean, I don't know where them picks going to be because Washington was pretty good last year. I don't know if they're going to get back to the NFC Championship game, but I could see Nick possibly using one of those picks, maybe not their own picks, but I could see him using one of those picks if the player is right.
I just think you need a proven starter, at least one guy
on the offensive line is where you're returning to.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna have to trade then.
Yeah,
especially. I mean, admittedly, Seth's own perspective on this is like you can get really solid offensive line play just kind of having, with all due respect to the dudes, like some dudes and then a few kind of real studs on the line. And I continue to ask, where are your studs? Because, again, that comes back to the notion of if. Maybe you go, Titus Howard has the capability of being a stud. That feels like an if to me, and I don't know that I'm stretching too far by saying. Him being, who are the other studs? Are you saying like one of your rookies is going to come in? Because that is inherently a rookie, and I don't want to put the pressure of not just finding your way into the starter level play in the NFL, but also then to be a stud for the guys around you. Like, that's the thing that I question is like, there is a midline, or there's space between not as bad as you were last year and start Super Bowl caliber offensive line. And within that spectrum, it feels like the conversation is, oh, well, you're going to be better, and that's the low end of it, or maybe where Clint is, where it's like, yo, you have not done anything to make yourself a Super Bowl caliber. I think you have to be somewhere in between, and right now it feels like you're on the lower end of that.
Or as the 832 said, and it's true, when you say it can't be worse, that also means it could be the exact same, and that's unacceptable.
Fair enough.
And that's why.
Fair enough.
That's why I feel like you have to make that move.
Do you feel like they can get away with being just the average offensive line, or do they need somebody elite on the offensive line?
I think they could probably get away with it because of your quarterback, but average, I don't know how far it takes you, no matter how good your defense is.
I'm just kind of curious too, because they gave up Tunsil, and no matter how you feel about it, I felt like he was really, really good. I felt like he was a top 10 tackle. And I'm wondering if they trying to maybe go the route of just have a bunch of average Joes that can kind of get through it.
That ain't going to be good enough for me.
That's why I'm kind of, because like we mentioned Cincinnati, like their offensive line never been good.
Yeah.
And they still kind of get away with, getting a little further. So I wonder if they using that type of mindset and just kind of.
I mean, it's a fair point, and I think that you
wasn't even good with Tunsil. You wasn't even that good with Tunsil, so I'm better off not paying all this money for one guy.
Certainly, and I think that's the interesting part of this is I think with everybody in this conversation, all up and down the Sports Radio 610 lineup, everybody's cool with making the decision where you move off that money and maybe you can start to change the culture of that offensive line room with that Tunsil move. I think where we're finding some differences of opinion is now how do you move forward? It's like, all right, that particular alternator, because it feels like that's going around the 610. That particular alternator don't work, or it's not right for what we're doing. Take that one out. Which one are you putting in? Right? Are you going to the scrap yard and grabbing something from like another used one and throwing it in there? Like, how do you feel about that versus we gonna go down to the insert car parts store of choice, because I don't know which ones sponsor us here on the station, and I don't want to get in trouble, and getting like the top of the line brand new one. I think that those are the things that I'm interested in. And to be fair, right, to cap this off, I do think that this is still good for the long term. The rookies that you get, I think they have the distinct possibility and honestly the probability of being really good offensive linemen for you, to where they are those studs for you, though they are those anchor points on the offensive line. Just what is the expectation for them to come immediately and do that in a year where I think you really, really want to be and probably need to be good in 2025? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Wednesday. Appreciate you guys getting involved all the way up and down the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, and also on the Mocam Injury Lawyer live streams. We'll get to you as well. I apologize. We got a little heated in the conversation there. And I imagine this one's going to be Van Field has been the focal point of Astros spring training, and we got our first real-life bona fide error. So here we go. Respond in. Are you ready to scrap the Altuve in left field experiment? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
It's been Houston sports leader.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yep. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you, wherever you're listening, however you're listening. Thanks for making us a part of this day for you. A little overcast outside, ain't it?
Yeah, it is. Supposed to clear up.
Okay, cool.
You want to know the weather? Ask a fisherman.
That's fair.
What's the weather?
It's supposed to clear up.
Thank you.
That's all you got.
I think high of 81. Let me check my work here.
Yeah, what's the dew point?
Yeah. Check your iPhone.
What's the barometric pressure?
Winds are supposed to be probably, I think, 15 to 20.
Okay.
Now I'm going to check my work here.
What's the humidity? What's the
high of 82.
Can't be trusted.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, like, do any of us trust meteorologists? All that. With all due respect to the meteorologists, I feel like that's
I be
a tough
feeling
job.
so bad for them sometimes.
Weather guessers?
When they get it told. No, it's one thing to be off by, 1 degree or something like that. But when you say it's supposed to be clear today and then it just starts storming.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like, man, how you going to get out of this?
What a gig, though.
It's
Just
a
be
fun
wrong
gig.
all the
You
damn
can be
time.
wrong all you want. Doesn't matter.
Why are you talking about me like that? All right. We were just talking about the Texans and the Jonathan Alexander nugget that he dropped in his latest mock draft dispatch, that the Texans are unlikely to sign another starter caliber player in free agency. And I thought I made a pretty nice analogy. I was kind of patting myself on the back, and I said, if your alternator goes out, yeah, you want to get that one out, but you want to get something else in. And I feel like all our car lovers in the audience were like, oh, Reggie's not a car guy. And somebody texted in there like, you probably should pivot to like a turbo or a part that's actually upgradable. So, yeah.
Oh, you said upgrade the alternator?
Yeah, something like that. I was like, so a better. I was like, you could get a better quality, right? And they're like, nah, dog, you out here.
Hey, I just got mine fixed yesterday. Or got a new one yesterday.
So I bet your wallet is a lot lighter.
Woo wee.
So you already got it done?
Yeah.
All right. Good for you.
Yeah. I'm $600 lighter.
God bless. God bless.
Is that a good price? 713-572-4610. New alternator on a Jeep.
Okay.
I don't know.
I didn't realize we were going to solicit more car advice today.
I want to know if Figgy got a good deal or not.
To be fair, my car at the crib, so
he came to you.
My car guy came to me.
All right.
Yeah, shout out to my car.
The price?
Yeah, probably so. I mean, instead of just going to a shop, like he's driving all the way out there.
Not change the price? What you mean?
They changed the price of the labor.
Oh, okay, the labor.
Yeah,
that's fair. I thought you were talking about the actual part. I was like, better not.
No, he actually got a good deal on the part.
Somebody said stay with the flux capacitor. Okay, I like what you're doing there. Flux capacitors, and that's fun to say too. Another thing that's fun to say is Jose Altuve. Although,
is it?
Maybe not so much. We finally got the moment that I think we were waiting for, but not optimistically. We were cautiously hoping never came, and it did, which it was going to inevitably. Jose Altuve in left field yesterday, and this was top of the fourth, if memory serves. I should probably look at my notes where I actually wrote this down.
Got the Benny Hill music.
Oh no, don't do that to him. He finally had an active day. Top of the fourth. He actually top of the fourth. He made a great running catch.
He did.
Went back to his left. Great jump. Great route. Makes the grab. Now he doesn't immediately flip it out of his glove and whip it in the quickness that I would typically hope for an outfielder, but that's to be expected. Bigger glove, different transfer. With all that being the case, you get to the top of the fifth, and then this happens.
Altuve is going to have his arm tested, but before he can make the throw, he drops that fly ball. So they were going to tag up on Altuve, and we were going to get a chance to see Altuve try to throw a runner out at home. Instead, he dropped the fly ball. That'll be the Astros' second error of the inning. And with the pitch count building on this game.
Okay, so before we get to the questions I had, because this led to more questions than anything, including one that's frankly, very uncomfortable. Let's just be honest. But before we get to that, okay, why did the error happen? One thing that we've been seeing and reading reports about it and seeing games as we've seen in spring training is his arm has been less than ideal. in terms
Look
of
at the nice way you said that.
Okay.
We'll get to the part.
Look at you being nice.
Man, that sucked. No, but it's been less than ideal. So the error occurred. He did kind of try to get in front of the ball, backhanded or whatever it was. But you could tell he was trying to get the ball out of his glove, get the ball caught out of his glove, and get some momentum to throw. So that's not an error that will just go away. You know what I'm saying? That's not an error that, well, he happened to drop it.
Really?
Everybody happens to drop it. He's going to try to get advantages with, the next throw or the next play from whatever catch he does or doesn't make all year long. Because his arm is not going to get stronger.
Certainly. And there was runners on second and third, no outs. Like he was in that mindset where he was like, I
have to get the ball in.
Not only do I have to get the ball in, they know who I am. This is the first time.
Mark over there.
Exactly.
That's
they
the
like,
mark
we running on him.
Yeah.
And so he's like, no,
Hit a fly ball over the left field.
In fact,
hit it to Jose.
That's right. In fact, I bet that within his mind, he was probably like, if I can really gun this thing in, I could probably set the table a little bit on some of these conversations where maybe
I had them twice.
Right, where folks will change their perspective of this. So he might have been all up. In fact, I would very much anticipate and likely posit that he was very much in his head like this one needs to be really great, which you see it a lot of time in sports. When you go to the second step without completing the first one, that leaves a lot of room for errors in that way.
So that's my first point. I think it's an important one that maybe some people aren't thinking of. That's going to be all the time.
I don't
having
agree.
That approach. No, that he's going to have to put extra thought and effort into the play after the catch.
All right.
Because his arm is not going to get stronger. So that's going to maybe lead to – it wasn't a one-off, I'll put it that way, because, the way that he led into that is going to be the way he's going to lead into a lot of plays. You know what I'm saying? He's going to have more on his throw. He's going to have more of a thought on where the ball's going to have to go. He knows he's going to be tested.
It's going to be people on second and third at some point.
Oh, or first or whatever, or just third, or just get the ball in on a tag up or something like that. So what I'm saying is, this is not something where that happens, because it does happen, but there are reasons that these things happen.
Well, I think for me, the reason that it happens is he's an inexperienced left fielder.
That's exactly
or outfielder. And so, but the thing about it is he will gain more experience as he plays more games. That one felt like, I think you're right about the approach is going to be something that he deals with a lot. I think he skipped a step. I immediately thought of course, playing wide receiver at the high school level, nothing major, nothing important. But I always thought about, I very much have been in the place and have seen guys in the place where they're like, yo, a defender's bearing down on me, or I really want to make this
exactly
next step, and I did not focus on seeing the ball into my hands, and I dropped the football. That's not something that is going to be you are fumble hot butter hands all the damn time. It just means, okay, next time I need to recall to see the ball in first, and then go to those places that I know within my head that I have. Okay, the next thing on the depth chart or on the idea or what I'm trying to do is now I need to get this ball in. I think that those things will still be there for him. He just needs to make sure he sees the ball in. That was him getting ahead of himself, but I don't think that's going to be every single time that he drops the ball in them.
Right. But anyway, that's step one. Now let's get to your question here. Are you ready to scrap the Altuve in left field experiment? 713-572-4610 if you're ready to do that. Here's where I went. You can't be. You can't be.
Can't be ready?
That's an interesting place. You didn't go to whether you felt like it. You just pragmatically you cannot.
Because I'm going to answer that question with a question.
Love it.
If Jose Altuve can't play left field and you're ready to scrap it, he can't play at second base. So what do you do with him?
I mean, as of right now, you could put him at second base, but I wouldn't love it. Because it's
saw easier put them back at second base, though.
But we saw the numbers, man. We saw how it was deteriorating.
And I mean, even we saw Lance McCullers out there, 2 ground outs. Like you have so many ground ball pitchers, you need those middle infielders to be on their P's and Q's with their range and the ways that they handle. And you're right, it was deteriorating.
Do you feel like he's better at second base than left field, though? I think that's what it all comes down to.
I think experience and this is a team that wants to contend. Like my answer to are you ready to scrap the experiment in left field? I don't think you can. And here's the other reason why. And this is the part that can maybe become a very difficult conversation. You owe him $110 million for the next 5 years.
We talking about the contract.
Put that one in the back pocket. We'll get there.
Hold on.
Why you got to bring up this man money?
He's here for 5 years.
You breaking up the contract.
The point is he's going to be here for
trying to take that man's money away. That's
5 years. What do you do with him if he can't play left field?
They said put him on first. Oh man,
what do you do with him? You got him for 5 years.
I don't want to think about that just yet. I'm still with him. I'm still in on Jose Altuve.
I don't want to think about it.
I don't. I really and truly, like, if I'm going to be entirely honest with the audience, I do not want to think about that possibility just yet. But I am sincerely, like, this isn't even from the pragmatic standpoint of where do you put him otherwise. I'm still in the place where I was encouraged by just an inning earlier.
Yeah.
You see him starting to pick up some of the things that we already had. Is he going to be able to get the right routes, get the right jumps? He's doing that. Like, I think this is just another bump in the road of development that he's going to have. We knew he was not going to be an incredible left field defensive player. I think that this was just a little snag and that he will get better. And maybe this is also something where we have to somewhat inoculate ourselves to the natural reaction of an outfielder making some of these errors, understanding that he's not going to be a good outfielder. These need to come to terms with the idea that every once in a while, and hopefully fewer and further between, rather, it would be an instance where you have to deal with one of those types of plays happening. But it's going to happen less often, I imagine, in the left field than it would in the middle of the infield.
I really feel like you can't. He's here, and I don't know if you can trust him at this level at second base. We're getting a few texts about hold your horses. He's going to get better in left field. He's just nervous. He'll be okay. It'll just take time. Are we talking about Altuve or the Texans' offensive line?
What are you doing right now?
Man, come on, man.
Dude, we just had this conversation in the last segment. Why
are you bringing up old stuff?
Why are you being so negative?
I'm not being negative. That's what we do.
Negative Nancy.
All right, well then let me just ask you guys.
I like being able to be in lockstep with you and then change sides.
And then
immediately
change sides just for the sake of changing sides.
All right. Seems like largely everybody's still in. I felt like this was going to be the inflection point. When you get the first really ugly error, are people going to jump off the ship? And look, it looks like, and not that this is like a fully
spring training.
It is spring training, and maybe we'll have this another one of these once we get to regular season baseball.
No, I think we start having questions once it impacts a game.
Right.
Sure. And I didn't necessarily do that in this game either. Look, again, second and third with no outs. Runners were probably going to make it in, if we're going to be completely honest. You didn't want it to be in that fashion, but nobody's jumping off, or not very many people. Very, very minimal amount of people jumping off the Altuve at left field experiment. Okay, very good. I'm excited to hear that. Now, coming up next, if that's not something that what is 713-572-4610 is the text line. Question of the day: who or what were you painfully wrong about? We'll talk about that next.
It's tourney time, H-Town. And from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day, who or what were you painfully wrong about? Y'all are already coming through strong on the Jim Allen, the Texas Hammer text line, and also the live stream on YouTube and Twitch. Lopez, I'll let you start it off because it seems like you got a few of them that are really fun.
Yeah, I got one that it's always embarrassing to bring up, but it is what it is, Figgy. It is what it is.
Yeah, we're winning them over.
No, you're not.
We're doing it.
I did that.
Where's the damn bell?
I did that ironically.
That's how it starts. Don't worry about it. We've all done that thing where we're like, oh, this is ironic, and now I'm yelling, hey!
Yeah.
Whenever somebody tries to draw a foul.
So Nick Wright and I, we went back on forth on this at least 3 years. He just was, that guy stinks. He's awful. And I'm like, man, he won the Heisman Trophy. He's shown some stuff here and there. That Trent Richardson, man, I'm telling you, that Trent Richardson, he's just ramping up. He's just getting started. You watch. He's going to have a big-time year here pretty soon. No, Trent Richardson sucked. I was so in on Trent Richardson, it was not even
I think a lot of people were, man. I saw that man in training camp. Ain't do nothing.
Oh, Nick won that one. That's for dang sure. And then the other one, I can actually blame someone. It's not my fault.
Nope, you got to blame yourself on this one. But go ahead.
Jimbo Fisher. Okay, so when they hired Jimbo.
Saw that scam from a mile away.
Hey, I got a bridge for sale.
So when
you interested?
When they hired him, Travis Johnson was here doing something, and I was just shooting the bull with him, and I ended up spending about 15, 20 minutes talking to him about Jimbo because he played, obviously there at Florida State with Jimbo. And he sold me like I bought it all. I bought all the extra, pieces. I bought the warranty. I bought I got the add-ons, that you really don't need and all this other stuff. Because I actually had so I like him. I know what he's done, and he talked for 20 minutes about Jimbo and talked about he'll win a national championship within 3 years. That program is set, and don't you worry about it. The players are going to be, fumbling over themselves to play for him. They're going to love him, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I wasn't right about
that. Man drained the Florida State. Florida State.
Yes.
The recruiting hotbed that was Florida State. Mm-hmm. He left, and you looked, and you're like, where was all the talent? And once Jameis left, that offense didn't look all that hot, did it?
Not that much.
The quarterback whisperer that was Jimbo Fisher. Yeah, all right. This is actually not even a sports one, but I think it's really strong on, I was just painfully wrong about. When the prospect of a tablet came out, right, we've gotten to a point with technology where you got laptops or you got computers, desktops. If you want to have a screen that's of a good size, you go there. If you want portability, these phones are in your pocket. They do all the things. I was like, what is the point of a tablet? It's this mid-sized thing that you can't put in your pocket, but also you don't have a keyboard on. People like keyboards. People like mobility. It has neither of those things. This is not going to last. Mm-hmm. Look at it now. Babies are being raised by these things.
They sure are.
Yeah. How was I so wrong about that? Mm-hmm. Apparently, I don't know people well enough. The sports one that came up, I think, Figgy, this one is yours, so I'll let you get to it. But you mentioned it, and I was like, oh, I was so wrong.
Yeah. I forgot what year this was. This 2018? 2018? The 2018 draft in the NFL? I was totally wrong about Josh Allen.
That's right.
I'm like, nah, man. People was talking about the Browns possibly taking him. Yeah. And I kept hearing the word project, and, we're not sure. He played at Wyoming and all. I'm like, nah, stay away from this guy, man. Stay away. Hey, I'd rather have Josh Rosen. Give me Josh Rosen, who actually played against some teams.
Sam Darnold went ahead of him. Baker Mayfield went ahead of him. Mm-hmm. It was and Josh Rosen was just 3 picks behind him.
Well, there was good reason for all those dudes going ahead of him.
Yeah,
he was the prototypical big old arm, all these tools, but not accurate. Mm-hmm. And when in the history of the NFL, up until 2018, had you seen somebody take an inaccurate quarterback and make them accurate? It's one of those things that you were like, this is a non-negotiable.
Richardson.
And that's the thing is, I was like, oh, Josh Allen, like this is not something we do. This is another one of those things where talent evaluators, again, get too bold on what they think they can do, and they just like, oh, these tools, I can make it into something. But it's like, no, they need to be talented. And then Josh Allen was like, I'm going to magically become a different person. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then, one, my bad. I don't know how I got this wrong, but I think I was right in my process. And two, now people are going to get fired behind trying to think that they can do this again.
Yeah.
And hello, Chris Ballard.
Yeah.
You will be the first one on these lines because you were like, oh, let's just get the big tools he do with the big old arm. We'll make him accurate. No, that was one magic trick. In fact, Brian Daboll got his Giants job off of that one magic trick that we think that he's going to do again. They were like, you could fix Daniel Jones. And I was like, no, he can't.
No, he can't.
And apparently he couldn't.
Yeah.
Shout out to now Indianapolis Colt, Daniel Jones. In fact, some other ones that have come in. I love this one. 346 was like, I got a whole clip of him for you. Johnny Football, Mark Appel. Oh
Mark
man.
Appel.
John Singleton. Vince Young, which someone else came in on the text line and said, I still don't think I was wrong about this one. The idea that the Texans should have drafted Vince Young and that it would have been all
You
gravy.
were. Mario was the best pick of that draft. You can go back and look at anything you want, but it's still people. He did have a little bit of a blip there of success. So
I got an NBA one.
Okay.
I thought Michael Olowokandi was going to be a beast.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people probably thought Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought Ben
I feel
Simmons.
like people just kind of because I felt like he barely played at LSU,
and for reasons that were concerned, like they're kind of the same reasons now. It's like some of the mental aspects of this were like, oh man, he might not love basketball or whatever have you, those types of things. Like, and you're finding yourself in this place where he's sitting out games for various reasons, passing up the ball when he has the opportunity to go and like be the guy. Like, yeah, we probably should have seen that. But he was really big and really talented and passed the ball really well.
I don't know how, and this is way back, but I don't know how wrong I was because I think a lot of people thought this. Jamarcus Russell.
Oh, yeah, no, you were wrong. I'm sorry.
I think everyone was. I don't know.
No, right, of course.
I don't think a lot of people thought, no, he's going to be a bust. I really don't. I think most people. That dude had a cannon, like beyond Aaron Rodgers, beyond just like a cannon, just a head case.
How are we supposed to know that he had those types of addiction issues?
Yeah, wasn't he doing the purple drink and all that other stuff?
That's right.
Yeah.
Some other things that have come in. They said painfully 832 painfully wrong about my first 3 wives, which maybe, but also I feel like there's another thing maybe you were wrong about there because 3 is a lot. You were wrong in that number of times, huh? Some other things that if somebody said never been wrong, I appreciate that.
Jesus Christ, texting in on the text line.
Yeah,
perfect.
Bryce Young, someone I misvaluated. Bryce Young, I feel like I just missed. I forgot one of the major things, which is if you want to be a great quarterback in this league, you got to do something incredible.
Yeah,
and felt like got a lot of to do good, and I don't know if there's something that's like a standout talent that he has.
At least be big.
Fair enough. Double whammy. They said they wanted Nick Farley over J.J. Watt.
Sure.
Yikes.
Yeah, and
that's a lot of people felt that way.
713. Fair enough. DeShaun Watson in so many ways.
Yeah.
We
were all fleeced on that one.
Yeah.
Dog, before that's what made it so crazy. Like remember all of the like good interpersonal like goodwill stories that he had.
100%.
Like we thought he was like we went from thinking he was just like the bee's knees, right? Like he was just the kindest,
God-fearing,
Bible study quarterback who was also really, really good at football, and the rest of the
leader,
the rest of the organization was drawing him down, and then all of a sudden, here come allegations that open the door to, he is none of that really. If I'm being honest.
Yeah, speaking of that, the Deshaun Watson, I thought Deshaun Kaiser was the better Deshaun in that draft. Boy, was I wrong.
How about this one? People are still wrong on this and refuse to acknowledge that they are. Lamar Jackson.
Correct.
Yeah.
Like they were wrong then, and there are still some people, nah.
That's one of the ones I'm very happy to say that I was right about. And it was it was just off the strength that people were like, yo, this is not a pro quarterback. And I was like, do y'all know who Bobby Petrino is?
Yeah.
Do y'all know what kind of
offense
he
should play receiver.
And you were talking about this. Figgy Ellis Wims came in here. And what did he say?
He said he would take Lamar Jackson #1 overall.
Well, he was right.
And even me, I was like, man, that's a lot. That's a little 100% right.
Although I guess you could say Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
Yeah, but still, number two.
Yeah. How many MVPs Lamar Jackson got?
Yeah.
I don't think nobody would have thought that.
Mm-hmm.
No. And fair enough, Marcus on the YouTube. Wrong about Şengün. Thought he would be trash. And, I mean, he's found a way to be very, very, very good for this Houston Rockets team. All right.
Are you wrong about Jalen Green?
TBD.
He's not ready to take that. Get after him on the text line, 713-572-4610. All right.
Based on what?
You're in the loop right here on
I thought he's going to be similar to Ja Morant. That was my take. I guess that was my hot take.
Yeah.
Ooh, they said debate is over. Who is the better quarterback? Leaf is Manning. All right, guys. Royce White. No, I remember Royce White. I remember
politician now, ain't he?
Mm-hmm.
Attempted politician. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL where the Falcons are keeping Kirk Cousins. We'll talk about that and more next.
All pros. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I don't know if it's a joke, but whenever we have one of those like wrong or type things, the amount of dudes that are like their wife, it does make me a little concerned. I do understand. Like, I know the general, I think it's acrimonious, but like kind of the general thought that 50% of marriages end in divorce. But I mean, look, divorce happens a good amount. I guess it's the one thing to know, and it's another thing to see people that be like, yeah, man.
These poor dudes are
my bad, dog.
Yeah.
Sometimes you could be wrong, man.
I messed that one up.
True.
You don't realize who you married until you actually married them.
And there's no shame in that game, I don't think. Like, I feel like there's an opportunity always to find remedies. So hope that you find that in the Texans.
Yes. Salute to the people. That's tough.
Especially despite their own actions. I was talking about you. I hope you know that. That was the whole reason.
I ain't pointing no elbows, but.
All right, let's go around the NFL now. And I'd like to start here. Maybe it's not the best place to start, but it is the place I want to start. The Falcons have decided that they are going to continue employing Kirk Cousins despite the big money that he has. In fact, this past weekend was the deadline for the roster situation where you get the roster bonus, and so Kirk Cousins picks up a $10 million roster bonus that was due to him. It's fully guaranteed. He's 36 years old, and he is entirely expected to be the backup quarterback.
Yeah.
And the Falcons are just going to hold on to him. Like, do you like this move for the Falcons, especially when you look at this? Look, they're going to have to continue to pay him. That's another $10 million that they're going to have on their salary cap. But you have a backup quarterback that I imagine, especially further off of that injury that was clearly hampering him, will be somebody that you believe in behind Michael Penix Jr.
It's dumb. It's dumb. I don't think it's necessarily going to be something that happens. He won't be there necessarily by the start of the season. This is just Kirk Cousins. He's fine. He's just going to be sitting there counting his bonuses, But no way. There's no way the Falcons cannot trade him.
This sounds like an insurance policy to me. Like they just want to make sure. It seems like they still not sure about Michael Penix and how is he the guy or not. So it seems like they keeping him right now. Maybe they're gonna see how he look in training camp, move from there. But it seems like they don't want to give him up yet.
Don't you think they're going to trade him?
I mean, I don't know how palatable that trade actually
for whatever
is,
because Figgy's right. He could be an insurance policy, but then you get back to the same thing. When Kirk Cousins struggles, hey, where's Michael Penix Jr.? Michael Penix Jr., if he starts to struggle, hey, where's the $30 million guy? I don't think it's going to be sustainable.
What are you thinking that after the draft, depending on how it falls, someone gets so? Because there also aren't a lot of options in the quarterback carousel that we've been watching. Although one looks like it might be more more open, or maybe it's not. As we got some reporting earlier today, although there's been other reporting that kind of counteracts it, that the Vikings are out on the decision of Aaron Rodgers. However, Diana Rossini and Adam Schefter have both reported that no real changes on the Vikings front. They're just kind of still standing pat. But all this continues to shed light on. There are so few quarterbacks that there's a couple of teams that are thirsting after Aaron Rodgers, and one of them that's just sitting out here like, nah, we're good for the time being. We're still thinking on it.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a scary thing for Texans fans as it relates to Kirk Cousins is the Titans, trade back, still get Travis Hunter, and trade for Kirk Cousins.
Is that scary? Especially with this.
Well, scarier.
I was like, with the defensive line that you have?
Scarier.
I don't know if I'm actually all that scared.
I'd rather that happen than them hitting on the court. Let's say they go with Cam Ward. And he's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a little more scarier than them rolling the dice on Kirk Cousins and trying again at another quarterback.
I mean, that probably longer term for sure. But I think if they want to maybe be something of a contender in frankly a gettable division, I mean, the Texans are the only team, that's scary. I could see where maybe they do that.
Yeah, I'm not terrified of that, but yeah, at the very least he gets to remain there, and I do wonder if we continue to get the vibes. You remember the last time we did quarterback on NFL? I think it was that Peyton Manning's production house?
Oh, the quarterbacks?
Omaha quarterback?
Yeah, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, the kind of was it reality TV? I don't feel like that's a great way of
saying
it, but like the show that kind of followed various quarterbacks through the league, and I always really liked how they tiered it. They kind of had like a really good quarterback in Patrick Mahomes. They had like
you talking about the Netflix series?
The Netflix series, the one that then you also had Kirk Cousins, the kind of in the middle. You had Marcus Mariota, and you had three quarterbacks though in there that you were like, okay, you have a little bit of a feel. I thought that Kirk Cousins was the winner of that. Like he became a darling. A lot of people that maybe did not have a lot of love for him, including myself. Not to say that I hated him or anything, but just so found a lot more reason to like him. We'll see if that happens again as we return to the well. Quarterback Season 2 is dropping this summer, and it features Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Kirk Cousins.
Kirk
back again.
Okay.
Man.
They were like, hey, man, we got to bring the star of the show back.
So now he's the Marcus Mariota.
I wasn't going to say it out loud, but yes. yes, he is. Right? Because Joe Burrow is that topic up now. Yeah. Although this is going to be from last season, I imagine, right, when in the recording. So, that because it's dropping this summer, so it would have been filmed this past season. I'm still very interested. Like, who of the three are you most interested to see clips of, or do you think you would be? Because obviously that changes when you get into it. Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, or Kirk Cousins?
I think Joe Burrow. Because he's very sort of reserved publicly in his press conferences and stuff. Although he did say, the stuff about wanting to sign these guys. But he's not real out there. I think a good behind-the-scenes look of why people, love him so much and what he's really like. I think that'd be the best part.
Okay.
Joe Burrow.
So I'm looking forward to that as well. Jared Goff, we've seen kind of like Hard Knocks a little bit, some of that. I kind of want to get an insight into that dude.
Yeah.
Like a little bit better insight into
He overcame a lot, man.
Oh, man.
Overcame a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I mentioned Aaron Rodgers and the will they, won't they that exists. It's like a weird love triangle of sorts where he wants the Vikings and the Vikings are trying to decide, and then you also come back around, and on the back end, he got two of them waiting for him in the Giants and the Steelers. Well, maybe not waiting for him in the same way, because Cam Hayward, who is a player for the Steelers, was on a podcast, and they were asking him about, the possibility of going out and actually recruiting Aaron Rodgers. Would you go out here and stump for the possibility of the services of Aaron Rodgers with the Pittsburgh Steelers?
So if they called you and were like, we need you to follow him into the darkness for a couple days. If he says if you come down there with him, he's signing. Are you going to be off the grid for a little bit, go to the darkness and try to get this guy? We need you. And it's like you recruited him too. So we need you to start recruiting. Get that NIL bag out like you did at Ohio State.
I ain't doing that or darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. Pittsburgh Steelers. If you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
Good for you, Cam Hayward. Good for you. That's what he needs. That's what needs to be said.
They're so fed up with Aaron Rodgers.
Everyone is. Everyone is.
And he don't need a couple days to think about Pittsburgh. It's the Steelers. Like he said.
Yeah.
You want to be a Steeler or nah?
Yeah.
Well, I do wonder, does that carry the same weight, like the idea, you are a Steeler?
I think it does.
Okay.
I think that there are certain franchises that just, they're in a different category, man.
Yeah, they could probably get free agents to sign for less than any other team just because, I guess, just the way they're ran.
Not Jamar Chase.
Like, I don't know if that still exists.
We was talking about Patrick Queen last year.
Yeah, that's
how
true.
he was going to get a lot of money.
Yeah.
He signed a friendly deal.
Yeah.
I think every team would have signed Patrick Queen if he was getting that money.
I mean, that's a fair counterpoint. I just wonder if like this modern era where dudes are just there's so much money out there and you got to maximize, which obviously finding something that works for you, right? Fit matters a good amount because you're also worried about the next opportunity to get money, or also understanding that these things aren't guaranteed and whatever you sign doesn't mean that you're going to see all of that.
Now, I think a big part of it is Mike Tomlin. Players want to play with Mike Tomlin.
Just the sort of just the legacy of the Steelers.
Because you was trying to get Tomlin out of there, weren't you?
It still resonates. No, I said I could understand, you guys, that the heat could be coming here pretty soon.
I done made Lopez into private equity where he's just trying to slice and dice everybody. Trim the fat.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with anything like that.
I bet you
Anyway, Jamar Chase wouldn't be a Steeler. I loved this.
No, so Jamar
I love
Chase,
this so much.
with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins both signing big-time deals, really kind of pushing the market up when it comes to number 1 and number 2 wide receiver salaries by average annual value. They did their press conference, which, by the way, Derek Stingley Jr., his extension, that's gone into effect, or that's been signed. He's going to do his. He's going to talk to the media today, later on today. But Jamar Chase and T. Higgins were talking, and Jamar Chase, very real in what kind of caused him to be good with the deal that he ultimately signed.
For me, I like Cincinnati because it gives me the opportunity to come here and focus. You know, I'm not distracted out here. It's not too many things to get me, off pace out here, and it's strictly what I'm focused on. That's really tunnel vision for me to play football. So, at the end of the day, the food's not the best. We can work on that, but I'm from New Orleans. I'm not used to the food yet. But, overall, honestly, I just think that's the biggest picture for me is that, I don't have no distractions here, and I can just play football. And my quarterback's here.
Like that, guys. I love money. I hate Cincinnati, but I love money. That's a shot. Even from the very start, it allows me to be focused. There's nothing to do.
But he's not wrong.
No, he's not wrong. But it's like, it's a lot of money.
He said, I can stay focused. It sounds like he don't go outside.
Nothing.
Well, it sounds like even if he did, he's not worried about what he'd see.
Yeah.
And I say that very particularly because I imagine, I'm pretty sure I worked with a man who was once kind of a Cincinnati guy.
Mm-hmm.
They go into Kentucky. They go to Louisville.
You got to
go and find a nightlife.
You got to fly into Kentucky to
right
get
on the
to
border.
Cincinnati. Their airport is in Kentucky.
Yeah.
There ain't nothing there. So, yes, you get to focus on what's happening here.
They got the casino there.
Yeah, and if you really want to get at a city, just start talking about their food.
But
the food's not that good, but we can work on that.
How much? All right, so give me a percentage here. How much of that do you think is Cincinnati itself, and how much do you think is a dude from New Orleans, one of the best food cities in the world?
Yes.
I still think it's 50-50. Cincinnati is just blah.
You just really wanted to hit on Cincinnati, which I'm okay with.
No, I want to highlight that the guy's being honest.
Yeah, no, I don't care about Cincinnati either.
Yeah.
I think it's funny because people always associate Cleveland and Cincinnati like they just around the corner from each other. We ain't got nothing in common outside of the state of Ohio.
Oh, okay. So let's go over to our Ohio correspondent, Figgy Fig.
They even talk different from us.
That's what I was say. I was like,
they're a little more
the Dallas-Houston rivalry, the Houston-Dallas rivalry, however you like to say it. What are the dynamics of the Cleveland-Cincinnati rivalry?
That's pretty much that. But it's so far away. A lot of people in Cleveland don't really know a lot of people in Cincinnati like that. It's not like a quick little drive either.
Yeah. I'd take Cleveland over Cincinnati every day of the week. Cleveland is so much better than Cincinnati.
You're a smart man.
It's so much better than Cincinnati. Skyline chili. The hell out of here.
I think the common place is Columbus. I think everybody in Ohio love Columbus.
Yeah.
I don't think I've met a person that was hating on Columbus, Ohio generally. Columbus, Ohio.
We all love Ohio State.
It's a fun town.
Yeah.
It can be rough now.
There's
some rough.
It's a big city too.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. I ain't never set foot. Real quick before we move it along, the Packers are officially now proposing to ban the tush push. Now we've already talked about what do you believe or whatever. I kind of wanted to get to a place do you think that this actually goes through? Whether or not you agree with it or disagree with it, do you think that the NFL, that there's enough support for this now that the Packers have officially put this proposition on the table to get banned?
I think it has a chance. Am I going to predict it? I don't know if I can predict it because you never know ultimately how they're going to do, but it's the owners voting.
Right.
That's key.
Yeah, because that's
key. It's not coach. If coaches were voting, I would say it's not going to go through. Ultimately, they're going to be like, we got to coach better. That kind of thing.
It felt like at Super Bowl where, I think that was one of those questions that was floated around a ton for coaches when they were out there. It seemed like a majority of coaches were in a place where nah, it's fine. Yeah. There was a few. I liked it.
But owners?
Yeah, I don't know how
owners are petty.
Owners.
Owners if we can't do it, then nobody can.
Yeah. And these owners don't care for Philly. They probably mad Philly won the.
I had not even thought about the possibility of this just being pettiness.
Yeah.
This being petty. Jeff Lurie, a word?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Philly ain't about to keep getting away doing this.
Exactly.
All right, that's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. 713, nobody cares about storied franchises anymore. I do think that, I don't know if I want to say nobody, but I think that it's significantly less of a draw than I think we've built it to be in years.
I get it, but I just don't agree. I think you say Steelers, it just carries something.
I think it's
you
like
say Packers,
with
it just
who, though?
carries something.
Like with fans or with like
and players? Players are fans. Players understand legacies and traditions.
Yeah, and I think specifically,
I think that falls very low on the priority.
I think specifically with the Steelers because their franchise been ran like no other franchise ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like they only got three head coaches throughout their whole existence.
Yeah.
So I think that one is a little more different than like just Lakers or Knicks or something like that.
Yeah.
You're in the loop. Coming up next, the Rockets are attracting national love. You love to see it. Is Stephen A. Smith right about the head coach of the Rockets, Ime Udoka? Let's do that next.
It's been a Your podcast.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's talk about it. Rockets getting some love after big comeback victory versus the Sixers. I mean, a comeback that was made from their own doing. However, a capability of doing that, I think, is worthwhile. And a lot of love was heaped on this team from a national perspective. One of the biggest voices, Stephen A. Smith, and I mean that in many different ways. Big in that it's very loud, but then also it has a lot of reach with him and his First Take and his podcast and all such things. And, on First Take, he had high praise for a lot of things with this Rockets team, but the one that caught my attention the most was the praise that he had for the head coach of this Rockets team, Ime. I wanted to let you hear this, Lopez, and react to it because I'm very interested. Like, do we fully agree with him? Because he got a little hyperbolic maybe when he got to talking about it.
Tillman Fertitta deserves so much credit because for hiring this dude. What happened to him in Boston, it was a crime. I will never forgive the Boston Celtics for what they did to him because they put business on Front Street. And as a guy that's been covering sports for over 30 years, that has covered the NBA, I know plenty of people who did what he was alleged to have done in the NBA, and it was never, ever reported. Ever. That was an HR matter. What happened to Ime Udoka was a crime. The Boston Celtics, because I got love for Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and those boys, I won't put it on them. And I love Brad Stevens, too, who's done an exceptional job as president of basketball operations. But I'm talking about the ownership. What they did to that man is criminal. I hope they lose money. They're trying to sell a team. I hope they lose a profit. I hope they lose money. They don't deserve our love at all. Ime Udoka is an elite coach. He would be champion right now because Boston would have won the championship with them last year. Okay, and Houston eventually will win a championship with that man as coach. He can coach anybody in the NBA. He is that elite.
All right, so there's a lot there, right? There's an awful lot. Shout out to Stephen A. because he laid that out just right. And we can set aside the ball.
There's a reason why he makes the money he does. Well,
$100 million worth.
Maybe not exactly that money, but there's a reason why he is the place that he's at.
But let's set aside the Boston stuff because that's a whole entirely different conversation. Ime Udoka as a head coach, elite. I agree. You guys know I'm a big fan of Udoka, like big fan. It was a risk for the compliment to Tillman Fertitta. He deserves all that, and we haven't mentioned it enough. That was a risk. That was a risk that a risk reward thing, and he's getting the reward. There were a lot of people who wouldn't touch Udoka. Now, even if like what Stephen A. was talking about, it was an HR thing. It wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Like there were still a lot of people too hot. He's too hot for these streets.
I mean,
he had the chance to go to Brooklyn. I think it was a conversation him going to Brooklyn. And I think they went in a different direction.
Yes. So Tillman absolutely agreed. Deserves credit for that, taking the risk. And maybe he had no other choice. I mean, look at what the option was here. But Udoka,
you calling Udoka the open box special? Is that what you're saying? Pull up. Let me get the floor model.
Yeah, that's right. And then with obviously being an elite coach, I totally agree. Here's where it gets a little interesting: winning a championship. What did he say?
He will eventually win a championship.
Oh, eventually. I thought he put a timeline on it.
No, he said eventually win a championship with the Rockets. He would already be a champion if he was still with Boston.
I agree with that.
So I'm interested to delve into this. You jumped immediately to saying elite. You're all in. What gives you that level of confidence to immediately go to? He's absolutely.
This team, these Rockets should not be as good as they are. They just flat out shouldn't. They don't have a go-to guy. We've talked about all the things. They don't have a go-to guy. There are players who you can maybe criticize fairly for are they professional enough to be bought in every night. We just saw it in the Sixers game. 78 points in the first half. They still burp up these kind of efforts. What is their true superstar of the future? You can argue several different players, but we haven't necessarily seen it for sure yet. And they're winning. They're winning. He's changed the culture. That's a word that's used a lot. He's changed their defensive presence.
What? Me?
He's changed their defensive presence.
100%.
He is an elite NBA coach. Here's the one little thing.
Well,
go ahead.
No, because you use the word elite, and that's high praise. And now we might be doing the sports radio thing where we do semantics as conversation.
Parse out elite.
Right?
What is elite?
I think he's very clearly a really good coach. I think that this has had me thinking since I heard this yesterday. Like, where are we going to when we get to elite? Because I'm starting to think at the top level. And, of course, I go back to, like, people can be like, he's already taken the team to the finals in his first year when he was with Boston, right? He came up, he stepped in for Brad Stevens, who goes up into the front office of the Celtics. But you can argue that he did not put that staff together.
Sure.
Right? He steps in. He's continuing something that was being built. And I was trying to think back, like, what were my impressions of Ime Udoka during that Boston run where, you know, they go to the final Heat in the Eastern Conference Finals. What was that, 2022? And or was it 22? Yeah, 21-22. And I just
NBA season's all messed up with the years anyway.
Yeah, right. I think the COVID year threw me off, man.
And I just kept thinking, and I was like, I don't remember thinking that much about him in particular. I thought so much about Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and whether they were going to develop to be the high-level players that were going to be able to carry a team, which, funny enough, that kind of feels like where you are in some ways here, where you're like, hey, do you have the high-level players that are going to be there to carry a team to championship contention? I still have some questions, and I don't mean for this to come straight through as negative. They are simply questions without any level of judgment. What is the offensive identity, and is that something that works on a high level when it comes? And I understand offensive identity is tough because you need the personnel to get things done there. But I do still have questions as to what they're doing offensively, identity-wise in some ways. And then again, I think I just come back to, are they going to make all the right decisions at the right times? And maybe that's an unfair level, but I just keep thinking about this is a relatively young staff that Ime Udoka has put around him without very many, if at all, of the kind of stalwarts of basketball that you will typically see on a staff, where you'll have like a Jeff Van Gundy on a staff somewhere to kind of bring some more of that expertise. This is a really young staff, and I do wonder if that at all hampers them. But I'm willing to go very good. I just elite feels like it's a really strong bar.
Yeah, I mean, we could be parsing that word out. I think he's elite. I mean, how many coaches would you trade now coach this team? And I think that this team part of it is crucial because it's one thing to be a good head coach that takes over an awesome lineup, you know. Ime Udoka didn't do that. He took the exact opposite of that.
Well, it's a ton of young talent, though.
Yeah, but what was the young talent doing with Steven Silas and and themselves, and how were they thought of?
That might say a lot about our guy Steven Silas.
Well, it does.
Honest, but yes, fair enough. I hear you.
But and even to this day, he's still. I think part of the reason I like Udoka so much is you can tell he's still fighting these battles with these dudes. You know, he's still calls out Şengün at the beginning of the year. You know, he still talks about, what it was a couple of weeks ago, like just torching this team's effort, and just continue. You can tell he's still fighting these battles, but somehow he's getting it together. I think he's elite. Now, I could be proved wrong, and they don't amount to too much beyond what they are right now. But I do think he's that. The one little thing, I don't know how good of an offensive coach or staff he has, in terms of sets, getting people open, creating on the fly, adjustment type inbounds plays and half court sets and playoff basketball offense is what separates the truly elite.
Yeah, and I think that's where I'm really interested to see, and I think that just as a general, that's one of the things that this entire season was built around is what do you then see with this team when they kudos to them and Ime in particular for getting them to a place where it's evident that they will be in a place to go to the playoffs and test this. But what do they do in that particular culture? A level of credit is deserved because they're 44 wins. You remember what the over-under was set at for this team on this year?
I don't.
43.5.
Well, cash your tickets.
They've hit the over, and we still got some weeks to go before the season is over. Playoffs start in April, right? You are in that place where you have far exceeded expectation, and he deserves a lot of credit. I think I'm interested to see if that elite moniker gets is in some ways earned, and that sounds really jerky to say it that way, but I apologize. I can't think of another way in this moment. If it's earned, particularly in those playoff settings for Ime Udoka and these Rockets. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 from the 203 on the text line. Have you guys already touched on something? I just tuned in. Not just yet. We were just seeing it as well. A little bit of news for your Houston Texans. Titus Howard has not restructured. It seems like he's renegotiated. Or no, he's restructured. A max restructure of his contract. How much cap space has been created? What does that mean for the Texans? We'll talk about that and what's popping next.
It's turning time, H-Town.
where low prices live.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, there's a big thing that's popping here locally for your Houston Texans. They just made a little bit of move. Now, it's not a free agent move. However, it could impact such things. It does, in some ways, I think, show a little bit of solidity or a level of, I don't know, what's the right word, a level of trust or belief in a player that they currently have, and his name is Titus Howard. The Texans have agreed to a max restructure, was the terminology I saw from our guy Texans Cap on social media.
How about Texans Cap breaking it?
Hey, man, he be doing his work,
How about
brother.
that?
Hey, salute.
I'm telling you, no one else has this. No one else has this.
Yeah, Texas Cap, I mean, he does the over-the-cap stuff as well, so I'm sure that he was able to kind of get his hands on something in that way, but Texans have created upcoming, or for this football season, I forgot we done entered the new league year. And so, man, the first thing that comes to mind is, okay, so they're 100% good with Titus Howard, like being on this team. Because, I mean, first and foremost,
being their left tackle.
I imagine so.
Yeah.
I imagine so. Like, the cap hit for this year is one where you feel comfortable with him. Like, I guess if you were just in an abstract, $11+ million being the cap hit. That feels like something that you would be able to take for a guard or a tackle. So depending on where he is, it doesn't alleviate necessarily next year's cap hit, where I think that's somewhere like 27, which is something where you're like, yo, you better be playing tackle. So maybe that is how they're planning on doing this. But first and foremost, how do you feel about the idea that Titus Howard definitely remaining on this team as evidenced by this restructure?
Doesn't really change my opinion on we're banking on a lot. We're hoping upon hope on a lot because ultimately nobody really cares, about cap hits and money and salary and extensions and all that if they care about what's he doing on the field. Are you protecting number 7? So it doesn't really change that much. He's shown some things. He's going to be the left tackle. It does show. I think it does tell us that the max restructure. The fact that he's getting paid like a tackle and now he's getting a more longer term on that. He's going to be the left tackle. But what I do find interesting here is creating that cap space. There's only one thing that can mean is they're still attempting to find, probably on the offensive line, right? This isn't all for rookie salary cap space.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Now, of course, I was leaning in some ways on the little nugget that Jonathan Alexander put in his mock draft that came out, I believe, yesterday. The notion of the Texans were unlikely is the word that he used, and that's a very operative word because that is not a 0% chance type proposition, but unlikely to add a starter in free agency. $11 million will get you a starter at various positions, and so I do wonder if maybe that unlikelihood, that little room with the door being left ajar is what the Texans are maybe walking through to continue to address it. I sure do hope so.
Right.
For the sake of Clint's blood pressure, he's been working so hard to eat good. I want that man to feel good about this. But jokes aside, I do hope so just because we've talked about it. This offensive line is in such a place where I would like to minimize the number of question marks that you're walking into the 2025 season with. And if you can, whether it's signing or maybe Jonathan ends up being right and this is just cap space for you to trade into, that's also a possibility.
That's a possibility.
However
right?
you make this happen, I would very much like for you to have something on the offensive line that I feel that you could say, we know exactly what that is, and we feel good about also leaning some of these other question marks upon that because that person is going to hold down whether it's right guard or left guard or what have you.
Yeah, I think they probably looking more towards the trade and not signing a offensive lineman. I think they probably look and see who, like I said earlier, the Tunsil deal. I can see them maybe like a really good tackle or guard, whoever it may be. Hopefully it's not a guard because that might be a little too much for a second round pick, but I think it might be something like that.
And then have the money to be able to afford it. I think that's a possibility. I mean, it's not exclusive to offensive line either. The money could be there for any number of reasons.
Yeah, we continue to talk about nose tackle being a spot that you still need to, or maybe not need, but I imagine you would very much like to get starting caliber, maybe even impact making nose tackle play. And it feels like I don't know that I think that Sheldon Rankins is solely that. Not to say that I don't think he could be a factor within a rotation there in the interior of your defensive line. But maybe this is space in order for you to try and address that. And then free yourself up a little bit to continue to look at the various other needs, or just open yourself up to drafting just the best available players as you need in days 1 and 2 of the NFL draft. But again, if you're just tuning in, Titus Howard, max restructure, creating over like almost $11.5 million in cap space and bringing his cap number down in this year. Again, I think we've basically hypothesized that this means that they're comfortable with him remaining on this team for the extended.
It seems pretty obvious
for the remainder of his at least the
What's the
remainder
other
of the deal.
options?
Yeah, no, it'd be wild to restructure and then find a way, a reason to move him in some ways, and probably. It feels like he'd probably be a left tackle at this point, or a tackle of sort. I still am not going to lock myself or lock them into one of these things. And space 4. So they're talking about the text line. Appreciate you talking about having a total of like $22 million.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
Sure.
It's not just rookie salary cap space.
Any chance that this is space for you to get another extension done?
I mean, an extension? Like you're talking about Danielle Hunter?
Danielle Hunter. Don't forget, Jalen Petrie has entered his extension window, and that's one of the guys that we have not talked a lot about. But this team seems to love, particularly his demeanor, his swarminess, right? Again, I know that people get sick of that, but that is a mantra and a motto, the physicality that he brings to the game. Is there any chance in your mind that this could be something like that? Especially as it feels like the MO has been established to some degree that this team wants to get out ahead of extensions.
No, I think it's absolutely possible, but there's still a possible for another restructure, as well.
Ooh, do we need to enter the reckless speculation zone? All right, reckless speculation zone. If you want to get
that a drop, man.
713, yeah,
drop for that.
Yep, 100%.
I'll work on that.
713-572-4610 from the 713. Reckless speculation. Texans freed up cap space to pursue Trent Williams from the Niners for draft picks.
And Titus goes back to right tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I would be totally down with that.
Yeah, who wouldn't?
I was thinking of something like that. I don't know how much he going to cost as far as like a draft pick or nothing, but he might be a cheaper draft pick.
Well, considering
if
the
you
way
pay for that salary.
Considering the way that the Niners have been trying to jettison salary.
Everybody, yeah.
That's very, very. I appreciate you. You really did the reckless speculation because it is reckless, but the speculation is fun.
We all got hooked on that.
I would actually feel better if they did something like that.
Yeah.
I like to spend the U6 Rocks. Could be David Andrews, the center that was released from the Patriots. Don't know. No.
I just said I just said
we better not be clearing up no money for him.
I'll fight you. We have not fist
Oh,
fighted.
that guy.
Yeah, well,
I'm clearing up all this money for you.
He left what team now?
The New England Patriots.
Okay, that's right.
You're a real jerk for making me say
I
that.
forgot.
Some other
We do not consider ourselves the Patriots South.
Cut it out. Stop enabling him. All right, some other things that are popping. Man, our guy Ben Olsen, he's having a rough start to his season, is he? Dynamo head coach Ben Olsen.
Are we going to have to suspend him for another week?
I think so.
All right.
We might have to.
Yeah.
I don't think he did this. I have a strong feeling that he didn't go.
Oh, we're blaming him, though.
And
that's what
hurt
happened.
my guy's knee. But in the loss to Real Salt Lake on Saturday, the Dynamo lost their first-choice goalkeeper, Andrew Tarbell, who was 31 years of age. He suffered a knee injury, and so he'll miss the remainder of the season. Mind you, they just started the season, what was that, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
4 weeks ago?
At least they have a good young backup.
Yeah, the 36-year-old Jimmy Maurer, who, if you are in soccer circles, you tell people that Jimmy Maurer's out there and you got a little bit of a up and down proposition. So,
yeah.
Ooh, boy.
Yeah.
Send love and good vibes to our guy, Ben Olsen. He is probably going through it. I hope his hair is still intact. All right. We mentioned that, or I guess we haven't mentioned it. Tournament.
It's happening, baby. Tomorrow, come see us.
Fast approach. Is that tomorrow? Is tomorrow Thursday?
Tomorrow's Thursday.
Damn. What's happened to the week? Tomorrow's Thursday. We'll be out at the Twin Peaks on 59 and Kirby. Ourselves will be broadcasted from 10 to 2, and then we'll lead right into the drive. Clint and Alex all live at the Twin Peaks on 59 and Kirby. So come out and see us. But the tournament games, obviously, we know the first 4 starts early, and there was, I don't know if I could call this excitement, but there were things that were happening. So first, North Carolina looked good with the T on the end. They were very, very good, and they were just double burdened.
Yeah.
Everybody else, they had the audacity to say they had no business in this tournament because they put it on San Diego State, San Diego State, 95-68, and it wasn't particularly close at any point in this.
No, they've got a giant chip on their shoulder. They've actually been playing pretty well. We talked about how they did against Duke, which everybody's saying Duke's going to win the national championship, including me if you look at my bracket. But they're playing pretty dang good, and they have the giant chip on their shoulder. I think they're going to win at least one against Ole Miss and maybe two. Games in the tournament.
I also have them over Ole Miss. I don't know if I've gone to 2 yet. Which my bracket is. I put the baseline together. It's like a NFL team in free agency. I papered over it, so I have things in those holes, and I'll go back and evaluate it tonight before I solidify it.
That's far too much
for the
thought.
Tournament. No.
Far too much thought into this.
I only do one though. I'm not one.
Me too.
I'm not doing like 5 of them.
I'm in 3 pools so far. Same bracket in every one, and whenever I enter the one here at Sports Radio 610, it's going to be the same bracket.
Excellent.
So you're going to have 4 brackets.
I'm a ride or die, baby.
Excellent.
4 brackets, same choices.
Okay, 4 brackets.
But same choices.
So it's effectively one. He's just entering it in different places.
Okay, but 4 brackets. No, I'm just.
Also, a good bit. The madness already starting. Alabama State, shout out to the HBCU.
Man.
You love to see it. And not just because they're HBCU, but because they gave you an exciting ending where, what was the score they were tied at?
It was 68-68, I believe.
68-68, and there is not a lot of time left on the clock at all. I think that we're looking at, what, like a couple of seconds?
I think it's 3-something.
3.4 seconds.
Yeah.
They have to go the length of the court. And so what time is it? Hail Mary time.
Seconds left, and here we go. This is where dreams are made. They're going for it all. Simpson, home run play, the deflection. Oh, layup! 0.7 seconds left. Alabama State in front.
How do you not love that? How do you not? And that was a true Hail Mary. It touched 3 players' hands, Alabama State players. The one dude on the right, then he tipped it to the guy on the left. The guy in the middle got it in there. It was like Aaron Rodgers, man. It was a true Hail Mary all the way to the bucket.
So shout out to Alabama State, man, getting the vibes of the March Madness already going. I can't wait to see many, many more buzzer beaters over the next few weeks, the next 3 weeks of basketball. And again, if you are also in those vibes, or if you just want to get some Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views, come out and see us at Twin Peaks.
Oh, salute the attorney Sam too. I think that's his squad, Alabama State.
Oh yeah, actually, isn't that Titus' squad?
It sure is.
It sure is.
Titus is Alabama State guy, so he's. Look, maybe they restructured that. Feeling great. Alabama State won yesterday.
I forgot about. You're right. Yeah. I'm already thinking about what I'm going to order at Twin Peaks. They have a pretty good menu, man. They really do.
Yeah.
In talking about various with the restructure again, if you did not hear, Titus Howard, max restructure on his deal, and of course I'm joking. I don't think that teams necessarily have to do a lot of consulting with the player on whether or not they restructure, kind of flip those switches that exist within the contract. But $11.5 million thereabouts created in cap space for the Texans, and I think it again solidifies the idea that Titus is going to be here, that he's going to be a factor in what you do. And everybody's kind of looking at various ideas, various ways that they would like to spend the money. Anytime you see some credit card space, some open areas, like how can I use that money? Seems like the YouTube is largely in a place where they're going for David Andrews, which again, get a tentpole kind of player, veteran center, although that kind of displaces Scruggs and Patterson.
Yeah.
You get that guy there, and maybe then if you
It's going to be a lot of competition going on, man.
I don't know if this guy's any good anymore.
You're not in on the David Andrews?
No, I don't know if he's any good anymore.
I mentioned the idea of Jalen Petrie. Is there any possibility that there's an extension there? There's a lot of people who are kind of out on the idea of like, hey, going and making sure to extend Petrie, utilize him while you still have control over him. And there's people that are in the place where like they're ready to just be like, hey, you draft a replacement for Jalen Petrie. Interestingly enough, although do you think Petrie will be an expensive?
No, he's had 1 year. He's had questions before. It'll be very workable, very, very doable.
People are like, Diggs. The return of Diggs.
Hey, I floated it the other day.
We saw him out here running routes with Geno, mind you. But we saw him out here running routes and stuff, looking like the recovery is ahead of schedule.
It's something, though. I mean, just stay tuned.
He's still out
Literally and figuratively.
He is still out there. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's take it to the phone line. I would like to talk to a friend of ours, Charles McDonald of Yahoo Sports. He covers the NFL very well. I'm very interested in getting his perspective on some of these players that we've seen consistently mocked to the Houston Texans. We'll do that next.
All right. Let's talk about Driftwood Shores at Wolf Point. I mentioned this is the place to go. We're talking about $49.9 for the lot, all with bay access, 1 to 3 acres. I've been there. I spent a weekend there not long ago, and I'll be there on Saturday, March 29th. It's the one-day coastal land sale, March 29th. 1 to 3 acres, grand opening kind of thing. They're going to have all kinds of great events and helicopter ride. Fulfilling your dream and getting that piece of land right on the water, right by the water, bay access, pool, cabana, boats.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, that's funky, Figgy. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Right now, joining us on the phone line, he is a friend. He covers the NFL for Yahoo Sports, the author of the Four Verts column. And also, and unfortunate for him and probably for a lot of folks, he is a Falcons fan. Charles McDonald. Charles, I was going to call you Chuck. Has anybody ever called you Chuck? Do you ever get Chuck?
I prefer Charles, though, to be honest with you. So
not Chaz?
Definitely not Chaz. Definitely not Chaz. No.
Definitely not Chaz.
Yeah, you're not a Chaz.
I can't blame you for that.
Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie.
Do we still make Chucks? Like, are we still rolling Chucks off the line? I feel like if you weren't Chuck, if nobody called you Chuck by like 1998. We don't
you're
make
done.
Chucks like that anymore.
You're done.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good amount of people that do call me Chuck, but I don't. It hasn't been my favorite. You know, I think in my 30s I'm going to start recorrecting people on that.
Actually, you've been calling me Chuck all this time. It's really Charles.
Yeah.
Charles, yeah.
All right, that's our guys. Charles, not Chuck McDonald, here on the hotline. Charles, I'm sure that you saw this because this was I think the topic of NFL Spaces for a good amount of time. Larry Tunsil traded from Houston to Washington, and it felt like a lot of national perspectives did not understand it, where locally we were like, how you must not have watched and seen the penalties and everything. What, from your perspective, obviously, again, being more of a national perspective, but like, did you see it? Did you understand what was happening there?
Yeah, I understood it. You know, it's kind of interesting because when you look at there's kind of like two ways to look at it. Because when you look at like his advanced stats for the end of the season, they look pretty good. You know, like if you just look at stuff like PFF or next gen stats, like he still ranks pretty well. But like you said, the penalties. What do you have? Like 19 penalties last season.
Yeah.
Which is just, I mean, you can't tolerate that from like any player, let alone someone you're paying that much money to. So. I think you can look at it like, you know, the test say not quite the player that he used to be, and this is kind of where I guess maybe Caserio is doing the old Bill Belichick thing of, you know, we're going to get rid of a player maybe a year or two before like the actual like real descent comes, because you know he's still a quality player when he's not getting all those penalties, but I think if you were going to trade him away, maybe you do it now, see what you can get in return for him. I guess the question I have is like some of the following moves. I'm not quite sure about what their offensive line plan is looking like, but I didn't really think that there was such a negative or the idea of trading Tunsil was such a negative thing.
Well, you transitioned better than I would have because the following moves is exactly where I was going to go. And that is Titus Howard just got, I guess, the max restructure or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going to be the left tackle, but it did free up some money. And this line, it's an ongoing conversation here. It doesn't seem like you can be confident in it more than hopeful. You know, they got to do something, don't they?
Yeah. I think they probably need to address it maybe with a top draft pick. I mean, this is a pretty good class for offensive linemen, but you know, you start looking at some of even just bringing like Ed Ingram over to the operation. wasn't really a big fan of that move. I think their interior has a chance to be a problem this year. But hey, you have a bunch of draft capital now where you can try and spend and maybe go trade for someone or pick someone in the draft to keep plugging the holes in the offensive. I think you look at it, even with, you're changing some of the offensive staff, you have a new offensive coordinator, new offensive line coach, you still probably want to look at it from a perspective we still need to add talent to this group.
Yeah.
Charles, I think that's really an interesting place to get to, and I think there's been kind of a fundamentally philosophical conversation happening here on our station when it comes to like what can be expected, even plugging in rookies into what an offensive line that or as currently constituted. There's not like a ton of like raw talent that you view or like really experienced talent that you view. Like, what's your general philosophy on building an offensive line? Is it just you can get 5 guys that are kind of okay, and then the sum is greater than their parts, or do you have a feeling where you kind of really need studs to kind of be tent poles that help, especially when you have rookies in the fold?
I think it's more of a sum of your parts position because even look at like a team like the Bears, right? Last year, Darnell Wright is one of the best right tackles in the game right now. He's really good, and the way that I described, their offensive line last year is you see 4 guys on the ground while Darnell Wright stonewalling someone on the outside. But just because you got one stud, that doesn't mean much because the other 4 guys aren't all that good. So you've seen what they've done, try to rebuild the interior of the offensive line. And then even I think where the Titans are this year, it's kind of a good it'll be a good test study for the some of your parts theory, because I don't know if they have like any A+ starters on their offensive line, but you look at guys they've added, Dan Moore this year, Lightler, who's going to join J.C. Latham, who was solid as a rookie, Lloyd Cushenberry and Peter Skoronski, who were solid on the inside. Like, I don't know if they have A+ starters, but if you have a bunch of B starters, then you probably have like an A line relative to what everyone else is putting out there. So, having someone like Larry Tunsil is helpful when he's not getting those penalties, but if the other guys aren't playing up to par, then it doesn't really matter that you have him. Even the Giants with Andrew Thomas, when he's been on the field, that's been another one. They've tried to get him help, but you can have a stud left tackle if the other 4 guys are turnstiles. It doesn't quite matter. So you got to keep getting as many guys as you can. I think, if you're kind of one of those teams and you're just like, I don't really know what position we should go in the draft, and just take a lineman. It can never go wrong for you unless that guy sucks. But like the process of just adding,
that's the only time. Yeah, that's the only time.
Right, that's the only time. But think about it. Like you need, or even defensive line too. Like you need multiple starters. So if you're just gonna keep adding guys at that position throughout, throughout the tenure of your GM role, it's not a bad idea. But like I said, you still got to hit the picks. But I don't know where they are right now in terms of where they are last year, because you could say maybe the coaching will be better for the Texans this year, and I would imagine that it probably will be. I'm a Falcons fan, so I still subscribe to the idea things can always get worse. But I do think even if the coaching is better, you still have a personnel issue.
Well, you mentioned the draft and how deep it is. How good? Because the Texans clearly, I'll put it as a question. Do you see any scenario in which the Texans do not draft a tackle or a guard with their first one?
Teams are weird, so I don't know if you could say like they definitely will. But when you start looking at just the guys in this class, I know it's not as I think people have gotten the wrong ideas about this draft class. Yeah, it's not a sexy class in terms of quarterback talent or maybe skill talent at the top outside of some running backs. But the offensive line class I think is good. So you're looking at guys like Armand Membo, Will Campbell, probably going to be top 10 picks. But then, like the middle of the first round, and even like the end is where I think the sweet spot is, where you're looking at guys like Kelvin Banks from Texas, Tyler Booker from Alabama, Gray Zabel from North Dakota State. Like that's kind of where you're probably looking, where you can just say, all right, we're just going to try and find a nice starter with some potential, because those guys at the top, there aren't too many like super duper offensive line talents. Like a few years ago when we had like the Tristan Wirfs drafts, Andrew Thomas at the top of that draft, Mekhi Becton before his knees, got injured a bunch. He was playing really well as a rookie. Maybe you don't have too many of those guys, but a lot of guys who can just be plug-and-play starters, which is ultimately what you're looking for in an offensive lineman.
Okay, perfect. I like the idea. I like what I'm hearing on the idea of in that space where, again, the Texans are picking 25, there's going to be plug-and-play starters. You mentioned a few of those guys. Obviously not Membu or Campbell, who are definitely going to be out of that space. Banks, Zabel, some of the other guys. Which of those guys in that little pot that you could see being selected in that late first round are you most a fan of?
I think like Gray Zabel, he's from North Dakota State. They were a few years ago, and I think they've fallen off in terms of like national perspective. Like I think South Dakota State is passing a little bit, but they're still putting out dudes into the NFL. Zabel's another one. He played tackle at North Dakota State, but I think he's probably going to play guard in the NFL. I mean, he's a pretty good athlete, so maybe he can stick a tackle. But I think most people reject him on the inside. Just kind of fits what you're looking for, like especially for teams that are going to use zone blocking, or even if you want to go a little bit heavier, you can do some of that stuff. But really athletic in space. I think he's got a lot of potential at tackle or guard, and I think really kind of one of the few reasons why he's at the bottom of the first round, or even top of the second round, is probably just because where he went to school. You want to see him maybe do it against some tougher guys. But when you start going through, like some of the boxes you want to check for smaller school guys, athletic, played well in the postseason stuff, a bunch of starts at different positions. I think he's a pretty safe bet at that range.
I do want to ask you something about the Falcons because I think it relates to the Texans, and that is Kirk Cousins. Obviously, there's news there with him being back in Atlanta. He's not going to stay in Atlanta. They're going to deal him, aren't they? And are the Titans a factor?
I don't know. I think when you pay that bonus on Sunday that they paid a few days ago, I think it makes it less likely that he's going to be a Falcon because now it's easier for a team to trade. But I didn't realize that. Yeah, you're not going to get anything back really that you were hoping for from this guy. And Kirk has kind of angled it himself, where he's like, "Yeah, I was actually hurt, even though maybe he might have asked not to be put on the injury reserve, asked not to be put on the injury report because he didn't want that to be an excuse or whatever reason." But he's claiming he was hurt like the back half of the season. I think he was only on the injury report one time, so I don't really know what to make of all that. I just know that. It needs to end. Like you can't walk into the season with Kirk Cousins as your backup quarterback. I mean, just like financially, it makes no sense. So, the frustrating part is the idea of like, okay, well, we took Michael Penix, and you have this old, this age-old idiom about, oh, we're gonna get we're gonna build a team out while we have the cap benefits from a rookie quarterback. Well, you can't even do that because Kirk Cousins costs so much. So yeah, it's painful over here, but that's nothing new. They can never hurt. Yeah, they can never hurt as bad as 28-3 did. So I think it's kind of nice, like when your fan base experiences something like that, because a lot of times, like if you ask Falcon fans about Michael Penix, like, shit, I don't know. I hope he's good. I really hope he's good, but I don't know. We've only played 3 games. But if you see what's happened with J.J. McCarthy and Vikings fans this week, even like the mere thought that they could add Aaron Rodgers to their roster, which it doesn't seem like they're going to be doing, it sent the fan base to kind of a tizzy. So look, you need one really good heartbreak so you can ground yourself and look at this realistically. Probably worse than they were last season.
We're talking to Charles, You Can't Kill Me, I'm Already Dead McDonald here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. I really do want to. I'm so tempted to ask you about the Aaron Rodgers thing, but I have more important things to do. Mock drafts of late, and it's mock draft season, have kind of been mocking to Houston a couple of tackles in that late first round space. Josh Simmons, Ohio State, and then also Kelvin Banks Jr. of Texas. I'm interested. What are your takeaways on those guys, especially with like Josh Simmons coming off of the patellar tendon tear, and then Kelvin Banks supposedly having some I guess questions or what have you? Like, have you heard anything in those realms? Like, what do you know about those guys?
Well, I mean, Simmons is interesting because I think when you watch him play, he's really good. If he didn't have the injury, he'd probably be slated to go in the top half of the draft, like for sure. Even with it, like there's still a chance he can do it. I just can't really think of like patellar tendon injuries that get solved as fast as they're saying. They're saying he's gonna be ready for the start of training camp potentially, which I don't know because he tore it a little bit later in the season. But when he's at his best, like I think he's one of those guys that can start for a long time at tackling. You just kind of forget that he's out there, which is ultimately what you're going for. Who was the other player?
Kelvin Banks.
Kelvin Banks.
Texas.
Kelvin Banks is I think he's solid. I don't know too much about the ceiling, and honestly, to just be fully transparent here, I'm a big Georgia Bulldogs fan. I watched what that defensive line did to Texas in 2 straight games. Guys with Walker and Michael Williams, who are going to be first-round picks. But still, you just would have liked to see them fare a little bit better against players who are, supposed to be like the same caliber as them. They kind of got, punched in the nose twice, much to my blessings, and I loved it. But when I'm studying guys for draft, I'm like, when you finally get into these games where you're not just mowing down other teams that have inferior talent, it would look kind of tough. And also, even if you go back to the game that Texas played against Michigan this year, where they're playing against Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant, they kind of got, they were able to figure some stuff out downfield to generate some big plays. But up front, it wasn't necessarily easy sledding for them. So that's the only thing I worry about. I still think he's a solid starter. I just don't know if he's going to be someone who ends up being, a cure-all for, a guard or a tackle spot for you.
Okay. All right. Very interesting. A lot of great things. One more thing that I have to ask you, because I forgot, you're doing all this draft prep, and I love asking people doing this draft prep about their pet cat. They're like that player that they just really love, maybe for, maybe outside of what everybody else does. Do you have a pet cat in this particular draft pool?
Yeah, I think for me it's probably Kenneth Grant from Michigan. I don't think he tested this year, but I've kind of stopped looking at that because no one's really testing as much as they were in the past. But man, he's just a load at the line of scrimmage. I think he's still only 21 years old, so still a lot of room to grow. But I think he's someone to me that it's a college player, and he's a damn good college player in his own right. I don't know if he'll ever be like a big sack guy, but when you're looking for guys who are that big and athletic and can play with pad level and also have a little bit of movement to them, I think that kind of puts him in a different tier than maybe some other guys who come into the draft are pushing 330, 340. He's not moving like Mason Graham is, where Mason Graham looks like maybe he could play out on the edge every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
But Kenneth Grant, I still think that's a high upside guy who immediately, at the very least, is going to make your run defense a lot better.
Okay, very interesting. Now I'm back interested in Kenneth. I mean, everybody loves Kenneth Grant.
Yeah, he's been talked about a lot down here.
Can't even play in those waters. I'm over here worried about offensive line. All right, Charles McDonald, Yahoo Sports, @4verts on Twitter, and that's the name also of the column that you should be reading on Yahoo Sports. Chuck, have a good one, brother.
Appreciate it.
Or Chaz, either way.
I was hoping
that man hang up.
Yeah, he was
hung
like,
up on
get me off
Don't
this
call
phone.
me Chuck.
That's my guy, Charles
Don't
McDonald.
call me
Always
Chuck.
appreciate it. Man, interesting kind of perspective there. He was not as high on Kelvin Banks Jr. as I thought he might be.
Yeah, and I like him a lot. Of course, I've seen more Texas games, so there's bias there. But it is a deep tackle draft, so we'll see.
I feel like he mentioned a man who we've talked about a lot that I just realized that I guess I kind of pushed to the sideline because, the tackle possibility, which I guess it looks like might be solidified with Laramie Tunsil.
Mm-hmm.
Grace Abel. I'm finding a hard time finding a reason to not just go get Grace Abel and just profit.
Yeah.
Just deal with the radio. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions. Brought to you by the Men's Clinic.
It's been a week of free agency, and Nick Caserio made some significant changes.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so this Jose Altuve missed a catch yesterday. If you were not listening earlier, here it is, but it leads to a confession, and that is it going to the grave without being able to do. This was Altuve.
Altuve is going to have his arm tested, but before he can make the throw, he drops that fly ball. So they were going to tag up on Altuve, and we were going to get a chance to see Altuve try to throw a runner out at home. Instead, he dropped the fly ball. That'll be the Astros' second error of the inning.
All right, so we talked about that. It's going to be talked about. By the way, we're going to get to some more Astros here in a little bit. They do play again tonight.
You're going to get some more Astros.
But don't put me with that. It got me thinking. My confession is, Altuve, some people are saying, yeah, the experiment is over. Don't put him out there. But there are certain things in life that you're just going to go to your grave not being able to do. And that's my confession. There's a few things that I've always wanted to do. I've even taken piano lessons, and I admit I will never be able to play the piano.
I was like, I don't know.
Really? I can type like a mofo. I mean, I can do, music. So, you've heard me sing. I like to sing.
So you took piano lessons and still can't play the piano?
Well, I mean, they didn't stick.
How long did you take piano lessons for?
About 3 months. 3 or 4 months.
You can't do a little something?
Oh, I learned parts. I was going to say I learned 2 songs. I learned parts of 2 songs.
It sounds like you just didn't do enough lessons. That's all I'm hearing.
Maybe now that I have a little more time, I'm going to have to get back into it, because this was several years ago before kids. And then once you have kids, everything ends, so.
Is that how it happens? I didn't know that. Okay.
That's why I ain't got no kids.
But I guess I just got to come to one I'm never going to be able to do.
I feel like you can learn to play the piano.
I don't know, man. Any piano teachers out there willing to deal with a really bad student that knows music? I know the music. I can read music. I know music. I like to sing. I just can't play the piano.
You say bad student. I imagine they hear lots of lessons. So, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's actually a good way of going about that.
Yeah. Well, Altuve helped me realize, I guess that's not going to happen.
These are my confessions.
Okay, so first and foremost, I didn't realize that we were going to do. Is it okay to do confessions from the text line?
Sure. Yeah.
I'd never thought about doing that.
You should do that more often.
From the 361, they said they were going to wait. Well, this is from way earlier. Shout out to Vanessa Richardson. They said huge Women Crush Wednesday. There, she was on with Payne and Pendergast at 9. It was a good listen.
Mm-hmm, it was.
Go ahead and hit the podcast page or the Odyssey app to go back and listen to it. So, yeah, shout out to you, 361, and giving some love to Vanessa Richardson. Very good. In fact, I got a text from a friend.
So his confession is he's got a crush on her?
I'm sure. Very unique standpoint.
Get in line, pal.
I got a text from another friend at one point watching one of these Rockets broadcasts on League Pass, and they were like, God bless Vanessa Richardson for helping this. I think it was actually probably on what was that? The game that we were just talking about, like the Sixers game. I'm pretty sure it was the Sixers game, because he was like, man, because this game is frustrating. I was like, yeah, ain't it? But he's like, Vanessa Richardson making it all worthwhile.
She filled in on this show one time.
Remember? I did a show with her.
It was
during COVID.
It was during COVID. I think everybody was at their homes.
Yeah.
Everything kept dropping.
Yeah.
And I just remember her texting me sounding pissed off.
And she should have been.
So frustrated.
And she should have been.
And I'm like, it ain't nothing knocking. She's like, no, you got me. Can you hear me?
Vanessa was in her, apartment. I was in my house, and we're doing a show together via Zoom. It was wild, man.
Yeah.
It was wild.
By the way, 281 says they think you're a harmonica guy. Maybe you just don't have it right.
I tried harmonica a little bit. Like I said, I know enough music. Music major in college says they barely passed piano. You're absolutely right.
Oh,
dang it.
Okay. All right, so
if Keyboard Cat can play, you can play.
That's right.
Not necessarily.
That's right. All right. Now I'll get to my confession, which I'll need a little audio layup here from a literal NASA scientist.
Oh, wow.
Her name is Dr. Kate Marvel, and this is her perspective on the prospect of going to Mars.
Mars is fundamentally just not a very good planet. I mean, the only thing it has on us is you can jump higher, and it's got 2 moons, and we've only got 1. It is not a good place to live. And so I would never want to go to Mars. I want to go to space, but only for a couple days. I don't want to spend years going to a planet where there's a bunch of red rocks and then more red rocks. That is all there is there.
That's awesome.
As you can tell, I was listening to a podcast.
That's awesome.
And this is a confession that I've felt strongly about. But yeah, man, I don't understand the fascination with going to space. Like for travelers, right? Obviously, there's like scientific fascinations there that obviously make sense. But the people, for who? For what? They got beaches in space. They got a spa in space. They got restaurants in space. Ain't nothing there but red rocks.
They will.
No, they won't. No, they won't.
All in a dome.
That is a NASA scientist. Someone
She's
who has
not
way
talking
more
about the
credentials.
domes they're gonna build.
She said that place sucks. She said that place sucks, and I agree with her. Never going to Mars, never going to space. I don't understand the
I'm
fascination.
gonna live in the dome.
It's very stupid.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm with you on that. I never understood that, man. It's just, it's silly. To me, I like the just going to the planetarium and all that type of. Like, I think that's just fine. I don't need to physically be there. It's kind of terrifying to me.
Yeah, I'm not getting in no rockets to go space travel.
I watch too many space movies to.
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is.
And not the good ones. I'm talking about the bad ones where people get lost in there and they end up lost up there. All that crap.
Oh, see, no, come on, let's go. Let's go to Mars.
These are my confessions.
I almost did it, y'all.
Oh, no.
I almost did it. I almost hit reply all.
Oh, boy.
I almost did it on purpose because we got an email yesterday. I don't know if y'all was in this email. Y'all probably was, but one of our engineers sent the email pretty much saying, hey, you guys can record your local show. It was some
technical stuff. Yeah.
I don't think it had anything to do with our station because our station is always live.
Yeah.
Salute to us for always being live on the air.
You're darn
like
right.
actually, like real live.
Yes.
So like 3 more people replied to it. Oh, thanks. Thank you. So this was what I was about to say because these is all the FM stations that's replying to it. I was about to reply. I dare one of y'all to turn y'all mics on.
Wow.
Because so Aaron Raybo, who the one set everything up, salute to him. He pretty much said, he put it in all caps. If you turn the mic on, you are live to the world. He said that like 4 times in his email. And, you know, a lot of people don't beat. It's a lot of recorded stuff too. Yeah. So I was about
Hey, we do it every day, pal.
Yeah, I was about to hit reply all so everybody can see my message. Like, I dare y'all to turn that mic on, though.
Where did this aggression come from? What happened yesterday? I know what happened yesterday made you aggressive. You had to spend $600 on a new Ultimate.
Yeah. It was bad, but I almost hit the reply all just to kind of do my little joke. But I'm like, I ain't want to tick nobody off.
Probably the right decision.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So you know there's going to be a but coming up. I love our listeners. I absolutely love our listeners.
You said it's what coming up?
But
okay.
I was looking around for it.
But why don't you guys just let it play out, guy? Drives me nuts. So we're talking about Altuve this morning. And, you know, going back through all these things that, you know, have been discussed at dinner tables and bars and, you know, what the proverbial water cooler and, I don't know, radio shows all the time. Are you done with this? What do you think they're going to do? Should he go back to second base? And we get this play out. Do you not understand what we do? Why you're listening? Like what you do at your dinner table? All these conversations that we have, people have everywhere. What are we supposed to do? Like just, I saw that text. Reggie actually showed it to me or told me about it.
Don't bring me in it.
You
My name is Ben and I ain't in it.
And I said, are we just supposed to sit here and just like stare at each other?
I just love the idea of a staring contest
Just
instead of a radio
quietly, you know, think among ourselves. What are we supposed to do?
I feel like this is what.
Why don't you just let it play out? Oh, that'll be fun.
And I think we're just talking about the possibilities of how it could play out in my mind.
No, my favorite is whenever we talking like preseason and all. why you guys talking about preseason?
Yeah.
It's the regular season that matters.
Yeah.
I'm like, so we can't bring up preseason. We can't discuss preseason at all. Then.
Yeah, it's all we have to go by.
So if we bring up preseason, can't talk about preseason because it don't matter.
Yeah. Why don't you just let preseason play out?
You good? Are we all right? That felt like that was heavy.
I feel much better now.
I thought mine was a little heavy.
I feel much better now.
Like I heard it got a little.
Did you pay $600 for alternator?
No, I did not, thankfully.
Why don't they let this Jesus thing play itself out? Okay, very good. Also, we had another confession that came in from the 281. Love the new Astro City Edition jerseys.
I love them too. I think I had higher hopes for the cap. I was kind of hoping
still
for.
Haven't seen it. I need to check.
I was hoping for an orange one, and they did sort of A on it, which is not bad, but I think I just had different, higher expectations. But yeah, I like them.
Better than the last year.
Oh yeah, definitely better than last year.
Yeah, the A is a little funky. That's going to take a little getting used to for me personally.
Wouldn't you have preferred an orange cap or something? Blue?
Actually, no. I kind of like the what is the white front
That's
panel.
like an 80s font.
Yeah, I kind of love the white front panel.
Yeah.
I really do.
Mm-hmm.
You know what really I love about this jersey more than anything, and then I realized I would? The big old patch on the shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of really like that.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested in this. But it looks like a good jersey. One thing I can say without any equivocation, I love it so much more than the previous. Previous City Connect.
Rob Torres on the YouTube said the hat is the best part of the uniform.
I mean, if that's your thing,
that's your opinion.
Well, no, I think it's, and it is. I think it's a.
Well, that's your opinion.
I don't think it's bad design. I just don't immediately think Astros when I see it.
Maybe that's it.
And I think that's probably the thing about it. From the 832, y'all angry today? I'm good. I had a snack and everything.
I'm not angry. I feel really good.
Although I did go hard on space, but I feel like space stinks. We try and act like space is all that great. Space ain't that great. Space stinks. It's not better than what we got down here, at least for the time being.
I'm willing to live in the dome.
What's going to be in the dome?
Restaurants.
Where the stuff in the dome come from?
Here.
Checkmate. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, could this be the lineup for the Astros? On top of that, Lance McCullers pitched, and he lived to tell about it. Let's hear what he had to say next.
All right. Let's talk about the Lotis Center.
Blue and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Glad you could join us. The return of Lance McCullers Jr. to the mound for the Astros. And the first batter he faces grounds one to the right side. Right there is Zach DeZenzo, and that's how Lance McCullers' return begins with a ground out to first base.
Shout out to Space City Home Network for that. Lance McCullers back on the mound.
It felt good seeing them on the mound.
It really did. It really did. 868 days.
868 days was the time between him stepping on the rubber in a major league setting, and he did it. He got through and one inning pitched. Lopez
13 pitches, 1 inning pitch,
2 ground outs, and a line out. That was a really nice play by Jeremy Payne at short. But what were your takeaways? What was your experience in seeing Lance McCullers back on the mound and leaving the mound healthy and everything? Continuing to push towards the possibility of returning for your Houston Astros.
Yeah, the dominant feeling clearly was just, warm and fuzzy, because is what there. They gave him a standing ovation. Brian McTaggart was talking about how almost every major player in this run, no matter where they are, were texting him before the game. Kyle Tucker, Alex Bregman, Carlos Correa, George Springer. Like, it was just cool. That should be today the dominant feeling. 868 days, lots of doubt, including, right here, all of us. And
wait, hold on.
Don't you back off.
That was John Lopez.
No, you see, you guys are doing this.
No.
Figgy's over there.
That was Juan Felipe.
This past season, man, we're never going to see him again. Figgy,
Yeah,
I remember you saying that.
I don't know what y'all talking about. Check the tape.
Nah, yeah. Both,
okay, we'll
bury me in the H.
We'll check the tape.
Come on.
He said, "Bury me in the H."
Look
at him. He is hiding behind. He is swaddling himself in a giant flag, a giant H-Town flag to try and avoid criticism. No,
everybody was doubtful.
Could you not say that I was fairly optimistic on the Lance McCullers thing?
This year, but you weren't here.
Thank you.
For 868 days.
That is fair. That is a fair counterpoint. I just wanted to get. Hey,
so
Lance, if you listening, somebody was in here believing.
It wasn't me. It was them.
Somebody was believing in you.
So clearly, just cool. Just really, really cool. Really, really. Heartwarming, all that stuff.
Well, let's hear what it sounded like from Lance McCullers on the broadcast. I mean, obviously, you had to do it. Once he was done with his inning, he was in the dugout. They went and put the headset on him and talked to him, and they asked him how did it feel to be back out there on the mound for the first time in 800 plus days.
What's up, guys? A fair share of backfield live, so trying to get over the nerves a little bit, seeing hitters. But yeah, being into the stadium kind of the first time. No favors with the night game. Was wide awake 5:30 this morning, so I've had to wait a long day, but really great to just kind of be back out here with the guys as a actual player.
I love the idea that he was in there like the first day of school.
Yeah,
he was just wired, ready at 5:30 a.m., just ready to go, and they didn't pitch, didn't start off until 5:05. I'm interested. I'm glad that he mentioned the nerves because you could see it. And I don't know how much I was going in. I was kind of like, yo, let's see if we can kind of see what the stuff looks like and location. And you could kind of feel it. I mean, he hit his second batter with the first pitch in the back. Like he just did not control that one in particular. And I don't know how well he was placing just generally. But I guess it probably wasn't even really about that. It was just getting him back out there and getting that feel of throwing against live batters in a game situation. But so yeah, I didn't know because I noted that. I was like, man, he didn't look like he's like really getting his stuff over in the way that he wants to. But I guess that doesn't really matter.
So that's the dominant feeling. Now let's get realistic in terms of what we can expect, what we should expect, and what fans may be expecting. My second thought was I sure hope nobody tries to revise history here. The guy is a postseason legend. He's a big game legend. But you do have to look at his regular season numbers, what he's been. Most games he's ever won was 13. Beyond that, in 7 years and 10 years and 7 seasons, he's won more than 7 games exactly once. And the postseason, he's a great pitcher. He's an Astros legend. But a lot of times when a guy like that comes back that you have a very, warm feeling toward, you kind of put them on a pedestal that they probably shouldn't be on, especially coming off, this long delay and where he is now in his career. I just hope we temper that a little bit. He should be like a number 4 starter at best, maybe an opener. Or something along those lines. That's the other thing. He's a really good pitcher. That's a legend that you have to just sort of recalibrate right now.
Damn, the man just overcame the odds, and you're like, hey, but don't get too hyped, though. You're not wrong though, but I think that's why the circumstance that you have here is pretty good. Like if when he makes his way back to your rotation, he can slide in as a number 3, number 4 pitcher pretty easily because it feels like you have the comfort of Fromber, and then also Hunter Brown, who, by the way, has already been named as your Game 2 starter in the regular season, so he'll be pitching on next Friday. Is it Friday?
And Ronell, as well. Yeah, it'll be Thursday, Friday.
Because I know that first weekend series is always weird, seeing as you're starting on a Thursday. But yeah, you have your first couple of starters already mocked up there. And, once he slides in, it'll be very comfortable, I think, being able to slide him in. And on the YouTube, be happy with a long relief bullpen or spot starter type role as well.
If that's it, fine. Fine. It's like we're like, hey, McCullers is back. Look, we'll see how he looks. But he looked okay for one day. But he's going to have a totally different role now.
By the way, some of the guys that you were talking about that had texted him, Bregman, Carlos Correa, Dallas Keuchel, Martin Maldonado, all those guys.
It was cool.
And more, I'm sure, texted him to congratulate him for that circumstance. I guess condolences, though, for Zach DeZenzo, who was playing first base yesterday. he had a little bit of he's trying to knock down a pitch that came out down the first base line. And apparently, like, the pitch the ball bounced up, hit him in the temple. And so he's dealing with what is described as a TMJ sprain. And after, like, in the bottom of the fifth, he was knocking down a ball that was down the first base line. It seems like all indications are that it's not expected to be, like, major, but that I
just
do wonder.
Sort of gets that sore. You know, when your jaw gets displaced.
And I said the temple. I'm incorrect, but like the side of the head. Is what I meant.
Yeah. It just sort of keeps it sore. Yeah, that's what I saw too. That it's not exactly, long term, but it's a bit of a setback.
Yeah, that does kind of stink for him, who was having a great spring, and that at least me personally, I was kind of talking about what could that look like for the building of your 26-man roster.
Yeah.
I don't know what that really does, but I imagine that makes it less likely that he ends up being one of those guys on the 26-man roster.
Yeah.
Which leads to something that the conspiracy is this a conspiracy? Does this rise to the level, or just the continued hope that is there?
You're talking about the lineup?
Cam Smith in right field, because the lineup for today's game is out. Astros Mets. That'll be, in fact, your opening day matchup. Astros Mets. A week 7th. And what does this lineup look like? Because you seem to believe that this could be the opening day lineup.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a conspiracy. I think it's common sense, experience. Having seen this for decades, that a major league manager will always kind of throw out there at least once or twice as you get closer to the start of the regular season what he thinks his opening day lineup could look like. So it's a question. Is this it? Is tonight it? Keep in mind, your first baseman is injured and coming back, Christian Walker. But here's the lineup. And it looks like it could be. You tell me. Altuve leading off left field.
That sounds right.
Paredes, third base, second.
Yep.
Jordan, DH, third.
Right in there.
Yanir Diaz catching fourth.
Clean up, yeah.
Cam Smith, right field, batting fifth.
If you had your druthers, absolutely.
Jeremy Pena, shortstop, sixth.
Correct.
Singleton, who would be maybe a logical, at least one of the options if Christian Walker can't play. Seventh in batting, first base. Brendan Rodgers, second base.
That's a possibility.
Yeah, and Chaz McCormick, center field.
I mean, if you did not have Jake Myers there, like it does, I could see, and especially considering it seems like he's had good at-bats, which it's, I guess, on the broadcast, I know yesterday we were talking about that's how Joe Espada, that's the lens with which, or through which, rather, he is viewing this, not necessarily just the raw numbers. If they're feeling that and they feel like, hey, we'd rather have that bat than Jake Myers, you convince me that is like Joe Espada's way of trying to kind of test out one of the lineups or the lineup that he would want to go out with. I'm not willing to go to that place. There's enough questions when it comes to McCormick, Rodgers, and then, of course, and Singleton is a necessity.
Well, and to be fair, that's the 8th and 9th guy that maybe he could tinker with anyway. And who knows if Walker, comes back, what that'll be. But I think the key element here, there's no minor leaguers or soon to be minor leaguers on this lineup. This is the major league lineup.
Closest is maybe like Brendan Rodgers, depending on because I know he's a non-roster invitee, like a lot of those guys in that second.
But this is the closest thing to all right. That might be it, and Cam Smith is in it. So
okay,
yeah,
you're just continuing to build the evidence for Cam Smith.
All I do is just share my information.
26-man roster starting right fielder, because that's what it would have to be. He'd have to be a starter.
Okay, they want every day at bats.
Those at bats.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, more hopium, if you would like to partake in such a narcotics. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Derek Stingley Jr. is talking. We'll get you some of the quotes that we were seeing from that, but also CJ getting love from his fave. Let's hear from that next.
All Pro Sting. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. exclusive to Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a lovely Wednesday with us. Lopez, Reggie, Figgy, you know who it is. And also, Derek Stingley. He's not on the show. But he did talk to the media earlier, just not too long ago, in fact. And we'll hopefully get you some audio as we continue on with the show and with the day here on Sports Radio 610. But some of the quotes with the notoriously, short, I guess, or soft-spoken, for lack of a better term, Derek Stingley. Really interesting. But I think before I even get to some of the quotes that are out there, I did want to start here with a note from, again, the very good at his job, Texans Cap. Something that I find interesting, a little bit of a nugget on the way that the Stingley deal has been set up. It's apparently set up so that a majority of the money in the deal hits in the first year of the extension. So in a way, if you tend to view this as like, hey, you have him for 5 years, it's kind of like it's front loaded for that 3-year extension, but maybe like in the middle of this, right? You have your year 4 of his rookie contract, you have the 5th-year option, and then a lot of the money will hit in that next year. Then the 2 years after, you have a little bit of, I imagine, a little bit of cap relief,
wiggle room.
Or maybe, and maybe that'll still put you in a place where once you get to year 3, you could restructure if you need to and push some of that cap hit back into those other years. Which, of course, that level of machination huge. And those switches to flip if you need to create space always matters a good amount. So that feels like another place where you give Nick Caserio in the front office a salute and a check mark in crafting their things really well to give themselves an opportunity for success. But yeah, Derek Stingley Jr. gets the extension, the record-setting extension, and apparently one of the things he said about that was, quote, "I kind of went into this situation playing football. I wasn't focused on how all of that was going to get done, but it got done, and it's cool. I'm just here to play football." Which, if that ain't the most...
If anyone is just here to play football,
that's my type of player.
It's
right
him.
There. That's my type of player.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I mean, that's the general ethos of so many of these questions, right? It keeps coming back to that. And look, it's one of the reasons why he's so easy to love, especially for this culture, for this coach. That man is, all business, no nonsense, just football. In fact, obviously, he even confirmed the kind of story, the thing that was talked about a lot when that deal was signed or when the deal was agreed to. He was working out.
Yeah.
Like he was at
with
NRG.
His dad.
Or he was just working out, getting some work in as you expect from a worker like Derek Stingley.
I thought he's eating some crawfish.
Well, no.
That's how he celebrated.
Yeah, he was asked, like, how do you sell? Because, again, you get a big old lump sum. Well, not lump sum, but you get a big old promotion or what have you, a raise in your job. You're doing a little something special, ain't you?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
And he was like, nope, just got some crawfish. That's it.
He's just a guy that, like, you say you love it. I don't see it. He comes in, he goes, works out, doesn't talk a lot.
Is he a lunch pail?
Gets his work. No, he is absolutely a lunch pail guy.
That's
a cliche that is overused. That dude just goes in there, doesn't talk a lot. He's got his friends, gets the work done, balls out, goes home. I mean, that's Derek Stingley. That's what he does.
100%.
Yeah.
And it's one of the reasons why you're super happy. I guess, so look, you're excited about this deal, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, this guy is, potentially, if not already, but potentially the best cornerback in the business. And that's saying something, man. That means you can put the whole defense on it in another level.
Right. And, I mean, you look at it, and he recognized that, he understands that about himself. He's like, the market went up, right, on the market-breaking extension. I'm cool. I'm just here to play football, was said. But, yeah, man, he gets done. There's obviously a little bit more there. He didn't say anything too groundbreaking, as I don't think anybody expected him to. One of the things he did say, though, about his new defensive backfield mate, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he said that he'll add some intensity to the secondary, kind of like Kamari Lassiter. And what entices you? And it's not something that's entirely unexpected. Like, we've seen C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He's in some ways a known commodity in the National Football League, whether you saw him in New Orleans or Detroit, or obviously last year in Philly. But how exciting is it to hear that particular comparison, especially when you consider that he's going to be playing alongside Kamari Lassiter?
Well, you talk about would say that much, but the rooms within the big room are so key, and the defensive back, the cornerback room right now. I mean, look at what you're adding. You're adding one of the most intense, toughest guys to a very intense and tough room. But the one good thing that C.J. Gardner has that they don't is that ring and the experience, and maybe he can offer them some even better insight, and they can become even better players.
Yeah, and so glad the organization trusted him, and it's going to be good to see him continue to ply his trade as a Texan for at least 5 years after this, and if Toby on the YouTube is right, for the entirety of his career here in Houston. All right, so there's one guy like that it feels like, and you definitely love that for. Who would be the other guy on this Texas team if you had to pick one that you would hope would be in that space?
In terms of getting that contract?
Well, that and just being here forever.
Oh, well, that would be one C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud.
I was like, you talking about Will Anderson.
Yeah, I said one. I was like, damn. The other
I thought you were like
Will.
next extension or something. But
I was going to say Dare.
Dare. Well, he might.
He might. The way that he's going, another year with the squad, Dare. But no, C.J. Stroud, I feel like is definitely one of those dudes that you want to have here. And I feel like you probably get to that place even more considering that Matthew Stafford, a quarterback in this league, mind you, that C.J. has a ton of respect for. It was a podcast that he was talking on, and that was last offseason when he was doing a little bit more of the
He's doing the run,
media
run. I think it was $1 million worth a game.
Yeah, that sounds about right, where he was just talking about how he really respects Matt Stafford's game. He watched a lot such, which before I move forward, it is kind of wild to like stop and think about the fact that we ain't heard word the first from C.J. Stroud this offseason.
I think he heard the I don't know if criticism is strong enough, but certainly some of the slight, whatever uneasiness about how he made the rounds so much last year.
You think it was external? Because I could easily see where it was just internal for CJ.
Could have been both.
He looked at that season. He was like, nope.
Could have been both.
Get in the lab.
Could have been the Texans as well.
Yeah.
Could have been the Texans. Hey, man, tap the brakes on that.
You think they would? You think they get to that place where they tell them?
Absolutely.
They can say whatever they want, but they can't control them.
Right. But
CJ is like, I don't know what the right way of saying this is without like sounding judgmental, because I definitely don't want to be that. But CJ is enough of a rule follower, for lack of a better term.
They could tell him. He could have told himself. He could have maybe just sort of became more aware. I
don't know if they was happy about him doing it last year.
I don't either.
Yeah, that's a fair question to ask. Like, was that something that they would have wanted? And so it's kind of nice that he's in the tuck. I'm imagining handling his business with the level of studiousness that he employs, like the type of guy that he is. I'm sure that he's working as much as he can to make himself a better man, of course, but then a better football player. However, there's something about him that I imagine that you don't want to change, and it's something that Matt Stafford was talking about. He jumped on the New Heights podcast. Obviously, the Kelsey brothers have that. Got a good thing cooking there for them. And in talking on the podcast, Matt Stafford brought up C.J. Stroud in talking about the benefit of carefree.
You guys, when you get into the league, like C.J. Stroud, I thought he had an unbelievable rookie year. And I still think he had a tough year this year, but they had a ton of injuries around him and all that kind of stuff.
Offensive line struggled.
Yeah, and so they have, but I like watching the young guys play because it kind of like revitalizes me, invigorates me a little bit. Like, golly, these guys are out there just playing carefree, ripping it. Sometimes when you have, a bunch of years of experience, you got some scars too, right? And you're like, I mean, these guys are just letting it rip into this coverage and that. And I'm like, I remember CJ threw a touchdown. I think it was a preseason game. He threw like a bang 8 into 3 buzz right over the safety's head. And I was like, I saw him that year we played him or something or practiced against him. I was like, what are you doing ripping the skin right into the rotation for a touchdown? He's like, hey, man, they didn't play it right. And I'm like, just to be carefree enough to be like, you know what, shoot it in there and score. I'm like, man, I'd have been going that way. Yeah. And, probably been 2nd, 6. We'd been happy with the 4-yard completion, but my man's trotting off the field with a touchdown.
That is real. I mean, I noticed that even just for me, like, you get resistant to something sometimes just because you've been burned on it
100%.
And like, I don't really try. And then you'll watch somebody else do it, and all of a sudden it, like, works out. You're like, man, am I wrong in this, or am I right? Like,
that was good. I did like that Jason Kelsey in the middle of it. Yeah, offensive line struggled.
Yeah, to say the least, Jason Kelsey. But yeah, I thought this was really high praise because, again,
very much.
This wasn't a point that was specifically about C.J. Stroud, but C.J. Stroud was the exemplar. He was exemplary of the this point of young carefree quarterbacks. The question that came to mind for me when he chance that the bombardment that he faced this last year takes some of that carefree nature away, because we have seen CJ be very, very aggressive, and I know some of that last year, some of the lack of aggression was knowing that defenses are playing you differently and watching sitting on some of those deep routes.
Yeah.
Do you have any concerns that some of that gets was in some ways literally beat out of him with the pressure and the sacks that he had?
Well, I think there has to be that concern, and the reason is it was. We saw this past season. There were times. Now, here's the good news. He snapped out of that, and he started playing much more carefree, and he did let it rip. And we all remember the L.A. Chargers game.
Yeah, that's immediately. As soon as you said he snapped out of it, I was like, you know what I got to do? I got to go back and watch that Hutchinson play one more time.
Yeah, and letting it go and all that. But you're silly if you don't think it affected him or can affect him. So the answer is yes, but I don't think he's going to go into the season feeling any kind of way about not being himself. No, I think he's going to go into the season being the same old CJ. The other thing that listening to Matt Stafford did for me, and I've been kind of harping on this a lot, it bothers me that people think, or the narrative has been, CJ Stroud had a bad year. No, he did not. He had a bad circumstance. He had a bad situation. And I've said it multiple times. There are people who believe that you could put this past season that C.J. Stroud played as good as he did as a rookie. But it was all the other things. And you heard Jason Kelsey definitely point out, I want to make y'all sure you know, the offensive line struggled with C.J. Stroud. No, I have as much confidence in C.J. as I've ever had in my life. And I think Matt Stafford kind of, hinted around that, using him as the example, as you talked about. But, yeah, if it goes bad, it's also silly to say that it can't affect him, because we just saw where it did.
Yeah.
It just did.
Which is part of why we have the constant conversation of trying to make this offensive line not just better than last year, but significant enough to where you give him the freedom and the time to be able to be, dropping bombs over Baghdad, to quote to reference Outcast, like over defenses. And that's one of the places where I come back and I'm actually excited about one of the moves, because I know we've been a little negative with, the free agency period when it comes to Nick Caserio. One of the things that you have to give him a lot of credit for was being able to go and acquire Christian Kirk, because one of the things about Christian Kirk, he's not just a guy who excels in the slot. That ability to go over the top, that bang eight route that he's talking about, like kind of, I guess, from an unschooled, unlearned person's perspective, skinny post basically. What he was talking about was it
was Tank Dell
cover three buzz, right? Which is just basically cover three linebackers in the flats. But that means you middle close, you have a safety over the middle. If you're throwing a skinny post, hey, in theory, you got that bang eight, that skinny post running directly to where that safety is. So in theory, you would not throw that there, except CJ's like, bleep it, my guy's in there and he'll get it.
Yeah. And the safety was he just threw it right over his head.
Right over.
Yeah.
Does that not sound like something that you would absolutely be able to do with Christian Kirk, with some of his abilities to use his speed and go deep in the middle of the field
and knowing where the seam might be? Then absolutely.
Yeah, I look so forward to like seeing that come to fruition again, seeing CJ get back to the places where he can sit back there comfortably and unleash the hell of an arm that he has to the likes of Nico or Christian Kirk, or insert other wide receiver here, and really make defenses pay on the backside, not just by dicing them up underneath.
Yeah, no, I think that was really cool, and it also, I think, was very telling and revealing about just what the league still knows that the Texans have in C.J. Stroud.
On the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
I was hoping that you would hit that, because I put a little bit of the sing-song in there. 713-572-4610. They said, I didn't necessarily want any of the older veterans that were going to be available through free agency or trade. I'm guessing they mean about the offensive line. They said they would rather have a slow-developing offense at the beginning of the season with a bunch of young offensive linemen that can grow with the young team, and then sprinkle in some vets, absolutely, but they should be developing young offensive linemen for a long period of time. But now it has to work, though.
Why not both?
Yeah.
Why not both?
I was about to say that would have been good in his rookie year, maybe, but I feel like right now it's crunch time, man.
Yeah.
They need somebody in there to protect CJ.
Yeah. The other thing that listening to Stafford on that New Heights podcast that did for me, it just made me want even more that they get this freaking offensive line right, because we know how good he is. They're talking about how good he is and what he can do, but also how it affected him when it went bad,
Yeah. I guess that's a thing. I mean,
it's frustrating.
It's frustrating to see them not be at that full level. It's one of the reasons why I felt like such a jerk. But after that Sixers game with the Rockets, I'm like, hey man, y'all should never be in a place where y'all out here looking that crazy, right? And I feel like maybe it's the same with CJ, where I think that's the frustration that clearly directed that Bobby Sloak was a large lightning rod for last year. But hey man, CJ Stroud is a phenomenal young talent, and it was so evident that people gushed about him all across the league. And because of the ineptitude of the offense in a whole, and particularly the offensive line, you were not able to see that particular bloom. You were not able to see that particular aura, shine this past season. You got to get back to that place. And I think you're right. Like, offensive line is
got to
one of
get
those
it right.
You absolutely have to get right, 100%. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I feel like let me give Figgy the maximum time. I was gonna maybe pivot to another thing that Matt Stafford had on the New Heights podcast. Man, again, I really like what those fellas are doing. And Matt Stafford, I don't think I ever listened to him as much as I had listening to the podcast a little bit. And I'm like, I don't think I realized his personality nearly in the way that it came through with those fine fellas. So salute to them for doing that. But yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It is about that time where we hand it over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. Fig, what you got for us?
Yeah, so I got a piece of audio I want to play for y'all of an altercation, a news story breaking down this altercation. I want y'all to guess what this man's occupation is.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. Plus, a hotel canceled a traveler's reservation. And I want to know, also want to know this.
Oh, okay. Very interested. We'll talk about that next.
All right. Let's talk about Driftwood Shores at Wolf Point. Down by
Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. How you feeling, Reggie? You good?
I'm good. I just remembered something that I wanted to get in, so we'll do that.
I thought we had some breaking news.
No.
Breaking news, man.
I just remembered a thing, although now I do need to check my phone just in case.
But yeah, happy Wednesday to everyone out there. I'm actually feeling a lot better today, man. A lot of people don't know. I felt awful yesterday. I had a rough day yesterday.
Yeah.
Just off the strength of my car being down.
Mm-hmm.
For those that don't know, my car stopped on Monday as I was on my way home from work. And I had to get towed and all that stuff, and it's never pretty.
Oh, man.
And just want to give a shout-out to my mechanic, Calvin. So, Calvin.
Good job, Calvin.
I hit up Calvin. Calvin came through. He got a company called Third Coast Auto. Make sure you Google that if y'all want, like, a mobile mechanic or you want to pull up on them. So, yeah, man, he made the day better. I know I'm a little lighter in the pockets.
Yeah,
but
that's all right.
I could have been even lighter if I went somewhere else, to be honest.
Yeah.
Is it a problem that every time I hear the name Calvin, I think about the McDonald's commercials from the 90s? You don't know what I'm talking about?
I probably do, but I can't place it.
Calvin's got a job.
Oh, yeah. And he's all proud. And
I always think about Calvin from Paid in Full.
Okay,
fair enough. Fair enough.
I was thinking about Calvin Murphy.
Shout out to Calvin Murphy.
Yeah, shout out to Calvin, though. But
I don't know why. That's
he's
what
like
comes
all
to mind.
primping
Calvin
and
got a job.
everything. He's
Yeah.
primping.
I got to pull that up now. But I want to play this for y'all real quick. So I got a clip of a news story about a guy who got into an altercation, and I want y'all to figure out what you think this guy does for a living.
Okay.
Well, the big question today is what possessed a man to walk up to an altar in the middle of Mass in front of about 100 people and punch a bishop in the face? The whole thing is as puzzling as it is disturbing, but parishioners say the violence will not shake their faith.
May Almighty God have mercy.
The prayers of Bishop Manuel Cruz were cut short Saturday when a man dressed in a white coat with matching hat saunters to the altar and punches him in the mouth.
What the heck?
So I went out and I said, officer, grab him. Stop him. But I couldn't scream, go down. But I couldn't. I was just too rapidly.
Besides about 100 parishioners inside, police officers were also patrolling and immediately arrested Charles Miller, who's now charged with assault. Miller is known throughout the neighborhood and showed up about a half an hour early to Saturday's Mass, driving a pink Cadillac.
Okay.
All right. Wow.
White jacket and matching white hat. What kind of hat? I need to know.
That's what I was trying to figure out. I was trying to figure it out.
Was it one of those?
Big, I love the way you set this up because they really did drop nuggets all the way through up until Pink Cadillac. And I know he ain't selling no Mary Kay. I tell you that.
They had me puzzled with the white jacket and white hat. I'm thinking, like, when they said Pink Cadillac, I'm like,
which raises some questions about the bishop.
So everybody in the neighborhood knows him, and he pulled up in a pink Cadillac. A Cadillac?
Yeah,
white jacket, white hat, and a matching white walking stick with a gold handle.
I bet. But my thing about it is, hey man, unless he really got beef with God, sounds like the bishop been having business with our guy.
Didn't pay up.
Where my money at?
Which the parishioners are like, not gonna shake my faith. I don't know. My faith might need to have a little bit of questions when it comes at least to the bishop himself. What have you been doing, my friend?
Oh, you're right. Figure you set that up perfect. I'm like, what is this? And then, okay.
Yeah, the video is circulating around online too. You can watch it, but there's a guy in all white just walked up and just.
Yeah.
281.
Next time, pay when they ask.
Yeah, I bet so. For the 281 Sports Radio host from the 832, he owns an NFL team. It's wild. My goodness. And the 832, they're right there with you. They say that's a pimp right there.
That's a pimp, yeah. No, the Cadillac gave it away.
Yeah.
If they would have just said regular Cadillac, I would have been like, maybe a pimp.
Or even, yeah, exactly.
A pink Cadillac.
There was an early hit with everybody in the neighborhood knows who he is. I bet they did.
And that sound like an old school pimp too.
Mm-hmm. I also threw myself off the scent because talking about Calvin, I just kept coming back to everybody in the neighborhood, and I just see him in his white jacket, his white hat, walking down the street. What's his name? Curtis. Curtis got a job. Whatever.
So I want to see how far y'all will fight for this. So a hotel canceled a traveler's reservation because why? The deal they had, the deal they got was too good.
Oh, yeah.
So traveler booked the hotel at an international trip to the Middle East through Expedia.
Okay.
And they got a great deal. But then the hotel strong-armed them into canceling because the rate was too low for them to accommodate. Now, the traveler went back to Expedia and told the booking, was told the booking is confirmed and the hotel should honor it as long as the traveler doesn't cancel.
Yeah.
But the hotel ignored that and said if the traveler didn't cancel, they will refuse to accommodate them when they showed up.
That's some real hateration, man.
Yeah. How far would y'all fight?
I would Karen that like crazy.
Yeah. So everybody they talked to was telling them not to cancel.
Yes.
But they end up canceling because they got a little nervous and they.
I get it. International travel.
Yeah, you playing a home or you're playing a road game. You playing a away game.
But I would be. It's called a guarantee, people. That means guarantee.
Yeah, it's a reservation. This has been reserved for me. Go ahead and honor that.
No,
I would fight. I don't know about you guys. I would go all the way.
I would probably fight it too.
Yeah.
I had to see you in your face.
Yes, exactly. It sounds as if maybe some big event showed up and they have higher prices for everybody else, and they didn't want this dude to get the guarantee.
Yeah,
you know?
Or they could have been pulling the good old bait and switch.
Yeah, could have. But Expedia is generally, you would think they'd be better than that.
But
I'm not putting better than anything on any company nowadays.
So Expedia didn't do this. This was the actual hotel.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. You would think it wasn't a bait and switch because they wouldn't bait and switch Expedia. They got that rate. They got that rate from somewhere.
Yeah. So Expedia did reimburse the traveler and gave him a bonus credit for the hassle.
Good.
So I'm guessing the couple or whoever it was found another hotel, but. It's kind of messed up, man.
Very messed up.
That's dead ass wrong. I would have had to fight for that one, man.
100%.
No, it's very messed up. Yeah, I think what you're going for is Expedia is not just out here lying on the rate, whatever.
Yeah.
So if you put that out there, you got to go ahead and honor it. Like, and the thing that I don't get is maybe you go, all right, that rate was low, and we got to make sure that we change that rate on Expedia. It's on one stay.
Right.
It has to be the way that you go about it if you're doing good business. But the problem is we have so many companies nowadays that aren't really great about doing good business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's a directly bad reflection on Expedia.
Well, I mean,
hey, wait a minute. They didn't honor it. Well, then they look bad.
And I think that's why Expedia went the way that they did. The hotel, though, that's rough. But I guess
I'll bet you it was a big rate increase too.
It probably was.
Yeah.
My guess it was probably some type of mix up that they couldn't really control, and somebody kind of took I don't want to say take advantage of it, but you know how you see something for a certain price, and you go to get it, and it's like, oh, that was a mess up, that was a little glitch or something like that, and you just got to give it to them.
I think it was as simple as some big event said, hey, we want to book your hotel. They said, cool. This is the rate, which is a lot higher than these people were paying, so they tried to get these people out.
I can see it.
Yeah.
And
again, hey, we got the Final Four coming to Saudi Arabia. Okay, it's going to be $700 a night. Well, we got this one dude for $89 a night. Let's just see if we can squeeze him out.
That's possible.
Yeah. No, I hate stuff like that. Somebody tried to get me like that with the refrigerator. So y'all, people that don't know, I got a real high-end Samsung refrigerator with the screen and stuff on it. I only got it for $400. And so the guy was like, yeah, this is only $400. So he had to call to approve it through, I guess, the owners or whoever. And they tried to bump it up to like $1,500.
Yeah.
And he was just like, nah, man.
I already said.
I remember in my brain, you said this was $400.
Yeah.
Like, don't try to change it. Was a little upset.
Yeah, that was it.
I'm like, nah, man, that's what you said. So you got to roll with it, man.
Shout out to intermediaries looking out for the consumer. That's Expedia and whoever helped Figgy get that. And somebody said from the 281, I understand the principle, but I ain't staying where I ain't wanted. And that is a great point.
I think that's where this whoever this was that had that book, and I think that's why they canceled it, because you don't know what they're gonna be doing if they acting like this over a price.
What are the ways they can get at you? Because I mean, we think about like a restaurant. Okay, here comes potential, you know, fluids in your food. I thought that was making it softer. It wasn't. My bad. I'll reel that one back. Potentially doing things to your food. But like with the hotel, like what they gonna do to you?
They could probably give you a trash room, or don't come. Yeah, they could. I'm sure a hotel can make it hell for you staying.
Yeah,
there. So yesterday was National Awkward Moments Day.
That's right.
Today is National Backyard Day.
Heck yeah, we got some good weather for it too.
Yeah. So
oh, it did clear out.
Told you. Don't doubt me.
Mr. Weatherman over here.
Right.
So I ran across this list of the best backyard games. I'm gonna just run across them real quick. So number one, they got cornhole. Do you feel like cornhole is the number one backyard game?
Small, easy to pack. Yeah.
I don't think it's my favorite per se, but I can't acknowledge the fact that, or I can't rather deny the fact that it is
easy,
well regarded all the way around.
I'll never say, someone say, hey, do you want to play cornhole? I'll say sure.
Because it's also it can get competitive, but you can also play it wild, laid back.
Yeah.
You could just it's easy to do. It's not like basketball, something that take a lot of sweat. What about bocce? Have you heard of bocce?
That's from the 1960s.
I've never played bocce.
Or England.
Yeah, they got that number 2. Wiffle ball.
Wiffle ball is fine, but it's one of those you need people.
Yeah, they got 2-hand touch, which is flag football.
Always good.
Not flag football, but 2-hand touch.
Yeah, that's always good.
Yeah, you liable to twist something or pull something.
But that's part of the entertainment.
Yeah,
who's going to get
if you're
hurt?
not playing?
Yeah, who's going to get hurt?
Yeah. Then they rounded this list off with kickball, horseshoes, badminton, ladder toss, lawn darts, and crochet.
Yeah, 631 said lawn darts. Kickball was just a classic for me, but I also realized I have not played kickball literally since like probably
I love
grade school.
When I was a kid, I loved kickball.
Kickball was great.
That was always fun. I'm gonna say of all
I need an adult kickball league. I need to do that.
Kickball's a blast.
I need to get out here.
It really is. And anybody can do it, especially when you whiff on a kick. Everybody laughs at you.
My sister-in-law played kickball, I want to say a couple years ago, like as a grown-up. I think she tore I want to say she tore her ACL playing.
Now, I love horseshoes, Figgy, but it's been a long time. But I loved playing horseshoes in college. I took not a class. I joined a club.
I was about to say horseshoe class.
I took a horseshoe
that's
club.
Some real. We adding the easy A on this Friday.
I took a horseshoe. I joined a hear that clank. Hear that clank on the steel when you hit your horseshoe on it.
I love what we're doing here in various different places. People bringing up washers, good old-fashioned catch, particularly with Dad. I like what you're doing there. Foursquare, which I feel like now we're just going to like grade school games.
Yeah.
But I love what this person is doing on the Twitch. Spades or bones.
Hey, why not?
You play that in the backyard, don't you?
Yeah, why not?
That should be number 1, to be honest.
If we're counting spades, I am absolutely – well, spades can't be number 1 just because it's so damn violent. Maybe not physically violent, but it's emotionally
That's a
violent.
great backyard game.
It's a great backyard game.
No, because a great backyard game has the ability to lower the stakes. There is no low-stakes spades. It does not exist. You cannot point me to it.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. Another week, another Jeff Teague story.
Oh, here we go.
So this is Jeff Teague right here. So apparently he had a game. I want to say he was with Atlanta. He had a game in Detroit, and the bus actually left him.
Oh, no.
My sister never came to a game. That was her first game she came to. So I was out there talking to her for like 30 minutes, but I started talking too long. I'm like, I think I got to go. Like, I don't see nobody else out here. I walked out there, and I went back in the locker room, got a pizza, came back out. And one of the security dudes was like, damn. I was like, what? He was like, that bus just left. I said, no, they did. Where was you at again? I was in the tunnel. We was in Detroit. And I just see my ride. I knew that was my last year with the Hawks. I said, yep. There it go. I could get forgot.
They ain't even hit you with the summer camp sound off. Like
nothing. They came back. The bus came back. I get on the bus. I'm like, how the f*** y'all forget me? Coach Bud was like, just get the f*** on the bus. I knew my time was up. There wasn't no explanation. They was sick of me. Just get the f*** on the bus. I was like, damn.
Man. When do you know? That's when you know.
Yeah, they did the head count, and they were like, who are the important players? They're here. All right, whoever else, bleep them.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Figgy's Mixtape every weekday right here on 120 at 1:20 p.m. on Sports Radio.
I thought you were about to say that other station, man.
Yeah, man.
No, that wasn't
Put
the mess up.
$40 in that helmet.
No, I gotta go get a haircut. That's for that. But yes, at the Figgy Fig on social media, if you see something that you believe is mixtape worthy, and shout out to y'all. They said Bishop on Bishop violence. If that's Bishop Don Juan or something. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get see what's happening with the fellas of the drive, and also how's putting your bracket coming together? Because I have one thing to just a little piece of information to help you make sure that you're at least picking the right champion in your bracket. We'll do it next.
All right.
favorites, so you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a burger. Get game day deals now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the McCullers Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Been a fun Wednesday show here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Getting ready to see what's happening with the fellas, Clint and Ron, of the continue to be the intermediaries between Payne and Pendergast and these fine fellas. I'm sure they'll talk about it, in fact, on the show.
We're counseling them.
I don't know if we're counseling them, but I just wanted to reach between the sides of the aisles, or maybe I don't know. Maybe I just wanted to stir up some mess. Sometimes we're good for that as well.
Sure, why not?
But what's also we're good for hanging out with at Twin Peaks tomorrow, when you're going to get an opportunity to watch the first day of March Madness, or the first day of all the games, and from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sports Radio 610 will be broadcast from the Twin Peaks at 59 and Kirby. So come out and see us. Myself and Lopez will be broadcasting out there from 10 to 2. And then, of course, Clint and Ron will take over with their fine program as the games continue to roll on. So come out and see us. And to that end, I hope that your brackets are, at least you're starting to put them together, or you have a little bit of an idea. How is that coming along for you? Like Lopez, I know you have a bracket.
Done.
Are you done? You're not going to done. You're not a tinkerer or anything?
Well, I could maybe a little bit, but every time I do that, I regret it. It's like, I should have stayed with whomever, St. Mary's, something like that. So I said, I did put some thought into it, just basically what I've seen, what I read, and like everybody else. So I did kind of spend about a good 2-3 hours doing it, so I feel good about it. So I'm like, all right, that's it. Got it. Done.
Okay. Well,
Michigan State, Florida, Duke, and Houston.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like you got some guys, or you got some teams in there that fit into the national championship blueprint. So I'm not going to give you a ton of advice off 5. We're getting to that point where that 14/3 is a place to look. In fact, 11/6 also. We're getting to where we've had one of those in a lot of the more recent tournaments. You can use some of those types of things. But the one thing I will give you as some level of advice is the national championship blueprint, because, and this has gone around, I'm sure some people have seen it, but this is something that has dictated every national champion for a long time. Are you familiar with Ken Palm?
Of
the
course.
Database of kind of efficiencies and stuff. In the Ken Palm database, every champion has been a top 57 in offense and top 37 defensive efficiency in Ken Palm. Now, you could take that even further. Everyone outside of one has actually been top 21 offensively. So if you look at those teams, the teams that fit that particular blueprint: Auburn, Tennessee, University of Houston, Texas Tech, Alabama, Duke, Iowa State, Wisconsin, Arizona, Florida, and Gonzaga. So those are the teams that fit in there. There's some more teams that also that are that fit into that top 57 with that, which is that one exception. A&M slides in there as well. UCLA, Ole Miss, Kansas slides in there. But yeah, there's some more teams that are included in there. I won't give you all of those, but if you start adding some of the other things that narrow this down. No champion has ever lost their first conference championship game, so that makes sure that A&M, because A&M lost their conference championship game,
they got
conference tournament
so
game.
Does that matter? I don't know.
Yeah, but still, even with that being the case, they won't be champion. No first-time head coach has ever won. Tubby Smith was the only one to win as a first-year coach at the school that he is coaching at currently in the tournament. So Michigan, Louisville, VCU, they're not going to win, just to let you know that. No team higher than an 8 seed. UC San Diego, don't worry about them, although they're an interesting team.
But interestingly, I did see something that there's been at least a 7 seed in the Final Four.
Yes.
For like 7 years in a row?
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct. So, yeah, don't go too
But
chalk.
I don't have one.
Oh, you don't?
In mine, no. My lowest seed is a 2 seed. I got 3 1s and a 2.
Yeah, it does feel really chalky when you put it out. Not that I know anything, right? We're trying to predict the actions of 20, 21, 22-year-olds, right? So we got to be careful with that. However, no champ has come from a league with less than 3 tournament teams. So that was Western Conference teams, St. Mary's, Gonzaga. Don't worry about them as well. And every champion since 2004 was top 12 in Week 6 in the Week 6 AP poll. This one hurt my feelings because Wisconsin, Arizona, Gonzaga, and Houston were all outside of the top 12. Houston was 15 in the
Forgot
Week 6
about
poll.
that. That's right.
And
they lost early to Alabama and Auburn.
Yeah. Remember, they started 4-3, and then they really poured it on through the remainder of the season. But if you follow that, religiously, your potential champions, the ones that you should feel good about having on your bracket: Auburn, Tennessee, Alabama, Duke, Florida, and then maybe Iowa State, but Iowa State is missing a big-time player, their point guard, Keyshawn Gilbert. And so he's not going to be there. That would give me great pause in putting Iowa State there. But if you were going to follow to a T, those are the teams that you should have as room. Then you put in Houston,
Gonzaga.
or maybe Kansas, maybe Gonzaga, Marquette, Oregon, Texas Tech, Wisconsin, Arizona. But that's a tried and true way of at least making sure that you don't end up out here with a national champion that has no shot of coming to a fruition.
It's really good advice. They're also, as much as you don't want to go with the low seeds too far, you got to go with some low seed upsets, because we all know that's how madness became madness. So I'm curious, what is your lowest seed upset that you have? Do you have your bracket in front of you?
I should somewhere. Let me pull it up. You know me, I'm captain 13,000 tabs. So give me
the lowest seed I have winning a first round game is.
Oh, I have a number of them. I have ties for this.
I have a 13 winning a first round game.
I have a 13 and I have a number of 12.
I have Akron beating Arizona.
That's the one you have?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I just realized the one that I have is not going to go over very well. Right. Shout out to Silver Fox on the Twitch who said, "Hey, ease up on my
Yale?
Aggies."
No, Yale is Yale's Aggies are on upset alert.
They are,
yeah.
But after being a little bit hard on the Aggies, and honestly, you know what, the reason why I ultimately picked that one, as you mentioned, there's going to be a decent amount of upsets in this. And I think that UC San Diego, who is the 12 in that 12-5 matchup in what division or what region is that? I think that's the South region, right? I think that UC San Diego probably gets a win. So I'm like, if I pick Texas A&M there, I don't stand to gain anything per se, kind of gaming it a little bit. And I was like, I might as well go with the upset.
No, they're on watch, but I've got them going on and all that stuff ultimately. But there's so many, and we're gonna dig in maybe in an early segment tomorrow, because we're gonna be out there watching these games as
it'll be late. Your bracket better be in
as
there.
They're tipping off. But it better be in by then. That's for
your
sure.
bracket better be in. So, but yeah, those that at the very least. That's why I said I don't want to get in here. Don't get me in here trying to give you predictions on how to go about putting your bracket together. I'm not gonna pretend like I know what these early 20-year-olds got in them. But one thing I can tell you is, based on the history, which is extensive, those are some of the teams that you need to be looking at as your champion when you put your bracket together.
You got Akron with the upset.
I do.
That's kind of shocking, man.
No, not really. I think Arizona is very, very gettable.
High Point is one of those ones that people
High Point, a lot of people are going with them.
A lot of people are giving them love.
No, I'm just kidding. Figure it is.
All right. Appreciate you hanging out with us. We welcome in the fellas of the drive. We got Clint. We got Show. Fellas, what's happening, man?
Did you just thank John for hanging out with y'all today, or was there somebody
100%.
else?
Yeah.
Oh,
he does every day.
It's a hell of a deal.
Yeah.
I just try to be appreciative. Gratitude.
Hey, nothing better than just letting somebody know how much you appreciate
That's
it
right.
consistently every day. That's big time of you, Reg.
I'm just trying,
It's big time of you, Reg. Just caught me a little off guard there. I like it.
Yeah.
Like to make them earn it.
Yeah,
that's fair. That's fair. No, there's different ways of approaching.
I think if anybody's earned it, I think it's Lopez.
And that's what I'm saying. He could just be like, I'm done here. I've done it enough. And so I appreciate you hanging.
I'm out.
Yeah, make them work for it. Yeah.
You're the dad that never told their kids they love them.
Make them earn it.
Yeah, that's right.
That's hilarious. All right. So I'm sure you guys will talk about it on the show today, but the Altuve in left field incident of him getting ready to try and throw home. How'd that hit you, fine fellas? Because man, it seemed I was ready for people to be like, I'm done. Get me out of here.
Look, I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. I'm glad that Dana Brown, Jim Crane, Joe Espada. I'm glad that they view defense, particularly defense in the outfield in Major League Baseball, the very same way that I do.
Oh, wow.
Very little.
Wow. I think I know what you're doing here.
Very little importance. So somebody tell me again how valuable Jake is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see what you're doing there.
I knew exactly.
But they didn't say center field.
Yeah, I knew exactly.
Well, no, we're talking. This covers all field. I mean, this is. I mean, we're getting confused by the warning track in the wind, and we're the exchange from the glove. I mean, the longest paragraph that Joe Espada has has given us in a sense of, what is that when you do the press conference and you type it out?
Transcript?
The transcript, the longest paragraph was how he had tried to explain what happened to Altuve backhanding that ball over in foul territory after catching it. Yeah, look, man, it's no big deal. As long as you can keep that bat in the lineup, we're all right, man.
I'm sensing sarcasm.
There's a little sarcasm. I'm dead ass serious. I mean, I'm definitely the guy
I feel bad for Altuve because, as my man, he's calling it the incident.
That's right. That's the incident.
A spring training mishap.
Correct.
And like any time he has this, it is going than anybody.
That's right.
It is. It is going to feel, and I feel bad for it. But no, as I've said to Clint, and we've agreed on it, there is going to be some adventures, I think. I think there are going to be some adventures on how the
on cue
routes to the ball. There's going to be a lot of adventures. But I don't think it will – I'll be surprised if it ever gets to a point where it's like, all right, hey.
No,
they got it. Like, it's so bad, like, we gotta experiment.
Well,
we gotta do so. I don't think it'll get that bad.
And apparently it's not. There's not a lot of wiggle room for that, as Brian McTaggart just mere minutes ago tweeted out. Astros manager Joe Espada confirms that Jose Altuve will play most of his games this year in left field.
I mean,
get used to it, baby.
Was he this bad at second?
No, he wasn't this bad. He was bad. I had to pause.
But he also had experience at second,
yes,
where he does not, and he's gaining that in left field. But it's also, I mean, you saw it in McCullers' one inning of work, 13 pitches. You had 2 ground outs. It's going to be necessary for that middle infielder to be on their P's and Q's, where I think left field is going to be a little bit more manageable to do.
But it's going to be all year, every time a ball goes there. 162
times. And when it happens, it's going to be a triple, not an error, not just an error and a guy on first because he legged it out.
That's fair.
Yeah. I mean, and the bad thing is, I know Jordan's got them knees that he had.
You're going to be in September saying, man.
We're going to be that guy third would not even thought about running if Jordan was out there.
Payne,
wouldn't even thought about it.
Who's won a Gold Glove, had a ball hit right to him that should have turned to double play. But that won't get the noise.
Well, spring. Show it, spring. Come on now.
But I'm talking about during the season. All errors will not be created equal.
That's fair. Well,
Jose.
Let's clear out, fellas. Have a good show. Looking forward to seeing y'all tomorrow at Twin Peaks, baby.
Yeah. Come
All right. But let's get through a Wednesday, though, here on The Drive. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And don't just get through it. Enjoy it. Right now, The Drive is live.
Yeah, ain't no damn getting through it now.
Don't get through, get better.
I am fighting. I'm on the back half of the flu. I am fighting. Some of you can hear it. It's not contagious, dude. I just said I'm on the back end, man. I'm just trying to get my breath. I
mean, I think it went through your whole household. How is it not contagious?
Well, not now. Not now.
The back end of it. Last couple days.
Yeah.
Once your immune system killed it down, we're all safe.
Well, Trey's back at school now, so he's back at school today. But
appreciate you killing that flu for us, bub.
But when I say still on the back end, like I walked up the steps.
Out of breath.
Out of breath. And that's not a norm. I know some of you are thinking, oh, hell, Ron, that's your normal.
That's not a big
But like it's still like kind of stings you. I went out and tried to hit the walk. All right, let me get back out here. And it was just, you could just feel it.
You need to be all the way over that crap before tomorrow when we're slanging.
I'm sure I'm not going to be. Like I could feel that.
He knows in 24 hours he's not going to be ready for dirty water with tiny nips.
I've been eating oranges. I've been drinking oranges.
The alcohol will kill the germs, man.
Sure. Okay. But no, I'm
hotty toddy.
It's that time getting over it. But as you guys said, Thirsty Thursday, the boys will be out in the loop. They'll be out there tomorrow doing the show live. So you might as well come out there. It is, for me, barring this year, it is the greatest day on the sports calendar for me personally. Now, I know many of you have other days, okay? This is not a, shut up, you're stupid, what are you talking about? Super Bowl Sunday is, or Championship Sunday. That's yours. For me, Thursday and Friday of the tournament is a great day. I want to do it in Vegas one year. It's a great day.
You should want to do it.
Whoever won that, by the way, congratulations.
Oh, they're out there, ain't they?
We going to Las Vegas.
Well, they're not. Maybe not yet. They're
out there with that 20 grand. Whoever won that, congratulations.
Better be doing it right. Make us proud.
They'll want it. Be honest with you.
Somebody's out there. I'd like to know somebody's out there without shirts on. I don't know. I feel like they don't.
I don't know. They may have a little show in them. They may have left 15 grand at the house and took 5 out there and split it 4 ways.
Right, fixed the floors. But
come home to a brand new crib.
Hey, boy, man. With a couple days of the tournament, got rid of that damn carpet.
Hey, while Ron's out in Vegas splitting up $5,000, Courtney's posting pictures of them new floors that got spread all over the new house.
The hell with that. I'm in meetings 9 o'clock in the morning before we hit the tables. I'm in meetings over there doing walkthroughs to the house here. This is what we're looking at.
Yeah, we're gonna run it this way. We're gonna run it front yard, backyard.
No, yeah, but no, we'll be at Twin Peaks, Kirby tomorrow in the Loop, and then you can hang out with us tomorrow from 2 to 6. It'll be a good time, man. It should, and listen, it should be a really good atmosphere. Twin Peaks, we've been up there for tournament games. We'll always have it for you. The beer will be cold. If you don't want beer, they got drinks that you can have. The food, the menu is great. It'll be a really good time tomorrow at Twin Peaks. So come hang out with us in the Loop and the Drive. It'll be a good time. We were talking about Altuve, and I think this is very important for us and our show in particular. And those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610.
Growl and bark.
And you on YouTube and Twitch. There's nipples for you. But the Astros have unveiled... Them dimples, you're right. The Astros have unveiled jersey.
Yes, they have.
All right, like yes, we are jersey snobs. All right, we are breakdown jersey type of show. And Clint, you've seen them.
I have.
Head to toe.
I have.
If you can go to the Astros on Twitter, where I saw Altuve with it head to toe, showing us the socks,
really happy,
the belt, the hat, everything. I know for us, all of that hot ass navy blue that they had together, the top was cool, but everything all together really wasn't something that worked for the Drive. Didn't work for us.
Left a lot to be desired.
The tops. When I saw fans who would just buy the jersey top was cool with the hat.
Yeah, I got me a Jordan one.
This time, they went Caucasian. They went all white.
Blanco.
Head to toe. Clint, you like the look? You like it? Does it just say Stros?
It just says Stros across the chest.
Which I love.
Yes. In a font that I use on social all the time. Great font. The color combo, obviously, the orange and blue is not overbearing. It's just enough to make it pop.
It looks like a home jersey.
I don't like the big ass patch on the right sleeve there, which is it says Houston Space City.
See, normally the big ass patch I don't like, but that one I don't think looks too bad.
Well, it's strictly this, like about half that size would be fine. Out to from his elbow to his shoulder. Maybe it looks normal on a normal size human.
I like to put a pin in that so we can go back to that.
but yeah, I think it's tremendous. Now, one might say like the HTX on the pants right there on the right hip on the belt loop, tremendous little touch right there.
Yeah, I know you like the small detail touch.
I'm going to tell you, I don't dislike this year's hat.
I like the hat. Yeah.
Well, where I was going with that, I don't dislike this year's hat as much as I disliked last year's uni, right? This is a flip-flop for me, though. I would wear that jersey or a shirt with that Stros logo on it. I wasn't wearing that Space City crap last year. But I thought the hat was legit, but the jersey wasn't no way. Yeah. Now, these jerseys, that's clean right there. That is Well done, Astros. There ain't no doubt about it. That is truly beautiful. And I don't dislike the hat, by the way. I just the weaker point of the whole uni to me is the hat.
You think they should have gone a different color?
I don't know. I mean, it's not.
I like the design of the hat.
Yeah, there's only so much you could do.
That's where they got creative. I like the design of the hat. No, it's not. I mean, I feel like these are going to get sold. Hell, those last ones got sold.
Yeah.
So I feel like these will get sold. But I do. I like someone text in, very, very basic, not sure yet, but it's better than graph paper.
I'm probably going to order one tonight.
I think you should. What are you going? What jersey? Is it jersey? Or are you going just shirt? What are you going?
That's what I got. Pretty much all my bases covered with the big names with the Astros.
You stink.
Ooh, that's not a bad idea, actually.
Well, I don't know.
I'm gonna think on it. I'll get back to you.
Christian Walker.
You don't have a Pena one yet.
Go ahead and take get on that limb at Cam Smith limb. Go ahead and get you a Cam jersey.
I'll wait on that one.
We gotta wait on Cam's number.
It's not going to be 90, is it?
I hope not. Well, I'd take it. He said he can go grab 99. He looks like a 99. But
he's cool.
But listen, I someone said very, very basic. I like the white. Those last 2 years were just too damn busy, and some of them are just like Detroit's. Their colors are like a royal blue and black. Hell, that's not even your color scheme. This I like it. They look like the Astros. I like it. Home white jerseys, and then the touch of just Stros, obviously, and not having Astros. Stros, I'm a fan of it. My one thing here, and if you want to say I'm being a hater, that's is we just gotta have. There's just Jordan has got to take over. Hunter Brown's got to take over the mantle of being the model here.
The face.
Listen. I know Jose Altuve
He's a GOAT.
He is the GOAT. I have not. I've not disagreed with it. And maybe that's it. Maybe there's they're showing you exactly kind of what it would look like if some of the fans will go. Like if. But could you imagine putting that sucker on Jordan and Jordan was the cover?
I've seen it already.
Cam Smith. I saw you. Cam Smith should be. And when Pena was sitting out there like
athlete.
Yeah, like hell. Yeah, I mean, I just listen. I'm very confident in myself. I would though, however, I would know if Sports Radio 610 was doing hey man, we're gonna try some new gear, man. We're gonna put some new gear out to sell. We're gonna put some new shirts that our listeners can. That's it right there, Pena. That's it. That is it. Let's come on, man. We got him sitting up there with that bat that looks like a cane with his.
Nah, he looks like there's an Arizona.
No, I'm talking about him.
Looks like there's an Arizona sunset.
I'm talking about him. He's got it. I mean, Altuve's got his leg crossed across his other foot.
That's Tuvey right there, baby.
But I was just saying, like, if Sports Radio 610 said, "Hey, man, we're going to unveil some new product that our listeners could sell," they're not going to run. They're not going to run me out there, and I understand that, right? Like, not the model, like. Right? Like,
I think you rock jerseys.
Shut up. Look, I'm just not. Like, if they're saying, man, we're about to get new polos, new T-shirts, got some new shorts out here. Nah, man. Like Parker's not going to run to me to be the guy on the front. Like, I know it. Like, hey, Red.
I think it's
Clint, right? Maybe Sean takes some has some issues with.
Well, now you're not giving yourself enough credit.
I'm just saying.
You really own a jersey. You own a jersey.
I'm just saying. It's not even jersey.
Part of it's ownership.
I know I own it. I just know if we're putting it out there, hey, we're gonna make a big deal of it, of the new 610 gear. Like I know that me, Sean, and Ben probably aren't getting tapped to get the call.
Hey, if Ben were going to wear a jersey, which one would it be?
Probably. And listen,
Kevin McHale?
Listen, you're a classic. Maybe Lopez is in there too. Like we're probably not getting dubbed.
I think, hey, boss man, I think we should do that. By the way, I think there's something here. I think there's some professional photos like this in
I'd
some
walk the
Stroh's
runway.
outfits, some Stroh unis. Some Texans unis, some Rockets, maybe a mixture of them all.
I just know that. Like, he's the greatest Astro ever. But, man, we're going to model this sucker, man. Jeremy Pena, man, you got this. Cam Smith, back-to-back. You and Pena together.
Yeah, I wasn't with you at first, but maybe your best model choice isn't an extra small. You know? You might be honest.
Look at this Pena.
Yes, look at Pena. They
don't even show him the jersey. He's covering the whole jersey.
Yeah,
he's so good looking.
Look at him, man.
It's a panty dropper.
Fromber got a good one.
Again, Fromber. Fromber's another one that's probably not tabbed to go and put on to do the jersey show off.
Big Walker?
Walker's not bad. Yeah, Fromber knows it. Like,
you'd have to really make sure Fromber isn't just sweating.
Fromber been in the sauna. He's been in the sauna lately. He's good, bub.
A lot of salt.
I'm telling you, Titus Howard and Kenyon Green knew they weren't going to get the call when they were showing off the new jerseys.
Or
hey, Titus good look. I mean, hey,
Titus is good looking,
now,
but
you're right. Kenyon
may
be tough right there.
Even, I don't care if Kenyon lived up to what he was supposed to live up to. He was not getting a call. You know it. That's just my only thing is love the unis, and I understand why it's Altuve, but I mean, Jeremy Pena is sitting right there for you.
I'm gonna tell you, of all of them though, Jeremy's got an unfair advantage. Jeremy and Lance McCullers got an unfair advantage. I mean, they're got, a lot of times I always say, like, there's certain human beings that I know, I'll speak for myself, that I played for, that if it weren't for football, they wouldn't have, I don't know if they'd have survived. They damn sure would have never lost their virginity. Let's put it that way. Lance and Pena, they don't need sports. They don't need anything.
Lance, we talked about this off air. Lance McCullers, Jeremy Pena are guys that are gonna win no matter what their occupation is.
Yeah, it's a panty dropper.
Christian's got a chance.
Christian's got a chance?
Like those guys have an unfair advantage. When you start talking about
Christian's got a bit of a rustic look.
Yeah, he's got that blue collar. Like he's got a real chance to fit in real nice. We'll see how it all unfolds. I mean, you got to take those top two off the shelf. I think him and even Hunter Brown has a chance to really.
I got to study Hunter a little bit.
Man, the last time I heard him talk in the clubhouse, man, I was impressed. I mean, he just seems he carries himself a lot more mature than, I guess, because I've only been watching him for a couple years. Like when I hear him talk, I'm like, this dude seems like a seasoned vet, but he ain't been pitching that long in the big league. Yeah. So. Anyway, we'll see.
Yeah, someone texted in, Kick Rocks, did Ron just compare himself to Altuve like he's the Altuve of the 6'10 group? First off, bitch, I might. And
your mama.
And second, old Kick Rocks, what it was compared myself, yes, to Altuve of in the line of
modeling
people who
uniforms.
would be modeling clothing for their
respective company.
For their companies. Yes, me and Altuve would rank probably in the same area of guys of options.
Yeah,
okay?
Kick Rocks, you corn soaker.
I'm just saying. Like, there it is. I'm telling you, I know. I'm not the model. Yeah. I'm not. I know I'm not.
I don't think you're giving yourself credit. I'm being dead ass serious. I don't think you give yourself credit. When it comes to jerseys,
Listen, I'm not. Listen, despite what some of you all may think, I don't think I'm a train wreck. But of course, I understand. Though I know that we got Reg, we got yourself, we got Seth. Seth's been on a real good.
Is he leaned up?
He's just, Seth's been looking. He's got his sexy back if he ever lost it. He's looking good. I got Tyler. Tyler would be a better model than I am. Right, Figgy puts together better model than I am at this point.
I'm a handsome devil.
Well, I mean, here's the deal.
Now, if we were doing a plus size thing, then I can jump in there and take care of it.
I think sometimes certain jerseys size matter. I think certain jerseys.
Big scab. Text line, Ron's the left fielder of the 16 group.
Starting, baby.
Now, you can give me a DH, damn it.
You Big Poppy. Jordan.
At least Butch Husky. you ever remember when Butch go look it up in the break if you've never seen it, Tyler. This might be above your time. Butch Husky used to be. This was when Butch was forced to play in the National League when he really should have been a designated hitter, but because they didn't have DHs in that rule, they had to find him in the outfield somewhere or first base. But Butch Husky in Seattle ran a ball down and plastered himself against the wall. I mean, didn't come close to catching it. Plastered himself. And then the next day, they did the sticker outline.
Oh, man, I see him face down. It was Jackie Robinson Day, too, apparently. He's wearing that 42 just face down in the dirt on the warning track.
The next day, they did the sticker outline of Butch Husky's big ass.
He looks like he's dead.
I think I had Ken Griffey Jr. written all over Husky, my man there. All right, coming up, the Texans. They did a little more space, created a little bit more space. We'll tell you what they've done with one of their highest paid players and what does that mean moving forward for the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Fellas, good to be here.
All Pro Sting.
Content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the McCullers Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Texans made a little move today, fellas, and it's it's restructuring. We've talked about them doing this. They have restructured the Nico Collins, Alshire. They restructured several players to create more money under the cap space, and now they have done it with one of their most expensive players, and that is Titus Howard. Clint, they restructured Titus Howard, offensive tackle, lowering his salary base, down and converging $14.3 million of the little over 23 he was owed this year. They converted that into a signing bonus. It's $11.5 million, saving nearly $13 million there, and so they have been able to bring his hit down and save some more money, obviously in hopes potentially to be able to add more to this team. We've talked about up front. We've talked about some of the places they need some help with, and they've restructured with Titus Howard and created even more space. So we clearly see that they've moved on from Laramie Tunsil, moved on from other members there. He is there at the left tackle spot. It looks like one of the tackle spots. When you see this, what does that jump to you, seeing the Texans make that move to get some more cap space?
Well, it confirms two things. Once again, to all my we don't have enough cap space, what the hell are y'all talking about, folks out there, who I feel like this is probably the fourth or fifth time that we've had to do this, but I don't want to pass up an opportunity to once again reiterate, if they want to find cap space and create cap space, they can do that. There's no excuse to not go out and sign a free agent. And we're talking about a $4 to $12 million interior offensive lineman a year. The cap space is not a problem. So everybody out there that for the last month has been, every time we bring a player up, says, hey, you idiots, the cap space, they don't have the cap space. Nah, fool, it can be created anywhere. So number one, all the cap warriors out there, this has been done with several players somehow created, right? I mean, it's there's space out there that can be created. Number one. Number two, it just confirms how I've felt about Titus Howard all along, in a sense of when you've got a guy that can play tackle. Let's say you're not a huge Titus Howard fan, and you just think Titus Howard at right tackle or left tackle is just an average tackle in this league. Okay, he can play right tackle, he can play left tackle, he can play left guard in a pinch. That is a very, very valuable player. I think Titus Howard is viewed as a Swiss Army knife, a guy that can fill several voids on the offensive line would need be. I think he is one of the sharper players in the sense of being a quarterback back in the day and kind of seeing the game through a different lens. And then, as I said earlier, I don't think he's a guy that's a disruptor. I don't think he's a guy that's necessarily the alpha in the building, the leader in the building. I think he's a guy that's going to, whatever the standard and whatever the culture, whatever the temperature is in that O-line room, I think Titus Howard is going to be a guy that's going to fit in more than stand out. And this all just confirms that to me. They also added a year. I don't know if you mentioned it, Ron, but they added a year to his contract. Now, I don't know what that – it's a voidable year, I believe. So, I mean, they could void it. I don't know how much that changes things other than they can spread the money out a little bit further, I believe. But – this is Titus Howard.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans.
I am.
Let's go!
Is that what it is? Let's go. All right, go ahead. Let's get the news out. We'll discuss this. Go ahead. There's some breaking news as you hear Tyler running through it. What do you have, Tyler?
Yes, there is, and it is Houston Texans breaking news. And speaking of O-linemen, multiple sources reporting now free agent offensive tackle Cam Robinson is signing with the Houston Texans. LFG. That's your breaking news, boys. What do you think? Offensive lineman.
I like the ad. I need to see the contract numbers. I need to see what's going on.
I'm just trying to fit. Like, I'm confused with the fit of how this is gonna.
Well, look. Here's the deal. You ultimately had two tackles that you believe in, and one of them's going to be a second-year guy in Blake Fisher, and one of them's going to be a guy that's played everything but the position you're probably going to ask him to play, Titus Howard, in left tackle. One of those guys, even if they're both perfect fits, you've got to have a swing tackle. Now, I don't think Cam Robinson is a swing tackle.
Cam Robinson is starting. Right?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I think is it a starting left tackle, you think?
I would think that's what he started all 17 games at left tackle last year and came in from Minnesota.
Yep.
And played left tackle.
Yep. So you got three tackles on this team right now. Is Blake Fisher the guy that they'd rather continue to develop as a second-year guy, and Cam Robinson and Titus Howard are now your tackles? Is this a move where Cam Robinson plugs in at left tackle, Titus Howard kicks down to guard, and you feel better about your interior offensive line? So maybe on the offensive line in free agency, you didn't want to pay any of those guys. You felt better about Titus Howard? Is this a move that's now going to allow you to use a first or second round draft pick on an interior offensive lineman? I like this sign by the Houston Texans. It's not what I thought the original plan was with this team, which was we've got to improve the pass protection from the inside out. They have not done that, because you're looking at it right now. You are going to have some level of Juice Scruggs and Titus Howard competing inside, assuming Cam Robinson's your left tackle. You're going to have those guys competing inside. So I don't know how much better you got when the competition flushes itself out inside, but this is a tackle. It is an upgrade to where you were yesterday, and it had to happen. As I said before, I don't think they were one draft pick away from this offensive line being better. Right now, if you draft a guard early, I feel good about them being better than they were last year. Yeah. Now that I'm higher, as I've said a million times, I'm higher on Titus Howard inside than most people are. I think if you give him an off season, and if you give him a whole training camp and let him play inside, I think you got a different player. I don't know if that's going to be the plan, but I just think that you've got some options there now, that this offensive line with Cam Robinson and a draft pick is going to be, I think, going to have a real chance to be better than last year.
Yeah, it's just interesting. I'm just trying to see what the 5 is. I'm just trying to see how they're going to put, because you got, as you said, we'll talk about it in a second, because we gotta hit a break. But if you're just now jumping in with us, the Texans have made another move on the offensive line. They traded, obviously, Laramie Tunsil. They have added former Jacksonville Jaguar, most recently played with the Minnesota Vikings. They have added him to the fold, Cam Robinson. He is coming in, has been a left tackle, started all of the games last year at left tackle. He is going to be now in the fold there. So Titus Howard, Blake Fisher, who they drafted in the second round and started playoff games, and now Cam Robinson. They have 3, which you would think are starting caliber tackles. We'll discuss that. Get your thoughts on that. Text in. How do you feel? Cam Robinson, the newest Houston Texan. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there,
ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
Live from the McCarram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we were on the subject. We're talking about the Texans doing a lot of moves, in particular on the tackle position. They restructured Titus Howard earlier today, and now, according to many, I saw Jordan Schultz have it. Cam Robinson, veteran tackle, started all 17 games last year. He was out of Alabama, drafted by Jacksonville, was pretty good there, and then went to Minnesota once their left tackle got injured and played there. He is coming over to Houston. I'm assuming, Clint, that he tackled. Titus Howard has very limited experience. I believe Titus played a game or two over there. I remember when Laramie was injured one of those years.
I think in 21 he had 220 some odd snaps over there, and it was his best football he's played, best film he's put on film.
Okay,
but it was but you like you said, it was, I mean, what's that, 4 games, 5 games?
Yeah, limited time over there. And obviously Blake Fisher's never played left tackle. And so right now they've added a veteran left tackle who's played left tackle in this league, which is generally a good thing. And as I said, I'd like to see what some people are saying here. How do you feel about this move? For me, I'm just trying to put the puzzle pieces together. That's where I am. I'm trying to put the puzzle pieces together because you got three guys. Like for me, when they traded Tunzel, it made sense. Titus on the left side, yeah. Blake Fisher, you just drafted in the second round with a premium pick who was starting playoff games for you last year. Like, it seemed like that's the route. Now you bring him in, one of those guys either go to the bench, or does this mean the puzzle piece moves for a guy that you're going to be paying $23 million in some form or fashion, Titus Howard, to play inside at guard? So that's just a thing for me, puzzle pieces, how that's forming.
Well, I agree with you, and I'm going to get to that point, Ron, but here's Ron. I like this get a lot for the Houston Texans, given the entire offensive line situation. Best free agent on the market. Like, of all positions, this was the best available
left right now.
Free agent on the market. Now, yeah, I mean, we're a week plus into it, but that's the reality of the situation where the Texans are right now. This is a tackle that again is not a draft pick where you're rolling the dice and hoping the guy you get can process and listen, retain, and apply an NFL playbook. Can he process NFL defenses? Now, is he physically gifted enough to make that transition? Does it take him a year or two? Like what? No, this is a guy that you plug in at left tackle, and you've got a guy that can play. He's athletic enough. He's long. He's prototypical for the left tackle position. So you get the best free agent on the market at a position of need, just offensive line, not necessarily interior offensive line, but offensive line in general. You get it's a 1 year, up to a $14.5 million deal, so you're not tied to this guy long term. The reason Cam Robinson was on the market in the first place was not because the Vikings didn't want him, kind of like Ed Ingram, the interior offensive lineman they signed, didn't play well, got benched. They couldn't wait to get rid of him. This is a guy that the Minnesota Vikings traded for last year when Christian Darrisaw, their all-pro left tackle, went down. They made a trade with Jacksonville to bring in Cam Robinson. Cam Robinson was a good fill-in. Now, Darrisaw is back healthy, and so obviously Cam Robinson is not going to sit around and back up an all-pro player with the Minnesota Vikings. Obviously, the Vikings aren't going to pay him $14.5 million to do that, and so it's obvious why he's on the market. It's not because he's not good enough, all-pro tackle that is now healthy. So then that leads me to your point, Ron, and this is, I think you got better overall on the offensive line. I don't think that. I know you did.
Yeah, you got
because
better.
You could, regardless of where you put Titus Howard now, whether it's right tackle or you plug him in at guard, you now have both positions, either or both positions will be upgraded any way you slice it. Now, what I don't like about the moves in general is we're still in a spot with the Houston Texans, Ron, where You said this when we were prepping a little bit earlier, and we had this conversation in a roundabout way yesterday. We're still into shuffling things, fixing things, wondering who's going to play what position, putting Band-Aids on problems, potentially playing Titus Howard out of position, which would be the guard position. As long as the Texans are doing that, I'm never going to be satisfied, right? I mean, you like when you've got a problem, interior offensive line. If part of that is you got to part ways with Laramie Tunsil because he's just too expensive, a lot of folks want to believe it's because it's a contract deal. Fine, whatever you may believe it. Clear up the cap space, and now let's build this thing right. You still hadn't brought in surefire. I mean, hook, line, and sinker guards and centers that are boom. These guys are the fixes,
and those seem to be the problem areas.
Well, Ron, you look
more than other. I'm not going to say the tackles were perfect, but
yes, I mean, look, you right now. Let's say Cam Robinson comes in. He's your left tackle, and you got Titus Howard at left guard. You got Jarrett Patterson at center. You got Juice Scruggs at right guard.
Well, they
you
got
Tomlinson. Well, you got him in there, but I don't know that Tomlinson's going. I mean, Tomlinson was damn near as bad as Kenyon Green in pass protection last year. Is he definitely going to be the guy over? But either way it goes, your point. My point needs Titus Howard to be there though. So if you're going to go with those guys, you've got 4 of the same 5 guys on the offensive line that struggled mightily last year. Jarrett Patterson, Juice Scruggs, Blake Fisher, and Titus Howard. 4 of those 5 guys were on the field for a large amount of their struggles last year. So have you really upgraded? You may have. I was looking for more of a, hey man, we're fixing this thing from the inside out, and damn it, these are the what the Bears did. I'll put it out there. What the Bears did.
They went out there and got a surefire.
Who did your guy Fries sign with?
Minnesota.
Minnesota. What Minnesota did? They got a guard and a center. I mean, you there's like that to me was the approach that I thought we would see here, and we haven't seen that. So in my opinion, you're still into shuffling pieces. We're still into having conversations about we're going to put our best 5 out there.
And again, I will say, and I will get to some of the things people are saying here.
Sure.
Frank Z here on YouTube and Twitch. Cam Robinson is a damn good sign. DQ Cam Robinson is solid.
Yep.
Mekhi Becton might have wanted Tunsil money. He got time if he can put in that work.
Well, now here's the thing. Now you draft a guard with your first or second round pick. I know can Nick Casario and D'Amico Ryans, can they hit on an offensive lineman in the draft? I get that. Forget that. They can't live by that, right?
Yeah.
Draft a guard with your first or second pick, and you're in business. You're in business.
Some people text in, how the hell does Cam Robinson not make you better inside? Titus is now starting at left guard.
The arrow's pointed up.
Titus Howard is a right tackle, always has been a right tackle. The only reason he has played any other positions is because of injuries.
Correct.
Gilbert. I'm okay with bringing in the veteran. There was no way we were going to rely on rookies and think this O-line would be better next year. Someone texted in, Robinson, Howard, Patterson, Tomlinson, Blake Fisher as the starting lineup. Robinson's pass grade since 2022, 76% block efficiency. Someone texted in, I don't know those numbers, if those numbers are correct. Listen, they are better than they were yesterday. It's just, as you said, it feels like the way they have decided to attack what felt like when you looked at it and you thought, what's the biggest problem on the offensive line? It was the middle 3, right? That was the biggest. Hence why Juice Scruggs, who was playing center, got kicked to play both guard spots.
Juice Scruggs got kicked to the bench in a playoff game for an offensive lineman that they knew was washed and done, and just ended up cutting him.
Yeah.
And they started that guy instead of Juice. I'm sorry, but
Juice played all 3 of the middle positions: left guard, right guard, and center. They kicked their $23 million right tackle inside. It was that bad. The answers right now to that has been Tomlinson, who you said pass blocked just a shade better than Kenyon Green. But I think he is an upgrade over.
I do too. I do too. I'm pushing advanced stats that folks like to hear.
But what they have done so far to that area is that, and then potentially, we don't even know. It could be Blake Fisher is a swing tackle, but potentially the answers have been Tomlinson and then kicking Titus Howard inside at guard.
Mm-hmm.
And for you, was that your idea and your thought of, okay, here we go?
No.
That will, like, and I'm just saying me, that in your head because that's what's happened. They're better before than they were yesterday.
I've never. You're laying it out beautifully. As long as part of the answer to improving the pass protection is, well, we're going to kick Titus Howard inside at guard. As long as that's part of it, you're piecing things together. You're Band-Aid. You're not.
Best position you think
right tackle
he plays? Right tackle.
Well, either tackle. I mean, either tackle. I would say, I don't know, based off 200 and some odd snaps, it's left tackle.
I mean, we could say this takes tackle off the board in the draft.
I would think so. I would think so. But that's my point. Like if you take this Cam Robinson at left tackle, you swing Titus Howard to right tackle, you draft a guard, a top first or second round guard with all the picks you have now, manipulate that to where you get a big time guard. I know some people got Kenyon Green PTSD, but don't worry about it. Plug that in, and now you got Laken Tomlinson, Ed Ingram, Juice Scruggs, Jarrett Patterson, and a first or second round guard in there competing, along with the Nick Brokers, or I think Nick is his name, whatever inside. Like that right there. Now we can talk about, okay, is Nick Haley's offensive ability, his ability to scheme and play calling a little bit better than Bobby? Is Cole Popovich better than his predecessor? Is he a guy that is a little bit better? Do these guys communicate a little bit better? Is Jarrett Patterson over a 17-game stretch a better communicator and get these guys in the right? Now we can talk about I would be very comfortable with that.
All right, well, maybe they do that coming up in April.
I would have taken a different path, to your point, Ron, but I could get down with that.
All right, coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive, we'll update any of those who may have missed it, the news of the newest Texan, and there's much more news happening around the league other than here. One of the biggest stories we're talking about may have a resolution. We'll discuss that. Coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, we got a lot of basketball coming up around the corner now. You got to download Underdog Fantasy. That's right. You can.
eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I am so happy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. The Drive is live, and Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans. I guess you could throw Nick Caley in there. They continue to add some parts and handle this offensive line.
Thanks, y'all.
I want to roll around, and I know if you've just missed it, Tyler came in breaking news in the last 20 minutes or so that the Texans, they have brought in left tackle Cam Robinson. He played with the Jags, was drafted by the Jags, was their left tackle, and then
7.5 years.
Yep, went to Minnesota last year. A veteran left tackle, has started at left tackle the last 2 seasons in Jacksonville and Minnesota, and a really good get, right? Like you'd have told me, I said it, they need to get out of the Tunzel business. If you'd have said, all right, man, we're going to trade Laramie Tunzel and get, resources back off of it, and Cam Robinson's going to be a left tackle, I'd have been like, okay, all right, that, obviously you're taking a step down in overall player, but Cam Robinson can still play a good left tackle for you, especially if interior-wise you really take a step up. He is a good football player, and now you do have 3 tackles on this team, and now it's just trying to get the feel of what this is going to look like and how these puzzle pieces are going to land. And again, Clint, we haven't gotten to the draft, and there is still time, even with free agency or trades or whatever, for them to continue to make moves with the front 5 right now. But they do have Cam Robinson added to that, and it could mean that that Titus Howard is kicked back inside to play guard as he finished the season. I'd like to go find his page. You think it still says right tackle?
Ooh. Yeah,
I wonder if it still.
It'll be interesting to see how the restructure. It'll be interesting to see how after playing out of position, looks like the left tackle position is going to open up. Laramie Tunsil gone. What does Titus Howard think that door is open? It's cracked for him. He's played well there before. It's where his best film was put out when he was at left tackle. And boy, that seems like that door closed dead in his face before he ever got a chance. But this is I'm coming around, Ron. I'm coming around.
Yeah. No, it's like I said, they still have the draft. They still have there's potential other moves that can happen, right? Did you wake up today seeing Cam Robinson? I thought they would probably try to run with the tackles that they had, and that if there was going to be big additions, it would be to the interior. That was my thought process.
I was leaning probably draft a tackle and sign another guard or maybe roll with what they have at guard. Was more of kind of where I was at. You got Blake Fisher, Titus Howard. If you draft a tackle in the first round, second round, then now you got a guy that, yes, you'd like for him to start, but you've got some insurance there where you got other options there, and you don't have to rush him if he's not ready. I was leaning more that direction, but now with this sign with Cam Robinson coming in, obviously, I think the play is interior. I still think the play is on the offensive side of the football. I still think the play is first and second round draft pick on the offensive side of the football, and I think one of those would be an interior offensive lineman, a guard or center.
Yeah. We'll see. As they have, again, one thing we can make clear, and I believe, they did get better from yesterday to today. From the text line, Ron, you're tripping. This is the only time I disagree with you, fam. What do you disagree with me about? I don't even have a take yet. I don't have a take yet. I just want to see what the pieces are going to look like how they just got a bunch of pieces. They just got a bunch of pieces that could have the potential to play anywhere, right? They got Scruggs who could play any of the. I would imagine, we were talking during the break, I would imagine that Nick and D'Amico moved. We were at that draft in Kansas City, moved up in the second round to go get Juice Scruggs to play center. I would imagine they want Juice Scruggs to play center. So
I would imagine they're going to try to force that one, which scares me because the communication piece, not the inability to play the position, the communication piece. But go ahead.
So I would almost think that he's got probably the driver's seat there, and then as you said, maybe they draft with one of those, maybe that 25th pick that is a guard that they draft, and he is in somewhere. I don't know if that means Tomlinson goes to the bench, if that means Titus is a guard, or if Titus is a tackle. Not sure what that means. I just know they got 3 tackles. They got 2 centers. They've got one guy who's played better at center in the time they've been here.
Yeah.
But that guy was drafted in the 6th round. In the 6th round, the other guy was drafted in the 2nd round. I don't know. We'll see. Again, like I said, I don't even have a take right now. I am just intrigued to see how these pieces fit and what. I just wonder what's in their mind of how they see a depth chart.
Well, it's again, there's. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel with this one. That's what, to me, that's what's important. As a fan of the Texans, it's not the route that I expected the Texans to take. I expected them to take the route the Bears did, which I'm going to sign 2 guards and a damn center. I'm going to get over aggressive. It's not the route that I expected them to take. However, I love some of the moves that they've made, and I think now with the Cam Robinson trade, you are one more move away from, I think, all of us being able to get around a table and come to an agreement that the Texans' offensive line is better and should be better than they were last year. Now you're one move away, which I think could be a draft pick, could be another free agent sign. You're one move away on the offensive line, which I think is interior offensive line once again. You're one move away from me sitting around a table and having the ability to have a serious conversation about what Nick Caley and Cole Popovich bring to the table. That's where I'm at. One more move away from saying, okay, you've done right by C.J. Stroud. Now, C.J., you got to take this bull by the horns. You've got to lead this group. You've got to fix this group. You've got to take this to the next level. You've got to play a different brand of football. You've got to protect these guys. You've got to help Nick Caley. That's your job, C.J. Stroud, if you're going to be a $60 million guy. Until those moves are made and this O-line is shored up to a point where we can all look at each other and agree, hey, this group should be better tackle to tackle. Until that's done, I can't lean on Cole, I can't lean on Caley, and I can't lean on C.J. Stroud. They're one step closer. I like this get.
All right. Elsewhere in the NFL, apparently the Vikings have made their decision. As you said, Aaron Rodgers appeared to have been on a beach, wrapped himself up waiting to see if he'll have the chance to be able to play with Justin Jefferson and Jones, who he played with, and that crew, that offense they had over there, and that defense that won, 14, 15 games last year. That door apparently is shut as the Vikings have decided that they're going to get a veteran quarterback, but a veteran backup for their young quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, who they drafted in the 1st round, which would lead us to believe that it's the Steelers and the Giants now for Aaron Rodgers' services. And is this even if you're Aaron Rodgers, is this even a discussion?
It shouldn't be. If you're Aaron Rodgers or the Steelers, it shouldn't be a discussion. It should be, you like me? Check yes or no. Okay, I'm checking on mine. Okay, let's go.
Malik Neighbors.
No,
Brian Dable.
No. Brian Dable. Look here.
Yes or no.
I mean, in that division with the Eagles and the Commanders, and say what you want about the Cowboys, you still got to deal with Micah and Dak and CeeDee Lamb and company. They're a regular season, but yeah, I mean, Brian Daboll is about he's a 2-4 start away from being fired. Yeah, no, the New York thing doesn't interest me at all.
He doesn't have to move.
Look, he's a West Coast guy. He's moving anyway. He moves as soon as the season's over. His ass ain't still in New York. Hell, he's on a beach somewhere with a blankie wrapped around him, taking pictures. He ain't in New York.
Instead of blanket.
I mean, look. Here's the deal. This is, and I've said it from jump. Now, obviously, Minnesota entering the equation, back a week or 10 days ago. That's a different animal. If I'm here on
this on the Pittsburgh thing, because when you say Pittsburgh and Minnesota, you start looking at the weapons. Pittsburgh's weapons, I think, are crazier mentally. But
yeah, I agree with that.
It ain't. Is it that far? Like DK and George Pickens?
No. If you're just talking weapons, no. I mean, you could probably make an argument that those weapons are just as impressive as
Warren, the running back, is a good guy. They have reshuffled and built this offensive line. They got Watt. They got Highsmith. They got Fitzpatrick. I mean, that's a good team with weapons too.
Yeah.
The tight end Freiermuth, he's
like
good
him a lot. Yeah, I think on paper you could bump them two up pretty. The problem is one team won 14 games last year and should have won 15 and had home field advantage and didn't. Now the other one just scraped by, right?
Won 11 or 12 with Russ.
Do more with less. Yes, do more with less. I agree, but that I don't know. For me, the Minnesota thing, Kevin O'Connell, Jordan Jefferson, the weapons. The whole thing is set up, and there's proof that it's set up to make a run. It's wild to me, and look, Cam Hayward is the only one we really heard from, and I think that once I went back and listened to the audio, I was like, okay, that's being taken a little bit out of context, but like the media's response to this, as if the Steelers are still like Terry Bradshaw's Steelers or something that everybody wants to go play for. Like Aaron should be thankful that the Steelers are interested in him. The Steelers are they've tried every approach to fixing their quarterback. They've drafted a guy early. They've signed a veteran. They've signed a guy that was a flop, that was a developmental guy. They've had fill-ins along the way. Now they've re-signed their backup that wasn't good enough the first go round. I mean, it's just like the Pittsburgh Steelers should be looking at this thing like, sure, we're going to make plans to draft or whatever with a younger guy, but in order to compete in our division right now, we need somebody that a signal caller.
I would say, nope. Both of them need each other as equal to me. I
agree with that.
I'll be honest.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know about you, Tyler and Clint. I didn't think that Aaron Rodgers would have the potential to have a situation this good in front of him. Like a potential to have a Hall of Fame head coach a team that has culture, that hasn't lost, and that doesn't have losing seasons, that has DK Metcalf, George Pickens, hell, even the slot cat they got is pretty good and played pretty good for them. Freiermuth, and draft picks to be able to get backs, and their running back is really, really good. One on the road with a defensive player of the year caliber player and Watt and Mika Fitzpatrick. I thought he was going to be looking at Giants and Titans and maybe have to come back with the Jets. Like both of them should look at the situation and be like, this is.
No, I agree with you.
What Pittsburgh has, because right now it's either draft somebody, try to get up and draft somebody, or I don't think they're talking to Russ. I don't even know who else is out there. Jameis Winston.
Well, it don't matter. It don't matter any of their options, Ryan. Does Mike Tomlin really have it in him to draft and develop a late first round guy or a mid first round guy? Does he have that? Are the organization going to be that patient with him? Does he want to do that? Right? When it boils down to available, Aaron Rodgers is making throws last year in the second half of the season with the Jets that a handful of quarterbacks in this league make. If anybody else was if C.J. Stroud was making some of the throws that Aaron Rodgers, it's a highlight reel, whatever. If C.J. Stroud was made some of those throws, we would be talking about his arm is as good as there is in the league, and the arm talent. And boy, this guy's like. Those throws are absolutely ridiculous at any age, but damn sure 40. The Pittsburgh Steelers, if they're going to win in the next year or two, this is their chance. This is their chance.
And if Aaron is going to turn his career around. I think this is his
100%. Yes.
You know, I think like this is going to get done. There's no way he's going to New York, right?
I would think since Minnesota bowed out,
this should happen.
I would think that it would happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah. And this right now. Where would the Steelers be in the AFC comparative to the Texans if Aaron Rodgers went to that team? Because the standings, and I think in every way, they were behind the Texans last year.
Fresh out of the Poncha Karma.
If I remember correctly, they were right behind them the whole time, weren't they?
They were close, and then the bottom fell out at the end for the Steelers, and then they really looked bad going into the playoffs. But if Aaron Rodgers, and remember, with Russ, they went on a roll. They went on a real roll. That offense turned around. They went on, and we know they can win that defense.
Let's ride.
They passed the Texans.
What are the Texans right now?
Texans were 10-7 last year.
No. Like if you had to look at the AFC rankings, like what I saw you had something in the sixth.
The Chiefs,
the Bills,
Ravens, all had better records.
The list I saw, the Bengals were ahead.
That list, yeah. The Texans were sixth in the AFC in that list. The Steelers weren't ahead of them on that one yet, but they didn't have a quarterback.
Well, I think Aaron Rodgers, with those guys you mentioned, DK and Pick.
By the way, that list had Denver and the Chargers both ahead of the Texans. Yeah. Now, fairness, the Texans had not brought in Cam Robinson yet.
J. Gar Johnson, was he in yet?
Yeah, he was in, but
you got it. It'd be tight.
All right, coming up, let's do a little stock up, stock down. Spring training edition. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Serta Pro Painters. If you need
responsibly.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. When it comes to the biggest story of spring training, the Big Orange Wagon has you covered.
This is going to be a very fair question to ask going forward as we go through the month of March. Are the Astros a better team offensively and defensively with Cam Smith at third and Isaac Paredes at second?
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top.
Two ass would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Every hump day right around this time in this 3:20 p.m. segment, we take a peek at a little stock up, stock down with a different flavor. This week's flavor, springtime Astros, spring training Astros.
Oh, it's getting close, isn't it?
Getting very, very close to opening day for the Houston Astros, this new look Astros team. So
by the way, you guys been getting up watching the Dodgers in the Cup?
Hell nah. F them Dodgers, bro.
Kyle had an RBI.
Did he? Tuck had an RBI? Yeah. The sack fly?
Yeah. No hit.
I'm just glad to hear old Tuck stayed upright, you know?
You'd be surprised, but Shohei went deep with 2 walks.
You'd be surprised.
They're 2-0.
Went deep with 2 walks.
I know that caught you off guard, but yeah.
He's kind of good at baseball. Yeah.
Not bad.
But F them Dodgers. It is stock up, stock down, springtime Astros edition, and I want to get this thing started, get the negative out of the way as we sometimes do, and I want to start with you, on the show, Hughley. As far as these Astros and spring training as we near opening day, give me your stock down for the springtime Astros.
All right, my stock down is Christian Walker right now, and that is the injury he has right now. We'll see. Hopefully he can which I think they believe he should be able to. I just say for him, boy, of all positions, of all spots, like that's the big free agent thing that they went out and got, right? They were, kind of close to the vest with most things they went and did. They traded, made some deals, but that's the one where you don't want to see it look like it did the last time they traded for a mid-30s guy who was a power guy short term. Like it would be big for Christian Walker to come out and swing the bat really well. So nobody ever has any thoughts of any Jose Abreu, which I don't believe Christian Walker will do. But I think there is a little pressure there, and the thought that he's injured already. You just hope not to, and I love John Singleton, but you want to see the new Christian Walker at first base when the season starts against the Mets. So, to me, right now with that injury issue, I go with Christian Walker.
Well, here's the good news: Christian Walker is on track to play this weekend.
That's good.
On track to play this weekend.
Fingers crossed.
Yep. What was that? A little oblique issue?
Yeah,
yes.
Little oblique issue. Hard to rotate when you got a little oblique issue. Hard to hit a baseball when you can't rotate because you got a little tweaked oblique, if you will.
Facts.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about it, Ron. I don't want to talk about the mid-30 older guy not working out. This guy's going to be a monster at first base. He's going to be a better get than most people think. He's going to be a big reason why these Astros do what Jim Crane said and are a better baseball team than a lot of folks expect.
They need it.
Facts. It would be nice for the Astros to have a first baseman who can do something with the bat in his hands, So Christian Walker for Ron, stock down there. It is stock up, stock down on the Drive. We're doing an Astro spring training edition today. Clint, over to you. We're getting the negative out of the way. Stock down for you, Dirty Red.
Jose Altuve.
Damn it.
Jose Altuve. We on the heels of a little wind and a little sun and a little warning track and maybe leaned up against the wall. A little routine pop fly turns into a triple.
Damn it!
And then I mean it is tailor made, boys. It is tailor made in yesterday's game for Jose Altuve to come in. He gets behind it perfect. He's charging the ball. I mean, he catches it, and in the exchange, he throws it to the foul line instead of crow hopping and seeing what that arm looks like with a guy that was damn sure tagging up from third base. Not only is it an error.
That was going to be our first look at seeing Altuve trying to get a guy tagging up.
Come on, man. I mean, there's been very minimal opportunity to get to see what he looks like, and he's already botched a couple of different scenarios. And I don't know how bad the second baseman Jose Altuve has to be to make this make sense.
Yeah. That's tough luck dropping.
You don't think you're jumping the gun a little bit?
Nope. I do not.
Well, what about the nice play you made yesterday?
Yeah. I mean, hell, I don't doubt that he's going to make one of two plays. I don't doubt that he's going to look good on the gap. I don't doubt that at all. But I mean, we are. I mean, this is Major League Baseball. Let's not just because it's Jose Altuve and just because let's not all of a sudden we're desensitized to it. No, Ron, that's a routine fly ball on the warning track, and that is a routine. I mean, the fact that the guy was even thinking about tagging up makes you wonder. First of all, secondly,
got a little excited.
I got to believe he was just trying to draw a throw, but maybe not. Well, but the fact that it didn't, like we've seen one situation and made excuses why the throw was off and it was an error. Well, it wouldn't have been that if this would have happened or that would have happened. Okay, cool. And now all of a sudden we got another one, and it's the exchange from the glove to the throwing arm. I'm not okay. The guy is not a left fielder. Relatively speaking, I think the stock would be down if we're being fair about this.
So there you have it. We got the negative out of the way.
Good time to buy Jose Altuve stock because it is low.
So, Old Dirty Red Clint Stoerner, his stock down for the springtime Astros. Altuve, we're on the show Hughley. He went with Christian Walker. Got that negative out of the way. It is stock up, stock down. We do it at this time on the drive every single week. Back over to you, Ron. I want your stock up for the springtime Astros.
Man, Jake Myers got to be sitting as comfortable over there.
Hey, Jake signing for stock up?
As Yordan Alvarez, man. Ain't nobody more secure in their job. He's got the project.
Jake with the rake.
Who Clint just said his stock is way down on one side of him. He's got Chaz McCormick, who is breaking down by the day. That makes his job even more secure because ain't no way Chaz is coming up to go play anybody's center field. The way he's about to lose his right field job to Cam Smith, and if they bring in Cam over there to right field, well, we gotta have our bronze gold glover out there between Cam and
bronze gold.
They keep saying gold glover. We know he didn't win that.
I know PC says it.
I believe he finished third. The bronze gold glover out there. You know he's got to be out there between Cam and Altuve. So. Hey, Jake Myers, his security is got to be tight, baby. My stock up to you, Jake.
That is not one I would have been guessing coming into this stock down is that you'd be going with Jake.
Who's coming to play center for it? Who's coming to take that?
That's fair. So that's Ron stock up. Now stock up over to you, Clint Stoerner, Old Dirty Red Astros.
Can I add something to that though? The one time Jake was needed, the fly ball to left field that Altuve booted, that should have been a routine fly ball. Jake was nowhere to be found. So the guy should have been.
They're telling him to give him a chance right now. They're telling him.
Oh yeah. Hey, if you make a mistake, Altuve, even if you can't find the ball, hell, we're just gonna put you on an island out there. Our all-world center fielder's not gonna help you out. But okay, got it.
What's your Astros springtime baseball stock up, Clint?
Oh hell! I mean, is there any other Lance McCullers?
Hell yeah.
Touched 93 on the gun yesterday, which I don't know why the gun is not on TV when we're watching the Astros. By the way, I should have gave Space City. What is that? What is this channel?
Space City Home Network.
I should have gave them a damn Altuve. He forced my hand there.
Tom.
I mean, Lance McCullers is up there, and you've got advertisements over, so we can't even see his first pitch, and then you don't even have a gun on the screen to let us know how.
What is this? Amateur hour?
What is it? Amateur hour?
For
Lance
Space
McCullers.
City, everybody. I don't think anybody has guns in spring training. I've watched.
Hell, I think we should. I don't think anybody went to 7 straight ALCSs either.
I've watched some games on MLB Network. I was sitting there waiting to see the speed of the pitch come up.
I think it's Bush League, Ron.
I'm with you.
I think it's Bush League. Damn it. Lance McCullers, stock up, man. Are you kidding me? I mean, there a lot of movement on the ball.
93.
93. I mean, there was movement all over the place. He left a couple of fastballs up high. No ice, no
like
treatment.
He was going to go back in or something.
Yeah.
His coffee shop's doing well.
So
we don't know that.
Maybe, I don't know.
Probably is.
We still got to go, guys. That's bullshit. Now that he's pitched for the Astros again and he's not in Sugarland, we should go. Well, he may be in Sugarland, huh?
Now, he'll be in Sugarland. I don't know. Who knows, man? Lance might fast-track this thing now. He might fast-track this thing.
Just ask him. He'll tell you.
He will. All right, coming up as we continue, I am willing to be open, especially with the latest news. We'll let you know the latest news with the offensive line of the Texans. But I'm actually willing to listen on a couple of things, or at least one major thing that I wondered about with the Texans' offensive line situation. We'll discuss that.
website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the big news so far with the Texans today is they have made a move. They have added to their offensive line room, and in particular their tackle room. They have added Cam Robinson. If you remember him, he has been in the division, was drafted by the Jags, played 7 years with the Jags, and then up until last year when the Vikings had an injury to their left tackle, the Jags traded him to Minnesota. He's played and started every game the last 2 seasons at Minnesota. Went to the postseason last year with the Vikings, and they bring him over on a 1-year contract, $14+ million. Clint, at left tackle, one would assume he plays left tackle, and then the Texans will figure some things out with how they put together the rest of the offensive line. I still, Clint, don't believe that this is it with where they are right now. They do have Blake Fisher, who they drafted in the second round, who played right tackle at the end of the season and in the playoffs last year. Obviously, their highest paid offensive lineman, who they just actually restructured a contract to open up more cap space. But Titus Howard is a tackle who did end the season out of necessity having to play guard last year. So he is out there that could play tackle or guard. So they've got options of how they're going to do things. And listen, I have said this, and I do stand by this, but I do think, I'm willing to hear where people stand right now that we're getting a little bit more clarity on the offensive line situation. I have just never been into the space of thinking, especially interior-wise, Clint, and you've heard me, and I've said it over the past several weeks, that I'm not confident that in year one, a rookie offensive lineman is going to be the answer that the Texans need up front kind of ball and have the kind of offense that they are looking to have. And I've been steadfast on that, and I still do believe that, but I am willing to listen. Maybe that is a little unfair. There are some offensive linemen. We've seen college offensive linemen who have an impact in year one. And for me, it's not even just the Kenyon Green situation. It is just, just overall, I've always thought offensive line, defensive line are the toughest positions to translate from college to the NFL, just because it's the most physical groups, and you're going up against grown men who have all the tricks in the trade, and everybody's really, really good at this point. Now that we see they've added some parts here, do you feel better about an offensive lineman out of the draft as a rookie coming in day one, being a starter and being able to give the Texans what they need for this offense to move and roll the way they need it? Are you feeling better now, I guess, before the season? Because I think you were in the same boat. Like, hey, they need to get surefire guys up there and not kind of depend on a rookie.
Yeah, look, this has not been the route that I thought the Texans would take to fix their offensive line. Based on what I watched, based on what D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio and Nick Caley have said, fixing the offensive line from the inside out, this is not the path that I thought the Texans were going to take. I thought it was going to look much more like Minnesota, what Minnesota has done in free agency, much more like what Chicago did with 2 guards and a center, all in free agency. Some of the top free agents out there at the interior offensive line position. I thought it would look more like that, given what I watched and what I heard the organization say, the messaging coming out of the Houston Texans organization. They definitely have taken a different path. with that said, I can see the light at the end of the O-line tunnel for the Texans. Yes, I can see it. I'm not sure that it's the same light that the Texans are looking at, because I don't know what they're going to do with Titus Howard. But if you got Cam Robinson on one tackle and Titus Howard at the other tackle, and then you draft an interior offensive lineman in the first or the second round, which there's only a handful of those guys out there. I think I'm looking at one first round. In the last 2 drafts, there's been 1 first-round guard, and there's been 3 second-round guards, I believe, taken. Maybe give or take that second-round guard. Maybe 4 second-round guards taken over the last 2 years. There's that. I don't know who all is available and what they're going to have to do to get that guy, but now you got to make sure that you get that guy, whichever guy you think is a plug-and-play guard in that first or second round. And if they do that, yes, I'm in a spot where I could see that Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, either Jarrett Patterson or Juice Scruggs at center, a first or second round draft pick that's good enough to plug and play from the very beginning of training camp at right guard, and then Titus Howard at right tackle. Then we can put the O-line issue to bed until it becomes an issue. We can start talking about what CJ needs to do, what Nick Caley needs to do, what Popovich needs to do, the new O-line coach. Then we can have those conversations. Right now it's still about personnel. And to answer your question specifically, Ron, yes, a first or second round guard plugged into this group. I could feel pretty good about what they're doing in the offensive line.
But you feel like they can give and execute and give the Texans like a rookie coming in can give the Texans what they need.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, assuming they get it right, assuming that the guy is truly less Kenyon Green and more. What's the kid's name with the kid that got drafted early with this out of the small school up in Denver? He's Steel Miners, I believe, is his last name.
Oh, yeah,
he was an interior guard that was lights out. Obviously the Colts hit on a couple of them a few years back, and a center, Ryan Kelly out of Alabama. So I mean, assuming they get it right, it's less Kenyon Green and more of those guys. Then yeah, I think an interior offensive lineman is a guy that you're asking less of him physically than these outside guys that have to be crazy athletic and super strong and be able to anchor down and be able to play in space. You're asking less of that guy. If he's a road grader, if he has that dog mentality, if he has that physicality, if he's nasty and dirty, then I think you can play, assuming that all the pieces around them, the O-line coach, the offensive play caller, assuming they're all better. I've said it a million times. Look, I would rather have a tackle that's a bum or a tackle. It's easier to help that guy, right? So, again, this is not the path that I would take or that I thought they would take, but given what we're watching, the light at the end of my tunnel is a guard in the first or second round that has that dog in him.
For me, it's just so hit or miss, right?
Sure, yeah,
right.
Yeah,
I mean, there were 9 offensive linemen drafted in last year's first round.
One guard,
right? Yeah, one guard. There was a center. Oddly enough, the center is one of the hits, and he was drafted at 26. The Texans draft 25 this year. Graham Barton, 16 starts with the Bucs, and kind of solidified their line with Baker around him, and had a really good year. If you're getting that, that's big. Then there's like Tyler Guyton with the Cowboys who struggled. Then there's I think the guard they drafted, maybe he's a tackle for the Saints, who never even got started. The 25th pick last year was a tackle for the Packers. He made 6 appearances and 1 start. And there were some other players that came through, like Joe Alt. Obviously, he was the first one off the board. Right, he had a good year. Generally, at 25, it becomes even more difficult to find that guy. And listen, I want to be fair to say it. I look at it. I wonder who he's next to. Right? Is he playing right guard next to Blake Fisher and next to Juice Scruggs, like where we're all learning together, or is he playing right guard next to right tackle? Veteran that's been around. So the thing I think would have made you feel a lot better if there was a good veteran piece that's right there.
Hell yeah.
Right there, a center or something like that's right there where you feel good. I wonder. It looks like they may be heading to that space of an interior offensive lineman comes in as a starter for them.
Yeah.
That's a rookie right off the bat, unless it's Tomlinson right off the bat. And I'm trying to be more open to that because I was completely against that, Clint, because I felt like it was such an issue up front, especially center guard, that to have somebody who is just coming into the league trying to learn to play the league have that type of pressure to have to protect CJ. So, but I think that might be the case, and then maybe I just need to give a little bit more fairness that can actually happen. What you got coming up at the 4?
You ever been sitting at work? You guys ever been sitting at work and you know your wife and your daughter, or Ron, in your case, one of your sons as well, they're out there spending money you ain't got? You ever have that feeling? I know there's a lot of people out there listening. You've had that feeling before. Well, I'm trying to focus in here with Ron, but it's going on right now. It's going on right now for Old Dirty, and I'll tell you exactly what's going on. Damn it, Low. Damn it, Liv. I'll let you know what's going on right now. This ain't just this ain't pennies, Ron. This ain't a spray tan and nails done. Oh, geez.
Woo! Love that
That's
money.
next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I tell you, as hard as I'm going to have to work, as long
eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sexiest show in Houston right there, baby.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. And talk about parties, baby. We're going to be down at Kirby. We're going to be at a Kirby and 59 Twin Peaks location. Kirby and 59 tomorrow. In the Loop is going to crank things up with a live broadcast. Going through, have your little lunch, hang out with them boys. And then the drive. We'll be sliding in afterwards. Probably going to hang out a little bit. Depending on how Tyler acts between now and then. We may hang out a little longer after the show and see if Tyler can get down there and maybe have a pop with the people and watch a little basketball. I think them Hogs and them Jayhawks play right about that time. I think them Cougars are going to be playing right about that time as well. So there's going to be plenty of good basketball going on. Y'all come on through Twin Peaks and let's hang and have a little bit of fun. We are still throwing around the idea of potentially putting us a little wager out there for the people, a little parlay, a little 4-team parlay for the people. And if we hit, we may or may not buy a few drinks, if you know what I mean. So stay plugged in right there. If you get a chance tomorrow, anywhere from noon to 6, come on through Twin Peaks, 59 and Kirby. Look, whether you're drinking them 29-degree man-sized drafts, I drink them in Coors Light. You can do it in whatever you like. Whether you're doing that or top shelf bourbon, top shelf tequila, absolute money. And if you're hungry, the made-from-scratch menu at Twin Peaks.
Fabulous.
Serious as a heart attack, Ron. I'm not joking one bit. I ain't checking up one bit when I say it, man. I ain't never had a bad menu on the item. I even like Tyler's little tenders that he gets. Now, I prefer to drink my beer out of one of them tall mugs, and Tyler gets them little bitty shorties. But either way it goes, the beer's still good, and them tenders are awfully tasty. So come on through. It's that time of year, baby, that you can never go wrong at Twin Peaks. But this time of year, come on. Come on through and hang with us tomorrow.
Party.
All right, boys. Speaking of Twin Peaks, I know a lot of folks, I try to encourage folks this time of year when you're going to the rodeo, stop by Twin Peaks, get your little pregame drink, get something in your gut, make sure that you go to the rodeo. You're pleasantly, you're not hungry, you're not starving, right? You got a little base for your drinking if you're like Tyler and you like to really go hard, make sure you got a little base there. It's that rodeo season, right? And most time we talk about that rodeo, boys, we're talking about concerts. We're talking about the music, which, by the way, Post Malone was last night. Did you go?
I did not go.
Did you go, T?
Did not go.
I did not realize Posty was last night.
Josh Reddick did.
Did he?
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I got a Josh Reddick story. I don't know if y'all know this.
Tyler has a Josh Reddick story that we have not gotten to that we are going to need to.
I'll be damned. I don't think mine's that good.
Shirt off.
Oh, wow.
Had to take his shirt off for my wife. Anyway, go ahead, Dirk.
That's awesome. Speaking of wives. At Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, they got some events before, some of that livestock stuff going on. And my wife grew up showing horses, which for those that don't know, it's, you put on a nice, pretty outfit, get all dressed up, get your hat right, sit up real tall on that horse, and you prance that horse around. And it does different steps and over and under and all this kind of jive, right?
She kept her horse at the stables right behind my house growing up.
Yeah, how do you know? You've been in that barn before? Be honest right now. Tell me, be honest.
I worked for him a lot in the summers trying to make some cash.
I ain't talking about work. I ain't talking about making cash.
No, sir.
Okay,
no, sir. Not like that.
Come clean right now on air. Well, I've got a couple of nieces that are in that same game that Lauren was in when she was coming up. So Lo always tries to help them and kind of do. I'm getting ready to leave this morning, and I look down and Liv, my 3-year-old, has boots, Wrangler jeans, and a Green Hall T-shirt on with 2 pigtails.
Looking good, ain't
cute as a button.
I said, "Where are you two going?"
What's that called?
I said, "I'm thinking that Mama got to work, right?" I said, "Where the hell you two going?" She said, "Oh, we're gonna go to the rodeo and hang with Hannah and Kyler and Betty the horse and show Liv." I said, "Okay." Well, I got to thinking on the way in here, man, fellas. I got to think on the way in here. I thought this could be an expensive afternoon.
Yeah.
Not only is she not working, she's taking the 3-year-old with her.
And
she's leaving the one at home. She's leaving the 1-year-old at home, so the babysitter's still working. the damn horse show.
Oh, right there.
And I'm getting pictures of, we're just petting the horse. And then next thing you know, we got the reins and we're walking the horse down a little aisle.
That wasn't free.
Uh-oh.
And I ain't posted this one yet. Check it out at Clint Stoerner on Twitter. I'm posting them as we roll. And Instagram. At Clint Stoerner on both. I just got the one she's sitting up on top of this big old horse. The last video, Tyler, close up my little girl, my 3-year-old. Can I have a horse?
There it is. I mean,
we're talking. We're talking, and my wife ain't gonna go buy some old anorexic looking one in the pasture somewhere that don't eat much.
You know what's coming someday.
Oh,
No, she's gonna buy one of them with a big back end that likes to do all the showing and can back up and do all. I mean, you're looking at low end 15, 20 stacks.
I laughed in her face.
And you ain't fed it a bit of hay yet.
Let your little girl know Texas A&M's got a hell of an equestrian program.
Oh, they know my two nieces.
But see, I feel like we're in different worlds because if my Lauren, who's 8, and me, Daddy, like we ride by the Sienna Farms ourselves. We see them horses. There's a white horse they love. There ain't no. Oh, can we get one? Okay.
Well, look,
okay. But I think there was a notion based on who you married and what she has done that
this is my fear.
This could be a possibility.
This is my only. When I got married, this was my only fear.
This is my nightmare.
This was my only fear right here. One, not only the financial side of it, because this isn't a horse. You know, we got a little lot next to us that we'd like to sell one day. Maybe let somebody else build on, make a little profit off of it. We got a little lot that we could put up. We could put a fence around, and that horse could be right there. But then somebody's got to feed it from my house. Somebody's got to get up at my house, walk their ass over there and feed it. Clean up at it. Oh no.
Lord, what's that? Lord,
No. We're gonna pay somebody else's land and somebody else's trainer to feed that thing and water that thing on a daily basis. We're just gonna go over there and practice every now and then.
His bills are adding up quick.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I mean, I'm buying food that I ain't never seeing. I ain't never touching. The horse may be eating it, may not. I don't know. So this was my one fear when I got married. 100% confident in my marriage. I mean, best friend, married up, married young, phenomenal mama, great family. I mean, I couldn't be. There was one thing. There's gonna come if I have little girls. There's gonna come a time when I better have 15 to 20 stacks in a little hidden account somewhere because it's going. The bad thing is Liv would never bring it up. Like Liv wouldn't even be at that damn rodeo right now if it wasn't for one person. If you don't think this is
this is Lauren Stoerner.
Lo wants there ain't no doubt.
Lauren wants a horse.
Lo comes home. She comes walking and she goes, "Look at this video, baby. This horse right here is beautiful."
I think they'll sell it. In your situation,
I think they'll sell it.
In your situation, like you got a nut over there who knows the ins and outs of these horses. The best ones to get. Which ones? Like she ain't gonna get caught with the like.
No.
Like if I had did a horse, Tyler, like I was cornered, I had to get one. That horse be limping in there, boy.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the same horse.
That steed's in rough shape.
Hey, that's right. What's wrong with that?
This is a certified pro. This is a certified used one, fellas.
I got a discount. He had arthritis in his back knee, so they put his ass out the pasture. Now, look, if it was one of them kind of horses.
How much is a horse? Like
I just told you.
15. You said 15?
Now this is a show horse I'm talking about. Now you could get. I think you can get a normal horse for $5,000. You know, you get a normal horse for probably less than $5,000. I bought a racehorse for $5,000 one time.
Rod said, "How much is a sick one?"
It was actually a $15,000 racehorse, but I put $5,000 in on it. Her name was She's a Sexy AP.
Hi, oh my.
I don't know if she's with us or not. She
Did you make any money off of that?
No, but she paid her own bills. And I got to hang out with some small business guys and try to learn from them for about 2 years. So that was the investment on my end was I want to be around some people that are making a bunch of bread. Let me go hang out and see how this is done. Yeah. If I got to buy a horse to do it, hell, let's happen. Anyway, baby, I'm talking Livy. I'll buy y'all them little My Little Pony collections. I'll buy a bunch of them for you. You got some at the house.
Them plastic kind.
With the pink hair, with the purple hair,
I
blue
get
hair.
you the one that you can jump on with the wheels that slide through. I get you all the
Oh, she's got the one where she's got the seat where she jumps up and down on it and it moves through the house.
Rod said, "I'll get you all the bells and whistles on the toy horse."
I'm not getting your ass. I get you Sebastian. That's what I come.
I don't want one with a heartbeat. I don't want one with a heartbeat that eats and
looks
messes.
like you got one.
Yeah, it looks like I'm real close. But in our conversation earlier.
Text line coming in. My wife said the same thing about goats. But go ahead.
Oh, my wife is one of goats, too. Them little bitty ones that bounce around on all over everything.
Little Altuves.
Yeah, little Altuve's bouncing around. Speaking of Altuve, that's where I was going next. Real quick. I just do want to make this announcement. I think there's a lot of folks, Ron, and I think I'll put you in on this too, Ron. I think there's a lot of folks out there that listen to us on a regular basis. I think they like us. I don't know. Maybe they're just bored, but I think they owe us an apology.
The top-ranked show in the city.
I'm willing to hear this.
Well, I mean, we have been and I have been over the top with it. I'll agree, but I have been downplaying the importance of defense in Major League Baseball overall, like in a big way, and getting a lot of pushback from folks, like disrespectful pushback. I know you've done it with like the first base, and it's the easiest position to play in left field and all that, right? I think there's some folks out there that owe us an apology. What's going on right now with the Houston Astros is justification, is 100% proof that I've been dead ass right all along. The Houston Astros, I don't know if y'all watched the game yesterday, but they got Altuve out there in left field. And I don't know, look, I'll be honest with you, until the Altuve in left field conversation started, I didn't realize it is that bad. I knew it had slid a little bit, and I knew it wasn't ideal, and I get it that you put a more athletic guy there, it's probably going to improve. The range is going to improve. You know, put a bigger guy there, the arm's going to improve. I get it. But I talked to a lot of Astros fans. There wasn't one person that we ever talked about, yeah, boy, what them Stros going to do without Altuve's defense at second base. Now they done slid him out in left field, and it don't look good. I know it's spring training.
Room for improvement.
But yes, indeed. But it doesn't look good.
How many times has it not looked good?
2. He's had like 9 balls hit to him, and 2 of them have been a disaster, like extra base disaster. Like, how bad does Altuve have to be at second base for this to make sense with him being in left field? Right? And we don't have to go into that conversation. That was more a rhetorical question. The point is clearly outfield, defense in Major League Baseball, and particularly in the outfield, is nowhere near as important as all these baseball savants that have been texting in and calling in, and some of our co-workers that just, I mean, boy, this game is just, defense is important. Defense is clearly it's not. You got Altuve out there in left field that is a 40-year-old project, and then you got Cam Smith potentially, who's never played right field, out there campaigning to be on the opening day roster and play right field. And now Cam may be legit. You see that diving catch he made earlier, by the way? Now he may be all right, and that's a prospect, I understand. But that's what's going on in the Houston Astros outfield right now. And people want to defense is just so important. Get the hell out of here.
The real thing with Altuve is it's going to be tested like during the season, and they got like late leads. Are they going to keep him out there?
Yeah, boy, that scares me with Joe Espada.
Right, like, but then again, though, Clint, are you going to pull him?
Makes us all nervous.
Because like
you can't pull unless it's a late lead that's like a big lead. You can't pull him. You can't pull your leadoff hitter.
That's what I'm saying is, like, what are they going to do? Like, they would do it with Jordan. I know it would drive you crazy. They would do it with Jordan. They would pull him. But like ever. Right now, what's the best defensive outfield the Astros can run out there?
Jake in center.
The bronze gold glover, then
Chaz in left, probably.
And because Dubon has to play second base, DeZenzo, somebody. Are they gonna pull?
Nope.
4-3, bottom of the 8th. 4-3, 8th inning. Altuve is just hit. Does he get pulled out of the game for defense?
I don't think so.
You know I bet.
I just what like they would do it with Jordan sometimes. Does he get pulled out of the game, especially with the bats they have? I don't know. That's going to be the real test.
That's the scary part of this thing, is that you're going to pull your 2 best bats that potentially out of the lineup for a extremely respect that.
You may get hurt, though, also in a one-run game.
Hey, when you make this decision, you just got to live with it. These are problems you didn't have with Altuve at second. I'm sure the advanced stats said different, but I'm just telling you that these are problems. What to do in extra innings with Jose Altuve, the second baseman, it's a no-brainer.
And I've said this before. I have never felt like watching Altuve last year at second base. I was like, damn it, he's going to cost us. They've got to move him. I guess maybe I put that up against that time frame where he couldn't throw the ball to first base.
Yeah, that was 4 years ago.
And I'm just saying, if it ain't that bad and they didn't move on from there like hell, like I didn't just last year didn't really notice it. All right, let's get back to the top story. Cam Robinson. Cam Robinson is the newest Texan, 1 year, $14 million. Here's the thought. From when the season ended, the last game they played, Tunzel, Howard, Patterson, Shaq Mason, and Blake Fisher, that was the offensive line. Is the offensive line better today right now than it was at the end of last season? We'll discuss that next.
What's good, y'all? Orchard has
potential Texan signing every night from 6 to 7 right here on Houston's Sports Leader.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the news of the day here in Houston sports, Cam Robinson. We've been wondering, we've said this the last day, that there's no way that they were going to stay with that offensive line. Hell, I threatened to announce it every day, and they did not. They have added Cam Robinson, veteran left tackle, drafted by the Jags, so we saw him a lot here in Houston. Duval. Traded to Minnesota late last year after they had an injury to their left tackle and played there as well. It is a one-year deal worth up to $14.5 million per sources, and they replaced Laramie Tunsil, I would assume, Clint, with their new left tackle, Cam Robinson. But obviously Titus Howard is on the roster as well as Blake Fisher, so not really sure how that sorts out. But I want to run the other side, and that's the big thing. Yes, they're better than they were yesterday. When you take away Laramie Tunsil and whatever, yes, they are better today than they were yesterday. When I say yesterday, I mean Tuesday. But at the end of the year, the team that struggled, gave up 8 sacks to the Chiefs at the end of the year, that had Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard at left guard, Patterson at center, for some reason Shaq Mason at right guard, even though Scruggs was playing over there. But Shaq Mason and then Blake Fisher. I said, do you feel like this is a better offensive line, the parts they have right now, than ended the season? And some of you, hell, I just got a very honest, hell, I don't know, from somebody on the text line.
Yeah.
What do you think? You think they're better than they ended the season?
Yeah. I think they're better right now. Well, I mean, look. Yes, I think they're better right now than they ended.
Because you're taking everything into account.
Well, I mean, how you phrase it. Do I think they're better right now than they were at the end of the season? Yes. Do I think they are good enough for D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio to sleep at night, given that they've both announced we got to fix this offensive line from the inside out? Do I think they've made or do I think they've made enough of an improvement off what they had to be doing right, quote unquote, doing right by CJ? Or no, I do think that they're better right now than they were before. Yes.
Yeah. So they haven't gotten to a place to you where you think they have done enough to. I
mean, when the question's phrased that way, it's like, is Laken Tomlinson better than Kenyon Green? Is Laken Tomlinson better than Shaq Mason? Do I think Juice Scruggs is better than Shaq Mason and Kenyon? The answer is yes to all of those. Do I think Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram, along with, I'm sure, Cam Robinson, do I think those guys bring a little more dog to the table than Laramie Tunsil and Shaq and Kenyon? Yeah, absolutely. Odds are that they all communicate a little bit better. Odds are that room is going to be significantly better from a culture, a standard, an accountability, a hunger, a dog standpoint. That offensive line's good. Yeah. I think they've improved off of last year. Have they met what I think is the very baseline of what C.J. Stroud deserves? No, not yet.
Yeah. From the text line, people rolling through. They are better because it isn't the same line. This gives you the ability to kick Titus Howard into left guard if you need to, in order to put your best 5 out there.
That's the part. That's the part that I hate. Like, to me, doing right by C.J. Stroud, the Houston Texans organization, D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, doing right, talking about the very baseline level. We can't be having conversations about getting our best 5 out there, which includes moving right now, I'd argue probably your best tackle, damn sure one of your best 2 tackles, to guard. Like that can't be where we start. If we get there midseason and there's been injuries and we have to do that, then cool.
I'd agree. I don't love that as the game plan.
No, absolutely not. We can't go into it's not fair to Laramie Tunsil. I mean, I'm sorry, Titus Howard.
Yeah.
It's not fair to C.J. Stroud. It's just that's not if you get to that point and circumstances change throughout the season with injuries and people playing poorly, and you get to a point where you got to put your best 5 out there. Sure, we've got to get to a point, guys, where our guard play, at least from a game plan. And when I say game plan, I'm talking about going into training camp. The Texans have to get to a point where their guard play is at least thought to be good enough where we don't need to follow up every guard conversation with, well, we could move Titus Howard down there if need be. Like that's got to be a last-ditch effort or a last resort is Titus Howard moving down there. That can't be the thought going into camp. It just can't be. Not if the goal is we are going to protect C.J. Stroud from the inside out the way that he deserves to be protected.
Unless there is a real belief of philosophy, the offense, if there is going to be one, the offense in terms of, the buzzword of scheme, or how they handle their offensive line, and they feel like that we will see a much better version of him at guard. I mean, it's got to be the case.
I've seen enough of Titus Howard at guard. I've seen enough of Titus Howard at guard to feel very confident on these airwaves of saying if he is the answer at guard, and the thought is, well, we just gonna play our best 5 and Titus needs to play down there. I'm confident enough in saying that the organization didn't put their best foot forward to fix the protection problems from the inside out. Titus Howard is not a guard. Could I, if you had if Blake Fisher's nails and you draft a first or second round guard and he's not the guy, and like part of your plan is you're gonna leave from jump, you're gonna leave Titus Howard down there. I don't like it, but I maybe could come around to it. But if that's the plan right now, and that was the plan when you passed on all these other free agents, was that like he's just not I think he could be better than we've seen, but I don't think he is as good a guard as you could. Like I don't even think Titus Howard is as good a guard as Juice Scruggs can be if he continues to develop.
I think the big question, and one of the big questions, and obviously it's we haven't really looked into that, is like how strong, right? Like because if they don't feel as strongly as, because when I think about Blake Fisher, Clint, I think second round pick. You usually want to play second round picks,
absolutely,
that are right tackles that just started a playoff game, 2 playoff games for you. But if they look at him and say, man, this is just going to be a guy that's going to be a tackle for us, and we know tackles, we have injuries, this is going to be our third tackle. And what we're thinking is we're going to draft a surefire guard in that first round, and that Titus is the right tackle, or do they say we really love Blake Fisher, we got to have him on the field, and we got to have him on the field, and we know we ain't sending our guys making $23 million to the bench.
I love the plan at tackle, assuming it's Titus Howard, Cam Robinson, and Blake Fisher keeps coming. You got a 1-year deal with Cam. Once you get done with him and Blake gets another year in the league, you can move on from him for nothing, and then you can slide Blake Fisher in there. I love the thought of the Texans saying, you know what, we think Blake Fisher's probably good enough to pull it off, but let's not put all our eggs in that basket at tackle. I like that, There's got to be that first and second round pick inside, and I'm all in, baby.
All right, coming up, Rockets report. Brandon Scott, he will join us as the Rockets are surging right now. 7-game winning streak. We'll get his thoughts on what he's seeing as they prepare to play a playoff team, at least a play-in team in the Orlando Magic.
I am the Rockets.
It's been a week of free.
participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Leasing a car has never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
I love the Rocket.
We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, it is 4:40 on a Wednesday. That means it's Rockets Report time. Brandon Scott's in the building. You ready?
Yeah, man.
You ready? I'm just saying, man.
Look, I'm ready. I'm ready for like postseason basketball, playoff basketball at Toyota Center. I've been talking about this, man.
That's where I was headed, sitting there in the 2 spot.
You ain't ready, you better get ready.
Sit right there in the 2 spot. And that's what I was wondering. It's been a minute since there's been a real feel. I know last year coming down the stretch, there was an outside chance maybe to try to get into that play-in, but now it's real. Now you're getting to it. What's the Toyota Center been like? Because I heard Jabari Smith at the word talking after that crazy win over the Sixers, how the place has been on fire. I know you're out there every night. What's the feel of the atmosphere out there?
I think the biggest difference right now is going from where I talked to y'all a couple of weeks ago about just the realization of there's going to be, and I was on the air just at least somewhere talking about this, the realization of there's going to be a playoff series at Toyota Center, to now feeling like, and this is the difference, now feeling like they can be competitive in a playoff series, right? Like,
so you feel that way now?
Yeah, like no matter what the matchup is, you're not going to pick them against, and I'm just rattling off teams here, but there are certain teams that you're not going to pick them against, right? The Thunder, probably the Lakers, probably the Nuggets, but against any of them, they are good enough now and have been tested in certain ways throughout the season, whether it's health, whether it's just certain games that go wonky, like the one that they just played most recently that was just weird, where they played Quentin Grimes and a weird cast of characters and had to come back from 25 down just to win the game.
Him, by the way.
Like, well, I mean, he's a ball player. They've been talking about him since he was out there in the Woodlands.
Go Cougs!
Like he could be this type of player, and now he's finally turning into that. Now, dare I say, are like borderline battle tested. You can't really say that because they haven't actually been in the playoffs yet. Yeah. But the way their season has gone, again, between the health issues and the kind of games, the different types of ways that they've won games now, you can, I think, feel confident about them at least being competitive in a playoff series.
B. Scott, am I crazy? I've been on this for about 3 days now, just after watching. Jabari Smith, I watch him play, and it just seems like every time I turn the TV on, he's in the middle of some level of action, like constantly, whether it's on the offensive end of the floor, defensive end of the floor, whether he's shooting it well one night or he's rebounding, and it just always seems like he's in on the action. How do they move forward when everybody's healthy and he's not on the floor starting?
So there are some ebbs and flows in his actual production, but Clint, to your point, man, what he allows them to do, he allows them a certain level of flexibility that makes him really valuable no matter what exactly the stat line is on a given night. Because think about it like this, Clint.
Well, everybody out there's got the ebbs and flows of their game, right?
The ebbs and flows of their game.
Part of the problem.
Right. That is part of the problem. But specific to Jabari Smith, who you asked about, like, think about it like this, man. He can be the big in their small ball lineup like he was the other night.
Yeah.
And then he's the stretch. He's like a wing in their double big lineup, which they went away from until the very end of the game when it was time to tip it in to make something happen there the way they did that, right? Yeah. So, like, he is a factor no matter what it is for him, whether he's starting, whether he's coming off the bench. That's kind of the luxury of it. And also the fact that it's not like he's played at a level where you owe him anything, right? It's not like he's such a big star where he's got to be starting, and he's a humble enough guy, kind of a workman enough type of guy. He'll come off the bench, he'll start, he'll play in your double big lineup, he'll play in your small ball lineup, he'll give you some shooting, he'll give you some defense. And so it's really kind of a luxury to have at this point.
Yeah, he was really good. I know Clint talked about him in that game coming down the stretch.
Man, when he's right,
a lot of big plays.
Yeah, he can. I mean, he gives you shooting, gives you defense. I mean, it's really his skill set, when it's right, is really ideal for any team, much less the Rockets.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this with the Rockets because you talked about it. The big thing that they obviously lack is experience in the playoffs. They've got Fred and Steven Adams, and I don't think anybody else.
And Uncle Jeff
Green out there. Yeah, Jeff won a championship. That's about it of the guys that have playoff experience. The thing to me about the hallmark of this team, and we've seen you guys talk about ebbs and flows, a little bit of that in the second half, especially that they play really, really hard. They play really hard and really physical. But in the playoffs, most teams take it up a notch from what they do in the regular season. Is there a notch for them to take it up? Like that's one of the fascinating things for me is, are the Rockets going to look different? Like, are they as compared to where I think Golden State will play different? I think Denver will. There's another notch. They'll take it up. Will the Rockets play? Is there another level to where they are, or have they been playing at this level? That's just their normal level, the way they play.
I mean, that's the difference between them and the rest of the teams, right? The proven versus the unproven. You can say it about those other teams because you've actually seen it. You think that because you've seen that. You have the question about the Rockets because you simply haven't. I'll mention that Dylan Brooks has played in some playoff games and has also been in the Olympics and has played really well for the Rockets this year. I mean, I don't want to overlook that, but it's not like, Dylan Brooks is going to be the thing that takes you over the top. Like you're going to need, and I say that to say, you're going to need the guys who have not been there to have playoff moments that they just simply have not had because they haven't had the opportunity. The Alper Şengün's of the world, Jalen Green, Amin Thompson, who's not going to play tonight but should be back pretty soon, right? They're going to be – it looks like they're going to be right, barring something happening that hasn't happened yet. Looks like they're going to be right and healthy when playoff time comes. And so the questions are going to be about the guys who you just have not seen perform under this stage yet. I think about Anthony Edwards last year, and of course we thought differently about Ant last year than we do about any of these teams or any of these players on this team. But just stay with the train of thought here. He goes out there and dethrones the champion, his playoff moment, right? Takes down the Denver Nuggets, and now that's his playoff moment. Now you can go to that and say, hey, man, I know Ant is ready for the moment. Okay, well, does Jalen Green, Alper Şengün, Amin Thompson have that type of thing in them where they can go down there and dethrone the team that has done it before? That's the question.
Yeah. How good do you think – because – to me, the one thing that sets the Rockets apart, and I think this translates to the playoffs. I know the intensity ratchets up. The stars play harder. I get it. Teams play harder on both ends of the floor. The defensive intensity and how good these guys are on the defensive end of the floor, I still think that's going to be a huge advantage in the playoffs. Yeah. It's not going to be just like. I feel like a lot of times we're talking about the Rockets, it's like, well, that's going to be their calling card. That's how they're going to have to win. Like, I think it's going to be a huge advantage on the defensive end of the floor. Am I crazy to say that, or do you see it that way as well?
That's what I was getting to they seem to play like a playoff level of defense, like nightly.
Yeah, that's real,
and that's
right?
what I'm wondering. But I'm wondering, does it stay like that, or is there another?
Can they
level?
take another level?
Do they have it? Because the defense that the Nuggets are playing right now is not going to be the level of defense that they play in the playoffs.
Because they don't play but they don't play defense at all right now. And they're going to play some defense in the playoffs.
OKC, I think, even probably goes up a night the way than how they do.
I would position it like this though: if it doesn't go down, like if it doesn't get worse, then it's pretty damn good, right? Like I don't know if they necessarily need to take it on the defensive end of the floor. I don't know if they necessarily need to take it to another level as much as they need to, at the very least, stay the same. And here's the thing I would point out about their defense. They do have, especially if they're healthy, something very key, and that's multiple guys that they could throw at the best player.
Yes.
Right? Between Amin Thompson, Dylan Brooks, Tari Eason, and then depending on who that player is, Jabari Smith Jr., you're talking about 3 or 4 guys that you can throw at the best player on the other team, right? So I think that part is valuable. That it's not just a very frenetic group effort on the defensive side, but you also have individual defenders that can go after the best player when things sort of slow down a little bit in the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't want to get too carried away during this stretch. You know, and maybe think that they may be competitive in a playoff series or something because these teams they've played.
The Magic tonight.
But I do watch them on the defensive end of the floor no matter who they're playing, and I go, man, that's not something that's going to go away in the playoffs, and like somebody's going to be able to balance that out. Like I still think that's going to be. I don't give a damn who the opponent is. That's going to be a major problem for the opponent. Now, can they do that? I don't know if they can do that in a series, night in, night out, right? But I look at it, B. Scott, and I go, man, that is real.
Yeah,
like that is real, and it's going to be a problem. They got the ability to turn it up, as you said, with several guys on the floor that I don't know how many teams out there have the ability to do that.
Yeah, I think that another big thing too, though, is that they're like you're watching them learn shot a game, and their decision making is just so much better, and they do have the talent. That's why I keep coming back to this Jalen Green thing, the Alperen Sengun thing, like. The guys that matter the most are the ones that we just have not seen perform. Like when the game, Ron was talking about this, the game is going to change. The game is not, and you're talking about this, the game is not going to look in the playoffs the way it looks on a night in and night out basis right now, especially against the Orlando Magic or the Sixers or even the Heat, who they're going to play in a little bit. Like it's not going to look like that.
Yep.
You know, you're going to be dealing with Memphis or the Lakers or Minnesota or whoever it ends up being, right?
Playoff versions.
A playoff version. And now to their credit, though, we've seen them play well against good teams throughout the season, right? We talk about this all the time. Do they play down or play up to the talent that they're playing against? So it's not like we haven't seen them measure up against the good teams. It's to the question that we've been asking, can they adjust? What does the adjustment look like for them when it's time to make that adjustment in postseason basketball? Because it's definitely going to look different.
That's Brandon Scott every Wednesday, 440 Rockets Report, and ain't nobody more excited than Brandon as some real playoff basketball is on its way.
You got to remember, my first year here covering the Rockets was the COVID year. So I covered the regular season throughout the whole year, going up there, anticipating playoff basketball. By the time playoff basketball came, the world shut down. Then they went to the bubble. And, of course, we didn't go to the bubble. So, like, this will be, at least in my capacity at the station, I've been to playoff games as a fan.
Let's go, Rocket.
But it'll be my first time covering playoff basketball for the Rockets, man. So, yeah, I'm excited about that, man. Let's do it.
All right, we'll get you ready for the Rockets. They take on the Magic tonight. Also, those of you who may not be up to date on the big news, Cam Robinson, the newest tackle here for the Texans, and we'll let you hear from Derek Stingley Jr. as he spoke to the media today. You'll hear from him. All of that coming up next, a little 5 o'clock fire right here on The Drive.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Chef Caserio is still cooking. A week after this.
Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, The Show, and Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest. And the latest is, it is a little 5 o'clock fire. And we all know yesterday that Derek Stingley Jr. was able to become the highest paid, 2 days ago, the highest paid defensive back in all of football. 30 a year, $90 million. Saw him and his family and his lady in there taking photos. It looks like a good time out there. And he also spoke to the media for the first time. And this was Derek Stingley initially giving his reaction of the news of his new contract.
Well, when I found out, I was working out with my pops. And then, like, halfway through the workout, he was like, "Oh, dude, guess what?" I was like, "What?" And then he was like, "Deal's done." I was like, "What? That's crazy." So, I mean, I was just saying that's crazy.
That dude sound like just it's crazy.
He's about as cool, calm, and collected as they come, man. Dude, I mean, it doesn't. It's like, I mean, we literally interviewed him in that post game presser right after that Dolphins game, after he had the 2 picks and put the clamps on Tyreek late, and it was like, you would think dude just got through playing like a little preseason game. Just ain't no big deal.
Ain't no big deal.
He just got 3 years, 30 per, $90 million.
He probably just kept working out.
Just finished the workout, man. I mean, I don't know what else you do. I guess
turn it up a notch or two.
Yeah, I guess you was going to get that workout.
Hey, boss. Squats is over today.
Yeah, let's shut this thing down.
Let's head to the Mexican spot for some margaritas.
Hey, man, let's go. Hey, the Mexican spot, we could think a little deeper than that, $90 million.
That's fair.
Damn it, hell, let's get a plane. Let's get somewhere.
Heading to Vic and Anthony's, baby.
I was thinking, let's get on
he's a private jet.
Let's get on the where. I hear you, Vic and Anthony's. Let's find the Vic and Anthony's of Vegas. Let's go.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
Oh, we got to be here tomorrow to sign it. Damn. All right, you right.
Oh, PJ, you can be back anytime you want.
You're right. You're damn right you can. All right. This is what he said, which I think he does take this very, very serious, what it meant to him that the Texans were willing to invest in him.
I mean, it means a lot. That they, allowed me to go out there with my coaches, and they taught me this game and at this level, and they believe that I can be somebody to teach the younger people that's on the team. And I'm not gonna talk in front of everybody, but I mean, I know how to be a great teammate. So I guess they believe in that. So I mean, that's what I believe in. So.
All right, there it is, man. A great teammate, and listen, we talked about it a little bit. This was not, there was at some point there with his history of injury. He had the foot. He had multiple, and they were all lower leg injuries. Like that's the thing that really can be concerning. All right, hey, at one point it's a hamstring or it's a shoulder or maybe it's a pec. That's one thing. All of his were lower leg injuries.
Yeah.
And that foot one, the Liz Frank one, that one was a bit concerning. And now that he is able to get past that, that's the big thing for him now that he has shown that he is worth every penny and everything that they did to invest in.
Yeah, look, that was the only box he needed to check was, can I stay healthy? And the rest of it, was going to be history. I mean, when he got drafted, I said, this is the key to the defense. Now, again, got past the injuries, had to get in a real organization, get the dysfunction out, get with a real defensive coordinator, and he became that key. He has the ability to shadow the best wide receivers in the game if need be. He has the ability to for that clutch gene, if you will, in the biggest moments to make plays, and not just make plays, but turn the ball over. That cool, calm, even keel demeanor is a huge weapon for him. He never gets too high, never gets too low. Extremely cerebral player. So yeah, man, I'd be willing to bet you. I mean, obviously, you get with guys. I'd like to hear Nick and D'Amico of like what players. I know there's a short list, but what players have y'all gave that level of money to and felt this good about? Like I'm pretty sure they felt like I'm pretty sure Nick Caserio felt good about giving Brady money. But I mean, you look up there like I'm talking about high-end money. I'm talking $20-30 million a year type of player.
Sat in that market money.
Yeah, like how many guys did D'Amico coach? Now, D'Amico didn't negotiate the deals, but how many did he coach? And when the general manager came to him and said, hey, man, this guy's going to be somebody we need to set the market for, is there anybody that he was more comfortable about than Derek Stingley? I'd be probably the top guy for D'Amico and in the top 2 or 3 or 4 for Nick.
Yeah. No. Yeah, it's you can't you go to sleep. It just is about as well as anything.
Ain't
Quarterback,
no
you go to sleep feeling good about this move.
Stingley. 5 o'clock fire.
All right, the news of the day: Cam Robinson. He has been picked up by the Texans on a 1-year deal worth up to $14.5 million. He is expected to be the new blind side protector for C.J. Stroud. As we know, last week they moved on and traded Laramie Tunsil. And we've talked a lot throughout the day about kind of the effects of what Cam brings and the effects in terms of what it means for the rest of the line. What does this mean for Blake Fisher? What does this mean for Titus Howard? Anywhere else? How does this line? I just kind of right now here want to focus on him. Your thoughts on just him, the player, not everything else, is him stepping in to be potentially the new left tackle for this team, that move with him.
No, look, I like him. Obviously not Laramie Tunsil. There's not many of those in the league, but you're talking about a guy that has the athletic ability, the twitch in his feet, the lateral movement, the sheer ability to play the position at a high level. Yes, he has that. He checks that box. He's going to win with athleticism. When you look at the build, the long arms, I mean, it's a prototypical left tackle. He's going to win because of that. There's obviously on the market. There's obviously some flaws in the game, or he would have never got traded from Jacksonville midseason to Minnesota. So, again, it's not Laramie Tunsil, but a serviceable left tackle, a guy that you can go in there, you can put him on an island from a game plan perspective, and if he indeed struggles, then a good offensive coordinator slides in there and gets him the help that he needs. The Texans will not have the left tackle will not be a problem for the Houston Texans. I don't believe. And if he is,
we got to turn this channel.
If he is, it's because it ends up being because the play caller, the designer, the staff can't figure out how to help.
No, I in my thought of yes. Are you going to take a step back at left tackle from Laramie Tunsil overall and everything he does? But can this be the left tackle of a playoff team? Hell yeah, I've watched him.
Yeah,
we watched him in Jacksonville. We watched him pick up for a team that was, 15-2, whatever the Vikings were, and step right in. Now they gave up some sacks. I think it was more interior wise. They gave him some sacks against the Rams, but he played well. There wasn't very many complaints about him.
I mean, he was on. I believe I read a little earlier, right after the trade was made. I think the year that he was drafted and played as a rookie, I think they led the league in rushing. In Jacksonville. That was James Robinson. Is that right? Is that the right name?
Yeah.
But I believe they led the league in rushing that year. So I mean, yeah, he's played. He again, prototypical, athletic, long, and has the physicality to be a part of an offensive line that's led the league in rushing before. And it's not. They did that. They didn't have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. They had a statue for a quarterback and was handing the ball off kind of deal. So. Yeah, I think he'll be fine. Left tackle once again, left tackle will not be a problem for this team. I don't believe.
No, I don't. Now, what it means for everybody else is one thing, but Cam Robinson bringing him in, that is a big move. We've talked a lot about that, but again, as we said before, it makes this offensive line is better than the start of the week. We came in here Monday. We talked about it yesterday. They have improved. I don't think they're finished. They have improved. Also along that on the offensive line, this was prior to things, which I'll be honest with you, this was a bit surprising that they went after Cam Robinson. They restructure Titus Howard's contract, and it lowers his number from 23, a little over 23 million to it actually being down to 11.5 million. So they've created even more cap space, and probably going to use some of that with Cam Robinson. Who knows even more? But they've created some more cap space by restructuring with Titus Howard.
After that restructure, I looked up, I think it was over $20 million at that point. But then, boom, the Cam Robinson comes 1 year, $14.5 million. I think $12 million of it is the floor, $14.5 is the ceiling. That contract, 20. I don't know exactly how they're going to couch that thing, so I'm not a cap specialist, but that's going to chew up over half of it for sure. But they still got a little bread out there.
Done. They're not done, and they still can make some moves out there.
5 o'clock fire.
Hey, March Madness got going last night. Not the NIT, but the NCAA tournament, and you had two of them. And the first game was a buzzer beater, baby. Look at, speaking of Titus Howard, is
the madness.
Alabama State. They come back, and I thought that was you back there throwing that ball, Clint.
My man, he full court that thing.
They said it. You want to know the crazy? If you missed it, full court, almost full court, tipped around, caught. I think under 3 seconds, they get it in at the buzzer and they win. And they who do they move on to get their asses kicked? Yes, they get a chance to get their asses kicked by Auburn coming up on Thursday. So that'll be a nice prize for them. But you know what they said right after it happened? He played quarterback in middle school.
The guy that threw it full court?
He played quarterback in middle school.
That's a nugget. What they did was before the season started, when they were working on situational basketball, they said, all right,
who's throwing it?
Who can throw it? And they looked at him and said, come on, bro. Are you kidding me? And he said, no, look, I played quarterback in junior high, middle school, no question. All right, well, hell, here you go. Nobody else can throw it the length. Here you go. And he let it rip.
Yeah, that's got to be a tough one. Like some seniors in your career at St. Francis. That's got to be tough. And the team that was talked about the most, the governor of West Virginia, obviously, so much work he's doing that he, of course, had time to come out and threaten a legal action towards the NCAA about West Virginia not getting in over North Carolina. Well, then North Carolina came on out and just beat the dog S out of San Diego State.
They seemed a bit pissed off, didn't they?
Now, listen, I'm going to say this right now. North Carolina did not deserve to be in the tournament, and just because they put their foot so far up the ass of San Diego State does not change that. But
right, those can be mutually exclusive.
I do have them winning next round as well, though. I would like to say that I do have them. Who
do they got first round?
Ole Miss. I know that Tyler disagrees.
Yeah, I got Ole Miss one.
I do have them winning next round against Ole Miss, but hey, man, San Diego State. You can't get down by 40. Like, you can't get down by 40 with a good amount of time left in the damn game. Just got out there and just got y'all asses kicked. My goodness,
Tar Heels were not playing around.
Oh, man, Doc. Listen, I want my kids to hear good. If I'm from the California area and I spend my money to make my way down to Dayton, and you got me showing up for that one, you got to be kidding me. My God.
You going to be that dad on the ride home, huh?
I'll be like,
Courtney,
so I need one of y'all to console me.
That was never competitive.
I was going to say, is your best 40 points? Did you do your best? My God almighty. Yeah, that was.
Speaking of that full quarter y'all mentioned a second ago, that long shot at the end of the game to win it last night, did y'all see the Rockets fan the other night at halftime drain it for $25,000?
I didn't see it.
Hey, they're going to have to stop. They're going to have to move that back or something. I'm just seeing too many people starting it. Too many people hitting that thing.
It does feel like more people are hitting it now.
Yeah,
Damn Steph Curry.
Oh, I can't wait for this one. I'm watching that one. Karen Reed? Hell yeah. I watched that one on Dateline. Sorry. Hey, we got to turn the channel. I think we should be giving an award.
Karen killed him?
I don't think so. We got to change the channel. We should be an award. If many of you, we should get an award. And many of you who know who Harold is, somehow, I don't know what in the world has occurred, but we have jumped to TLC on this TV that is directly in our faces, and we're just seeing pimple popping.
No, it's the same guy.
So the Learning Channel in there,
my man, the Learning Channel. My man's got 5 Harolds on his head. He got one. And
those are cis, folks.
I
Ron had one. Now that he cut his hair low again, I can see the scar.
Yeah, but you looked at this thing. I looked up. You were talking about Cam, and it was all of the juices flowing out of that thing.
There is Harold
and I
everywhere.
was like, oh, God, man, we got to change the channel.
I'm glad you got Harold removed knowing it was going to look like that.
Okay, we got to change the channel. Coming up.
Some deep Harolds right there.
Now, with all the moves they've made, do you feel comfortable that a rookie offensive lineman can come in and help this team, the Texans, get to where they need to get to? A rookie lineman starting day one. We'll discuss that next.
All right, now look, fellas, 39, mid-30s, mid-40s, mid-50s. At some point in time, your testosterone is going to be low. And in testosterone replacement therapy is going to be the answer. Now, here's what you got to do. I suggest, whether you have any kind of symptoms or not, I suggest you get down to Low T Center, get you a health assessment, and figure out where your testosterone number is at. Every responsible man should know where their testosterone number
leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
So I got to confess.
Little in the loop confessions, huh?
One, I took a bath, like in the
down in it.
I got into the bath, like the tub.
Oh, nice little flu bath.
Yeah, for the first,
nice.
it's only the second time I've taken a bath in that bathtub.
Spoil yourself a little bit. Aching that bad? What the hell's going on here?
I was just like, you know what, man?
Any bubbles?
I had bubbles, not aching. I had bubbles.
Nice.
But I was like, I kind of want to just lay in there. Courtney always takes baths. I was like, let me get in here and try to take me one. Had the bubbles going.
We get a good soak in.
And I got to do this more often.
Wait, you've like seriously had bubbles in there?
Yeah.
If I take a bath, I gotta have some bubbles.
She has.
Don't let him talk you into that.
It's not talking me into it. I did.
It's nice.
I'm lying to you. Will you? Like you take a bath. If the bubbles weren't there, right? She buys the bubbles. They have like some little herbal feel to it too, like whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot what that one.
Maybe get crazy, throw some Epsom salt in there.
Threw some of that in. She had some of that.
My wife's got some of that old. Is it Heels or Neals? Like the old,
that's what it is. That's
the old bath salts.
She got those.
Yeah, and that's supposed to be good for your skin and good for your muscles and all that.
Salt and they
I don't know. I'm lost on the bubbles. I don't know what are the bubbles doing for you.
Don't sniff them salts.
Just felt good. Just let them get all over.
No.
Get all
that's
over.
Lovely.
That ain't it.
It is it. That may not be it for you.
Just because you taking a bath, you should spoil yourself with a bath every now and then. You shouldn't put bubbles. You're a grown ass man. You shouldn't put bubbles in your bath.
A grown ass man
where it draws the line.
I mean, he can. I can do it, but you should.
Just try it.
It's nice. It's lovely.
What makes you feel?
There's no way. There's no way Courtney wants you putting bubbles in your bubble.
Courtney doesn't give a damn.
Softens the skin. She probably does like it.
No, I think next time I see Courtney, I'm gonna force her to answer. Courtney, you got to answer it. You can't not care. You got to give me yes or no. Yeah. You want your man taking a bubble bath, floating around in bubbles while he's in the tub, or no?
What are you, German? What are you talking?
I am actually. I am. Stoerner is a bit German.
Clint can't have a beer with you if you're in no bubble bath.
I don't know, man. I ain't met a man that took a bubble bath as an adult in a long time now.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like Ron's saying. I don't take many baths, like very rare. But if I do, I'm gonna go all out.
Honest to God, we have lived in that house. We've lived in that house about 4 years, and that's the second time I've hit the bath. And of course, like the bubble, hit the. With a little bubble thing in there? Pour that thing in there? Yeah.
You slosh it around a little bit, make more bubbles for you?
No, they was bubbled enough. Like, I mean, I'm not 6. I just got in
I don't know, 713-572-4610. How many grown men out there taking bubble baths?
And I don't know about
there's many.
I don't know about your setup, Ron, but like I know in our bath, the master bath, like wifey's got this nice like kind of table thing that's set up in the bathtub so you can put your phone on it and stuff.
No, we gotta have toys. Because the kids use it too, but
yeah, so
got a pillow in the tub.
Your dogs
too.
probably ain't hanging out in your tub.
Nah, someone text in. Why is Clint afraid of bubbles in the tub?
I'm not afraid of them. I just as a man, I don't think. I mean, I'm gonna throw some bubbles in my tub.
Something wrong with treating yourself, man.
Yeah.
The wife takes a lot of baths. I don't think she does bubbles.
I don't even like this one here. Did you change your tampon out show? Like this one here.
Hilarious, bro.
Well, like when I hear that though, it's just like that guy took a bath and put bubbles in it. He must wear tampon. As the joke, I know that'll be followed up with the sensitive, but like you put some bubbles in it. Yeah, I put some bubbles in the bath. Felt good. Yeah.
Little spot ain't never hurt no gentleman.
My 3-year-old girl just laughed at Ron because he said it's too big for a bath.
That's good. Okay, that's
good. Hey, ain't too big, damn it. It's a big bath. I hope she didn't listen last.
Big bath, big bubbles.
Yeah, some good bubbles. I felt good. I felt very great. I was throwing them on me.
Hell yeah.
He said, I felt good. I felt very great.
Throwing them on me, listening to a good podcast.
I love it. Yeah. Gave you a glass of wine, too, a little candlelight?
Yes, I've done that.
Early.
By yourself, T?
Yeah. Wish I had a coffee.
A little rosé in the tub.
Oh, you did this morning?
I was this morning. Yeah.
Oh, you should have had you should have had you a coffee.
I should have.
Morning bath changes things.
It was about. Boy, I took the kids.
You must have been hurting, G.
No, I wasn't hurting.
You just got a wild hair?
He dropped them kids off at school. Said,
I thought there's been times where I was like, I'm either tired of being cold or I got the flu and I'm just aching and I'm like, man, I wonder if I lay my big ass in this tub if it'll make it quit, man.
When I'm feeling like that, the flu, I love to just stand under the water. That's my thing. Is get it piping hot and just stand under it. That's I got a little seat. I just sit in it and just let that water hit me.
Are you going to take more bubble baths more often now? Since was that experience enough for you?
I might get in there a little bit.
Mid morning bubble bath.
Courtney took one earlier. I heard her.
Yep.
I said, man, I thought about taking a bath.
Let me get off.
She said, she might as well go ahead and do one.
Let me run that water for you,
I did a little bit, and then I sit there and I got in there and I looked at both of them. I said,
bubbles and the salts?
No, I looked at the tub and the shower. I said, come on, man.
Why not? You deserve it.
Get this thing for
you deserve it,
man. I ain't done it a lot. I laid in there. I said, boy, if I had me some strawberries right now.
If I had me some
dipped in chocolate,
man. God, man, I'm
maybe some Cool Whip.
Been here to kick it, man. Yeah, man. Someone texted, heck yeah, man. We need to relax sometimes. We do.
Yeah.
The salt was good though. The salt, yeah. That
my wife's a big believer in that. Whatever that is. It Neil's? No, it's the Neil. Well, I'm sure it's the same thing. Up that bag by $10 and put a different name on it.
I looked over there. She got a big old bag of it, and then she got the bottles. She got the bottle with the.
Smell good too, boy.
Yeah, that's good, man.
Lo takes a bath every night, every single night.
Yeah,
made
it was good times, man. Enjoyed myself. I did. Hell yeah.
Rubbed them bubbles all over his chest. He said.
I did, man. I had to get that thing done. By the way, one of the big stories. We'll get to the offensive
transition
line.
out of this one.
Yeah, and one of the big stories is Aaron Rodgers no longer with the Vikings. That seems that possibility is over. Like if Aaron Rodgers goes to play for the New York Giants with the Pittsburgh Steelers on the table, ooh. I will just assume he's just not serious about life right now.
Yeah.
At this point, with no reason, like the Steelers seem to be the play, and I would just throw this out. Would the Steelers be a team as they are constructed and as the Texans are constructed right now? Would they be a team that's ahead of the Texans if they were to get Aaron Rodgers to go along with DK Metcalf on the outside, to go along with George Pickens on the outside? Now that thing could just absolutely blow up. But Warren in the backfield and Freiermuth as the tight end, and that defense they have with Watt and Fitzpatrick and Highsmith on the other side, Cam Hayward in the middle. They had a defense that carried them with a Hall of Fame coach. Oh, they did just sign Slade, didn't they? Hall of Fame coach and Mike Tomlin. Do you think they would go past the Texans right now? Obviously, the Texans have done some things as well in the offseason.
I would probably. I would probably say yeah. When you start rattling off that supporting cast, I would say yeah. I mean, you're too deep better at receiver. You're too deep better at the running back position. You're better at the tight end position. You're better at the offensive line position. Texans are better defensively, but I don't know by how much.
Yeah, I mean they're close. They're very similar, right? The both ends. You would say Cam Hayward's a little bit better in the inside. Both teams solid linebackers. That's the Texans secondary is better, but Fitzpatrick and Porter. Yeah, that is a team that does look a lot different if Aaron is out there.
And again, the whole thing depends on if you get the good version of Aaron and it all works. Which again, I think when you're not a dysfunctional organization and you go into this thing and it's Arthur Smith and Aaron, I think both of those guys need to give a little bit. They'd be fools not to, right? Aaron needs to come over to their way of thinking, and Arthur Smith needs to go, hey, man, this is what Aaron does well. This is what he's comfortable with. Let me do that as much as I can. And I would think that if that were the case, that would be a pretty damn good marriage, given that you're not in dysfunction. You don't need to overanalyze. You don't need to be the coach. You don't need to. All you need to do is show up and play and be a quarterback. Right? I would think that would be welcomed with what Aaron's gone through the last couple of years.
All right, T-Mill's best bets coming up as we finish this thing off. We will get to the O-line conversation. Potentially what the Texans are going to do. A rookie offensive lineman. Are you comfortable with that guy potentially starting for this team next year? We'll discuss that.
All right, Clint Stoerner here. I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light, y'all. Look, I like to drink my cold Coors Light when the family gathers. Get outside, maybe boil some crawfish, eat some crawfish, drink some cold beer. I like to watch live.
Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as had a good time today. No. The answer to your question is no. All right, I did not pee in the bath. Coming up, stay tuned.
I peed in the bath as a kid.
Oh, hell, as a kid,
Nobody better be doing that as an adult. That's gross.
Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, and then you will get coverage of the NCAA tournament. And Texas, the Longhorns tonight against Xavier. They look to try to advance into the real first round coming up. But that'll be a game a little bit later on tonight. So stay tuned right here on Sports Radio 610. No Area 45 as the tournament gets going this week, but you'll be able to catch a couple of tournament games coming up after Texans All Access, so stay tuned for that. This coming in 2 minutes ago from Brian McTaggart. Covers the Houston Astros. Jose Altuve just dropped another fly ball in left field with a runner on third base.
Not good, people. Really
down.
Not good.
Stock down.
Another pop-up drop, dude. This is pushing me over the edge. I'm officially kind of freaking out right now as opening day's another day closer. This is bad.
I'm looking for it right now.
Brian McTaggart, another ball was hit to his right, and he was able to bring that one in. But he dropped it. Dropped the fly ball. Yeah, that's I mean, maybe it's just bad right now.
It's not ideal.
I can give you. That's why I was kind of messing around with it earlier. Hey, you watch games. Even good defenders have some issues. We watch Pena, boot a routine double play that he should have made. It happens. I mean, when you're an outfielder and you miss fly balls 2 days in a row, that's
especially when you put it that way.
And for him, it's got to be building in his head too now. That's where it's going to start getting mental.
Yeah, the guy who got the yips, hell yeah.
I was getting there. But you took it so eloquently, Tyler. The guy who we've seen build in his head in the playoffs go Chuck Knobloch for 2 weeks and not be able to throw the ball to first base. So I think I give a little bit more credence than I did earlier today during stock up, stock down.
I haven't seen today's, but guys, I mean, we're this.
The way people are tweeting about it
doesn't read well.
It doesn't read well. I mean, this is a problem. If the defense at second base was so bad to where you take a first ballot Hall of Famer and push him out to left field. And all we talk about is, Craig Biggio did it. I mean, let's pump the brakes a bit, right? It's been bad, guys. First ones that he's botched have been routine. How do you the one against the wall on the warning track? Nah, hell, I'll count that one too because don't they practice on that same field? I mean, how many balls can my man get up against that wall and feel that warning track and feel that wall? How many times can he charge a ball, catch a ball on the run, and crow hop and throw to home plate? We're talking routine. We're not talking like, boy, there was a ball hit in that funky corner at Dyken Park back there. We're not talking about a flagpole in center field. We're not talking about a brick wall with ivy on it that you hell, you can get concussed bouncing off of it. We're talking about routine stuff.
Yeah, that's my thing, and it'll just be very weird to sit there and say, hey, Mauricio Dubon's playing second base in the lineup, and Altuve's in left field and in the lineup.
And it seems like an easy fit. All along, you could have just put Dubon out.
Now, obviously, yes, second base is a more difficult defensive position, but the one thing that will drive pitchers and team and just crazy that's so deflating is like very routine plays. Now, one thing I could say is it felt like Jose Altuve made routine plays at second base. If he's unable to catch fly balls, and not just fly balls, this is even at second base, if he botched second base and it's one out, maybe the run doesn't score at third if he keeps it in front of him. Here, you drop a ball and a runner on third, he's scoring. That's a run.
I mean, you drop a routine pop fly at the warning track, it's a triple.
We'll get all these little fun.
The guy never slows down.
Yeah. So, like, if this becomes a thing where routine plays, and damn it, and we're not even really getting to the part where you really wonder if can he throw somebody out? Can he? I don't know. And that's the part to me is, does this thing start to rise to a mental place?
Yeah, because of the two drops. Go ahead.
And does he carry it to the plate? Does he carry it like? Because it does no good if he ain't hitting like to a certain level out there to be out there, because that's why you're moving him out there. So,
and you mentioned him throwing, like we're seeing these massive issues catching pop-ups and fly balls for Altuve. These last two errors and left for Altuve in the last 2 days, as you laid it out. I mean, those were going to be our two first opportunities to see him throwing at a runner tagging up, but he's robbed us of it twice.
Maybe that's what he's doing. Maybe he's like, I'm not throwing it yet. I want to save it.
This is a left. This is a left fielder. Yes, this is a left fielder. This is a left fielder hitting one that flies down the left field line, just routine pop fly, and he gets plenty of time over there to get underneath it, and then it just he just misjudges.
So it was a little league pop up, is what you're saying.
God, I got it I got it right here.
Not good.
There was a runner on third, and I'm not sure if the batter was in her third. But the runner,
he should have been if he saw where he hit it.
I mean, again, he's camped underneath it with a chance. I don't know how many outs there were. He's camped underneath it with a chance to see if he can at least get a ball to home plate.
Sun's not getting in the way either, folks. He's in the shade.
He's in the shade. There's no doubt.
Just in case.
Dana, you are on the clock, my friend.
Okay, I wonder.
I mean, let me be more specific.
To make a decision.
Yes, in terms of this Altuve thing, it might very well be approaching the time to pull the plug on this whole experiment.
Well, we need to get. Like, I wonder if anybody'd be honest. We need to get
the fourth time I've watched.
We need to get a real okay. The guys that were Tony Gwynn Jr. Hey, no problem. Won't be a big deal, man. This is a big leaguer. This guy. I wonder if after watching a few of these, if they would go, okay, I'm a little bit concerned, or no big deal, just keep it moving. I knew this was going to happen.
It feels huge.
And the other part about them, and you know it, and again, I hope this is just growing pains, learning the position, and this isn't. But I mean, if we're seeing misplays and errors like multiple times a week,
I just saw it.
That's a problem. I've watched it 6 times.
So it looks like he does a last-second kind of look down at that runner, like right when the ball is moments away from hitting his glove.
Yeah.
He does one last little nervous kind of like look down that third baseline, and then he looks back.
And I don't even think he made contact with it when it came down. I don't think he touched it. Yeah, it's and the scary part about this, and this may be something we could talk about tomorrow, and that is they stubborn too.
Oh, they're gonna force it.
They especially with him and what they've done. They're in a.
We put this on Dana or Joe.
Well, everything's Dana.
So even worse.
Joe ain't. It ain't Joe. All right, Tyler, you got any best bets, and you can't put any on Jose Altuve. You got any some best bets? You were 2 for 5 yesterday. I mean, that wasn't an over. So, but
yeah,
let's go. Right, is this the last night before you go hardcore NCAA tournament?
That is correct. We're going to go all NBA again for best bets on this hump day, but starting tomorrow, we're going full March Madness for best bets. But let's get to these 5 NBA bets on a Wednesday night. As always, go to my Twitter if you miss any of these and want to see them at T-Mill Real Deal. I got 5 NBA bets. First, I got Jazz -3 tonight as they host the Wizards.
We'll love it.
Next, I got in that same game, I'm on the under. Wizards at Jazz under 235.5 points. And then 3 player props for you. Once again, been killing player props in March, people. 60+% on NBA player props. First, I got Alpe, hometown guy with the Rockets, over 4.5 assists tonight. Hit on that the other night. Then I got Jalen Green. B. Scott's going to be disappointed. I'm on over 21.5 points for Jalen Green. And then lastly, Anthony Simons, under 22.5 points for the Portland Trail Blazers this evening. Is there any of those you like or any you absolutely hate?
Yeah, I like the Jazz -3 at home against for the Wizards. A little bit better, but I like the Jazz there, and I like Jalen Green on the over.
Okay,
21.5. I like
feel
that.
better.
You think that prop's still up there?
The points ones, they don't usually yank down. I want to say yes.
I'll take a little Jalen Green.
Let's get it.
Yeah, you got 8 minutes.
That's right, 8 minutes, T. Don't be waiting until you go into the other office.
Placing it right now.
Yeah, I was thinking about Şengün.